Chapter 82. The autumn wind rustled and red leaves fell. The weeds were yellow, and red or orange wild fruits hung on the branches. Humph! The black wild boar's hair stood up, its 4 hooves stampeding on the ground. The ground on the mountain was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. The wild boar charged over, bringing with it a gust of wind, and the fallen leaves danced behind it. Feng Yuan stood there quietly, looking at the wild boar getting closer, his face cold. Kill! He suddenly took a big step forward, and then his legs took turns to move, not dodging but charging towards the wild boar. The wild boar's 2 snow-white tusks pierced through the air, emitting killing intent. Feng Yuan dodged the tusks, and slammed his shoulder into the wild boar's head. Just as they were about to collide, a light green jade light flashed on Feng Yuan's shoulder. Jade skin goo! Bam! With a muffled sound, the 2 fiercely collided. Feng Yuan took 3 steps back, while the wild boar took 1 step back. Honestly speaking, between the 2 sides, Feng Yuan was slightly stronger. But Feng Yuan's 2 legs could not support the wild boar's 4 hooves, and at the same time, the wild boar's center of gravity was much lower and more stable than Feng Yuan's. But the wild boar's head was hit by Feng Yuan, and although it was still standing, its fat body was already shaking. Feng Yuan shouted and charged forward again, his left hand pressing on the wild boar's tusks, and his right fist raised high. The light green jade light formed a thin membrane, covering the surface of his fist. Bam! The fist smashed down, and the wild boar immediately cried out in pain, struggling with all its might. The muscles on Feng Yuan's left arm bulged, and the veins popped out, like earthworms coiling around his arm, tightly restraining the wild boar. At the same time, his right fist continued to be raised high, and then smashed down heavily. Bam bam bam. Every time his fist hit the wild boar's head, the jade light on his fist would explode once. The wild boar was smashed by the fist until it was dizzy, and its struggling became weaker and weaker. Final blow. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with electricity. He stretched his upper body and straightened his right arm, raising it to the highest point. Then he bent his right elbow and smashed it down. The green jade light stuck closely to Feng Yuan's right elbow. Following Feng Yuan's movements, it drew a green shadow in the air. Bang! Feng Yuan knelt on 1 knee and smashed the wild boar's skull with his elbow. The wild boar did not even have the time to let out a final scream before it suddenly stopped. A pig's head was completely deformed. The broken white skull pierced through the black skin and was exposed. Fresh blood and brain matter flowed out slowly, dyeing the layers of withered leaves in a brilliant scarlet color. A bleak autumn wind blew over. It rolled up a few fallen leaves and blew away the steam from the pig's blood. Life should be as splendid as the summer flowers. Death should be as beautiful as autumn leaves, Feng Yuan murmured, appreciating the scene. The living were strong and brilliant, while the dead were cold and silent. Between life and death, there was such a strong contrast, showing the cruelty of nature and the brilliance of life. No matter which world, the victor is splendid and brilliant, while the loser is cold and desolate. The difference between victory and defeat, to me, is the difference between life and death. Because walking on the demonic path, once one fails, it usually means death. Feng Yuan leaned against the boar's corpse and sat cross-legged on the ground. He let out the white boar goo and let it eat the boar, before sending a portion of his consciousness into his aperture. The dark green bronze primeval sea in his aperture was rising and falling, waves rising and falling. When the primeval sea was at the great circle, it occupied 44% of the aperture's volume. In the intense battle earlier, Feng Yuan had used the jade skin goo many times to increase his defense, causing his primeval essence to be consumed. Now he only had 36% of his primeval essence left. Calculating, he had only used 80% of his primeval essence, not even 10%. But because this was rank 1 peak stage dark green primeval essence, the consumption was huge. Rank 1 initial stage was jade green primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage was pale green primeval essence. Rank 1 upper stage was dark green primeval essence. Rank 1 peak stage was dark green primeval essence. Concentrated was the essence. Activating the moonlight goo once required 10% of the jade green primeval essence, but when converted to pale green primeval essence, it only required 5%. The dark green primeval essence was reduced by half, and so was the dark green primeval essence. That is to say, 10% dark green primeval essence was equivalent to 20% dark green, 40% pale green, and 80% jade green. Using the jade skin goo consumed 80% of the dark green primeval essence, and when converted to rank 1 initial stage jade green primeval essence, it was 64%. If Fang Yuan was still at initial stage, his aperture would only have 44% primeval essence, and after using half of it, the primeval C in his aperture would be completely used up. The higher the Gu master's cultivation, the stronger their battle strength, and this is reflected in their primeval essence. The higher the rank, the darker the color of the primeval essence, and the more durable it is. But my dark green primeval essence was refined by the liquor worm on the basis of upper stage primeval essence. Unlike Fangzheng, who has already advanced to rank 1 peak stage. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Time passed quickly, and it was already late autumn. It had been more than 2 months since Wang Da's assassination. Fangzheng was poisoned, and had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. When he woke up, it was as if he had changed into a different person. He became extremely hard-working, and his cultivation was extremely arduous. Some people say, every tribulation in life is a fortune akin to gold. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Fangzheng had indeed learned a lot from this tribulation. He was like an unpolished jade, and after being polished, the beautiful jade inside was revealed. He was the first student to advance to upper stage, and not long ago he was the first to advance to rank 1 peak stage, once again leaving his peers behind. The radiance of a great aptitude began to shine from his body. I am not far from the peak, at most 10 days to half a month. Speaking of which, I have never stopped nurturing my aperture, but C grade aptitude cannot be compared to A or B grade aptitude. At the same time, there is another reason. Fang Yuan thought of this, and his mouth opened, letting out a silent, bitter laugh. Every once in a while, he would hunt jade-eye stone monkeys, and feed them to the jade skin goo. At the same time, he would continue to search in the stone forest, in order to find clues to the flower wine monk's next power inheritance. The terrain of the stone forest was rather complicated, and huge rocks hung vertically from the ceiling. If Fang Yuan was not careful, he would get too close to a stone pillar, and attract the attack of the jade-eye stone monkeys. There were many times when Fang Yuan was chased by tens of jade-eye stone monkeys. The most dangerous time was when he was retreating. He stepped into the warning line of another stone pillar, and attracted the pursuit of 2 groups of over 100 stone monkeys. Luckily, these jade-eye stone monkeys had a shut-in nature, and every time they chased, they would not chase too far. After chasing for a distance, they would often return home, and continue to shut in. Even so, there were many times when Fang Yuan was on the brink of death. At crucial times, the jade skin goo played a very good defensive role. Such explorations required Fang Yuan to invest large amounts of time and energy, and this was the main reason why his cultivation progress was so slow. But even so, it's much better than my previous life. Also, exploring the stone forest is not without results. At least I know that there are no problems with the surrounding stone walls. My initial guess is that the next clue to the power inheritance should be somewhere in the stone forest. As Fang Yuan was deep in thought, a black shadow stepped over the dead branches, approaching. This was a wandering old wolf. It had a brown fur coat and was limping. One of its eyes was disabled, and its remaining left eye emitted a cruel and alert green light. It stared closely at Fang Yuan, its nose twitching. Wolves were like dogs and had a keen sense of smell. It should have been attracted by the smell of pig blood. Wolves were usually pack animals, but there were also wandering crippled wolves like this. There was competition within the wolf pack, and to maintain the vitality of the entire pack, they would get rid of the crippled old wolves with low battle strength. Fang Yuan quickly stood up, quietly looking at this old wolf. In the past, when he killed a wild boar, he would have little primeval essence left, and his battle strength would decrease greatly. When encountering wild beasts, he would choose to avoid them. But these few months, his battle strength had increased rapidly, and with the jade skin goo, it was more than enough to deal with a crippled wolf. The entire mountain was covered in red leaves. The setting sun shone down. One man and one wolf were 50 steps apart, quietly looking at each other. In the wolf's eyes a green light shone, revealing a cruel and cunning intent. As for Fang Yuan's eyes, they were deep and dark, emitting a cold intent. The white boar goo came out. It had eaten its fill, and flew back into Fang Yuan's aperture in satisfaction. The old wolf looked at the wild boar on the ground. Only bones and skin were left. The meat was almost eaten up by the white boar goo. The green light in the wolf's eyes shrunk, and it took a few steps back, before turning around and entering the forest. To be able to survive until now, this old wolf naturally had a certain level of intelligence. It sharply sensed Fang Yuan's terror, and cautiously chose to retreat. It came suddenly and left in a hurry. There was no noise from the wild boar's charge, no noise from the tiger's growl. The battle with Fang Yuan started and ended in silence. Under the theme of life and death, who knows how many wonders nature has nurtured? Fang Yuan stood on the spot, not giving chase. There was nothing on this old wolf that was worth his time. Howl! But at the next moment, the old wolf's miserable howl was heard. The wolf howl suddenly erupted and instantly stopped. As such, there was a thick aura of death. Crack, crack. From the forest, there was the sound of twigs being stepped on. The sound was unrestrained, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. To be able to get rid of that crafty old wolf in an instant, his gaze became colder. Chapter 83. The footsteps got closer, and soon the dark green bushes at the edge of the slope were forcefully separated. A tall man stepped onto the slope and appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. He had a head full of short black hair. Each strand of hair was straight and strong. He was bare-chested, and his skin was crimson red. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and in the late autumn chill, he gave people the feeling that he was a moving furnace. It was as if every breath he took could raise the surrounding temperature. On his waist hung a group of wild beasts' corpses. There was a fox, a wild rabbit, a pheasant, and the old wolf that had just left. Seeing Fang Yuan, he was slightly stunned, and immediately took big steps, brushing past Fang Yuan's shoulder. Guyue Shan. Looking at the back of the huge man, Fang Yuan thought of a name. This person was the representative of the Qi faction, rank 2 upper stage cultivation. Speaking of which, his experience was similar to Fang Yuan's. This person was also gifted. When he was young, he was already very strong. When he was 10, he accidentally killed an adult servant. When he was 12, he could pick up a heavy stone mill and play with it like a frisbee. At that time, he was looked upon favorably by the clan, and was thought to be an A-grade talent. But after the awakening ceremony, he was tested to be only a B-grade talent. He was originally arrogant and condescending, but after this incident, his temperament changed, and he became much calmer. Although he was only a B-grade in his year, he was the #1 student. After a year of schooling, he left the academy and worked hard, and soon he stood out. After a few years, he had become an elite among the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan. Happiness could not teach people the truth of life, only pain could. In the clan, youngsters attend the awakening ceremony at 15 and enter the academy. They graduate from the academy at 16 and form a 5-man team to complete the clan's missions. At the same time, they have the right to inherit the clan's assets and split the clan. From the age of 16, their cultivation continues to improve, and the difficulty of the missions continue to rise, and their status continues to rise. Some were dead and some were alive. Some are crippled, their cultivation drops, and they struggle at death's door. Some go through hardships and become rank 3 Gu masters, promoted to clan elder, and become a higher-up. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered as he thought of many things. The further a Gu master cultivates, the harder it gets, the harder it is to advance. Adding on the harsh living conditions, there were very few who could advance to the 3rd rank. Speaking of which, it's almost winter. I have been in the academy for almost a full year. Every batch of students had 2 major assessments. The first was the mid-year assessment, and the content was different for every batch. The second segment was the year-end exam. The content remained the same, it was all arena battles. After the arena battle, I won't be able to stay in the academy's dormitory anymore. I have to move out. Where would he live after moving out? It was impossible for Fang Yuan to live with his uncle and aunt. They were more than happy to do so. In this world, 16 was the age of adulthood, the age of initiation. In addition, Fang Yuan had too many secrets, so he had to live alone. In my previous life, when I graduated from the academy, I had just completed the middle stage of the first transition. In this life, the situation would be much better. By then, he would definitely be at the peak of the first transition. But to be able to achieve so much with C-grade talent, it wasn't without a price. In the process, I used up a large amount of yuan stone. Feng Yuan frowned. He didn't have much yuan stone left. Due to his limited talent, the amount of yuan stone he used for cultivation was much more than Feng Zheng, Qicheng and Ma Bei. He raised 6 gu worms by himself. Other than that, refining the liquor worm, nurturing the aperture, activating the white boar gu to increase its strength, etc., all required primeval essence. After the primeval essence was used up, just the recovery speed of a C-grade talent would not be able to satisfy his needs. He could only use yuan stone to absorb the natural primeval essence within to replenish it. Luckily, he had the spring-autumn cicada, and had obtained gu from the earth treasury flower twice. Thus, refining gu worms did not require a large amount of yuan stone. This made him feel slightly better. But after this, he would have to rent a house and buy some household items after he graduated from the academy. After the peak, he would have to charge for rank 2. This process would use up a large amount of yuan stone. After rank 2, he would have to fuse gu worms, and every fusion would require a large sum of money. Just these alone, his increasingly strained financial situation would not be able to support it. Furthermore, even if he could get through this, he would have to continue feeding gu worms and continue to cultivate. During the mid-year examinations, if he had not used the wild boar tusks to exchange for a large amount of yuan stone, relieving a large portion of his stress, he would not have been able to hold on. If not, he would not have been able to hold on. Yuan stone, the flower wine monk's inheritance did not provide yuan stone. What a pity. The yuan stone that he extorted from his classmates is the main source of support. But after the students graduate from the academy's allowance will stop, so I cannot continue extorting. But the first place in the year-end examination seems to be able to get 150 yuan stone as a reward. Feng Yuan pondered in his heart. If he could get first place with the 150 yuan stone, his huge financial pressure would be slightly alleviated. Time passed quickly, autumn passed and winter came. In the academy's battle arena, the 3 arenas had already been constructed. Beside the arenas, near the bamboo walls of the arena, there was a shed with a long table and reclining chairs. The academy elder, clan leader and a few other clan elders were all sitting under the shed. It was snowing lightly. 57 students stood upright in the arena. Their noses were red from the cold, and as they breathed out hot air. The academy elder said loudly, "In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. In this year you have all received training in the academy, and already possess the basic qualities of a gu master. Tomorrow is the year-end arena examination. It will test the results of your studies. At that time, not only will the clan leader and a few elders be present, there will also be your seniors and your seniors observing from the side, picking out those who perform well and accepting them into different groups. Tomorrow, your performance will greatly affect your future. The first place in the examination, not only will you get 150 yuan stone as a reward, you will also have the priority to choose your gu worm. Now, you will begin your final cultivation examination in the academy." After saying this, the academy elder nodded towards the gu master standing at the side. The middle-aged female gu master received the signal, and read out the first name on the list, Guiyue Jinzhu. A young girl walked out of the crowd with a nervous expression, walking in front of the gu master. The gu master stretched out her hand, touching the girl's abdomen, closing her eyes to feel for a while, before opening them and announcing, "Guiyue Jinzhu, rank 1 middle stage. Next, Guiyue Peng." One by one, the youths went up for the examination, and walked down, returning to the group. Their expressions were different, some disappointed, some happy. The worst result was naturally rank 1 initial stage. Without exception, they were all D-grade talents. Most of their cultivation was rank 1 middle stage, and among these people only a few had D-grade talent while most of them had C-grade talent. Guiyue City. The middle-aged female gu master called out. Among all the people of the same age, the shortest Guiyue City puffed out his chest and walked out. After a round of examination, the middle-aged female gu master opened her eyes. Guiyue City, rank 1 peak stage. From the start of the examination, this was the first rank 1 peak stage Gu master. The clan elders present could not help but nod lightly. An elder recognized him, saying softly, "This is Gu Yuelian's grandson, be great talent, no wonder." Outside the shed, the youths were also whispering to each other. Qiqing is rank 1 peak stage, I wonder if Ma Bei is? The two of them are sworn enemies. To be able to rise to the peak, they are all B or a grade. Us D and C grade are poor, there is no point in being envious. Humph. Guyue Ma Bei snorted coldly. Looking at Qiqing's smug look, he felt unhappy. Guyue Fengjing secretly clenched his fists. His lips pursed, as if he was holding in his anger. Guyue Ma Bei. Soon the examining Gu master called out. Mo Bei, who had a horse-like face, walked out quickly. Guyue Ma Bei, rank 1 peak stage. With such a voice, he walked back, not wanting to be outdone as he glanced at Guyue City. The examination continued, and the snow in the air became smaller, until it finally stopped. The air was cold and fresh. Guyue Feng Yuan. The middle-aged female Gu master called out. Feng Yuan was expressionless, walking up. After a while, the female Gu master opened her eyes, looking at Feng Yuan in surprise, saying loudly, Guyue Feng Yuan, rank 1 peak stage. Rank 1 peak stage, did we hear wrongly? Feng Yuan actually cultivated to this level? The youths were shocked. Sigh, he got lucky, having the liquor worm to nourish his aperture. Although it is only C grade compared to B grade and A grade, he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the youths said jealously. This was especially true for some of the teenagers with C grade aptitude. They comforted themselves with a sour tone. It's nothing. The liquor worm cannot refine rank 2 primeval essence. Feng Yuan will not have this advantage in the future. Although it is the peak stage, it is still C grade talent, nothing to worry about. Ma Bei and Qiqing looked at Feng Yuan, then quickly shifted their gazes, looking at Fengjing, who was still standing in the group. In their hearts, the A-grade talent Fengjing was the true competitor. Brother, you really surprised me. But now watch carefully. Fengjing's eyes shone brightly as he watched Feng Yuan walk down step by step, revealing an expression of great anticipation. Guyue Fengjing. The female Gu master's voice came slowly. That a great talent? For a moment, the clan elders all focused their gazes on Fengjing. Fengjing walked out from the crowd. He could feel the pressure from these gazes, making him slightly nervous. But when he saw clan leader Guyue Bo smiling at him, the nervousness in his heart melted. He walked to the middle-aged female Gu master. The female Gu master closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them, shouting in a surprised tone, Guyue Fengjing cultivation, rank 2 initial stage. Boom! The youths immediately exploded into a wave of noise. What? He actually reached rank 2. As expected of an A-grade talent. Amazing, now Ma Bei, Qiqing and Feng Yuan are all left behind by him. This Fengjing. For a moment, Ma Bei and Qiqing looked at Fengjing in shock. It's even higher than my previous life. Feng Yuan lowered his eyelids and laughed. He was not too surprised. He had noticed Fengjing's expression earlier and could vaguely guess the result. A great talent in the end. Our clan's hope. It's all thanks to Lord Clan Leader's nurturing. The clan elders praised. For a moment, Fengjing became the focus of everyone's attention. Half a year ago, Guyue Bo gave him a jade skin Gu, making him the first person to advance to rank 2. He did it. Lord Clan Leader, I did not let you down, I did it. From today onwards, I will do even more, gaining more recognition from the clan elders, gaining more recognition from the people around me. Brother, I have already left you behind. You are no longer a shadow in my heart. I, Guyue Fengjing, am no longer the Guyue Fengjing of the past. Fengjing shouted excitedly in his heart, his eyes shining with a dazzling radiance. This radiance is called confidence. Chapter 84. The sky was clear after the snow. Early in the morning, Gu masters entered the academy one after another. The annual year-end exam is starting again. Think about it, the scene of me leaving the academy more than 10 years ago is still fresh in my mind. A middle-aged Gu master, his long green hair hanging down his back, stood in front of the academy and sighed. Boss, go in quickly, you love to be sentimental. A young female Gu master beside him, her lips red like blood. Her hands in the pockets of her pants, a blade of grass in her mouth, rolled her eyes. Yao Hong, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you go in sooner or later. Anyway, the clan leader has already taken care of us, and our new members for this year have already been decided. The green-haired Gu master laughed. That a grey genius called Fang Zheng? The female Gu master called Guyue Yao Hong scoffed and said unhappily, the clan leader wants our group to be babysitters. But this babysitter mission is not easy to complete. The green-haired Gu master sighed. Forget it, let's go in first. As time passed, more and more Gu masters walked into the academy and stood still in the battle stage. These Gu masters were male and female, some were young, some were middle-aged, and there were even quite a number of elders. After a year of learning in the academy, the Gu masters would come out and form small groups to complete the clan's missions. These Gu masters who came to the battle stage were the representatives of each group, here to observe the students' performance, and if they liked them, they would be accepted into their own group. To the group, this was to absorb new blood and expand. As for the new members who joined the group, under the guidance of the older members, they could quickly adapt to the new environment and complete the clan's missions more efficiently, at the same time reducing casualties. The sun gradually rose, and the students entered one after another. So many people today. The youngsters exclaimed, "Look, that's Lord Qing Shu. Our Guyue village's #1 rank 2 Gu master. Lord Qing Shu's temper is famous for being gentle." Someone pointed at the green-haired male Gu master and exclaimed, "Qi Shan Sr. is here too. That's the Mo family's Miss Mo Yan." Qing Shu, Qi Shan and Mo Yan were the shining stars of the Gu masters, and the students were familiar with them. "Sai, I can't get into the group of those 3 seniors. I only have D-grade aptitude, and my natal Gu is only a warm silk spider. I can only do logistics in the future." A young man sighed and asked his friend beside him, "What about you?" "Oh, I've already contacted them through my connections. He's my uncle's cousin's sister's godson." While the students were observing these Gu masters, Qing Shu, Qi Shan, Mo Yan and the others were also observing these students. There are actually 2 Guyue Fang Zheng. Yao Hong couldn't help exclaiming in surprise when she saw Fang Yuan and Fang Jing in the crowd. The green-haired male Gu master Guyue Qing Shu sighed helplessly. "Didn't you read the information I gave you yesterday?" Fang Jing had a twin brother who looked very similar. However, his brother is only a C-grade talent. "So that's how it is. Oh, I seem to have heard of him. He's the Fang Yuan who wrote poems in his early years? Then should we take him in?" Yao Hong suddenly slapped her forehead, speaking whatever came to her mind. Qing Shu shook his head slightly. "The clan leader specially instructed us not to recruit him. Seems like he wants to observe something. Moreover, the relationship between these 2 brothers isn't harmonious. Even if we have the intention to recruit him, I think Fang Yuan won't join." Yao Hong didn't mind, curling her lips. "Among all the groups, we are publicly recognized as the #1. Joining us means a bright future. As long as it's a student, they will be moved." How could he not be willing? Qing Shu laughed lightly. "That's because you don't understand him. You should take a look at the information I gave you first." At this time, the clan leader Guyue Bo, the authoritative clan elder Guyue Lian, Guyue Mo-chan and the others entered in a line. They walked to the shed and sat down. This year, not only did the clan leader come, even Qi Lian and Mo-chan, the 2 elders, are here. Seeing this, be it the students or the Gu masters, they were all excited. There had never been such a situation in the previous years. That's not strange. Qi Lian and Mo-chan's grandsons are in this year. Fang Jing is the successor that the clan leader is grooming, the seed of hope to fight against that by Ning Bing. The clan leader naturally has to observe him carefully. Clamorous discussions came from the crowd. "Little brother, you have to perform well." Mo Yin looked at Mo Bei in the crowd, muttering in her heart. Her group had the most people and was the largest. Right now, she was surrounded by a circle of Gu masters, showing off her imposing manner. As for her archenemy, Guyu Qi Shan from the Qi faction, he was standing alone. His body was tall and mighty, taller than his surroundings, like a red pagoda standing there, like a crane in a flock of chickens. After secretly sizing up Qi Cheng, he retracted his gaze. After a short speech from the clan leader, the year-end exam began. Battles were happening on the 3 stages at the same time. At once there were shouts, the sound of moonblades flying, the sounds of fists and legs hitting each other, and the discussions of the Gu masters below the stage all converged into one. This year's fist and leg standards are quite high. Soon Yao Hong saw the difference. This is all thanks to Fang Yuan. Guyue Qingshu laughed. What do you mean? Yao Hong did not understand. Qingshu explained it to him. Yao Hong could not help but click her tongue in wonder. Fang Yuan, this lad, he has quite the guts. He is somewhat lawless. He even dares to bully his own little brother. Interesting. She looked at Fang Yuan and Fang Jing in the crowd, pondering in her heart, between these two, who is the elder brother, who is the younger brother? Next battle, Guyue Jinju versus Guyue Mabe. On a stage, the hosting Gu master shouted. Guyue Mabe jumped up, while Guyue Jinju walked up the stage with a solemn expression. Both sides bowed, and without saying much, they started fighting. In an instant, blue moonblades danced in the air. Both sides continued to shoot, and at the same time moved and dodged. Although Jinju was a girl, her fundamentals were quite solid, and in a short period of time she was evenly matched with Mabe. But as time passed, her stamina gradually ran out, and she fell into a disadvantage. Finally, she was drenched in sweat, and had no strength left, so she could only admit defeat. On the other hand, Mabe's face was not red, and he was not even panting. A Gu worm that increases endurance, it might be the yellow camel longhorn beetle Gu. Below the stage, Fang Yuan observed, and immediately saw through Guyue Mabe's actual situation. Fang Yuan had 6 Gu worms in his possession, but this was an exception. In the hands of people of the same age, everyone would usually only have 2 Gu worms. Not only because of the financial pressure to feed the Gu worms, but also because the usage of Gu worms required constant practice and accumulated rich experience. Biting off more than one could chew, the students had just started their Gu master cultivation, and 2 Gu worms were enough for them to practice and grasp. Only Fang Yuan was an exception because of his rich experience from his previous life. He could quickly grasp every Gu worm in his hands and use them in a methodical manner. The test continued. Damn it, he's jumping like a rabbit. On another stage, a youngster angrily shouted, Guyue Cheng, are you a man? Do you dare to fight hand-to-hand with me? TSK, only an idiot would fight hand-to-hand with you. On the stage, Guyue Cheng laughed in disdain. He relied on the scarlet pill cricket Gu, and jumped here and there with great agility. And his opponent only had a flower boar Gu. Although it could temporarily increase the strength of a boar, it was useless. The astute Qiqing did not even want to fight close combat with him. In the end, his chest was hit by Qiqing's moonblade, and he lost too much blood, losing the match. The healing Gu masters below the stage immediately rushed up to treat his injuries. As time passed, many students were mercilessly eliminated, and at the same time, many youngsters began to show their talents. Qiqing Mabe Fang Yuan Fangjing at noon. The students with D-grade aptitude had all been eliminated. Their talents were limited, and they chose logistics-type Gu worms. These Gu worms were suitable for production, transportation, and so on. But if they were used in battle, the help they could provide to the Gu master was too low. Junior, your vital Gu is a vitality grass, right? Our group needs a healing Gu master. Senior, I want to join your group. My vital Gu is the moonlight Gu. Sorry, our group does not lack offensive Gu masters. Every group had already started to accept newcomers, and the students were also choosing their groups. The battles on the stage were not very entertaining. After a few matches, there were not many highlights, and there was nothing to write home about. Because many people chose the moonlight Gu, normally when 2 sides fought, they would first use moonblades to shoot. Usually, the one who used up all their primeval essence would lose. If both sides ran out of primeval essence, then they would fight with their fists and legs. In the end, there would always be one person who fell. Be it the students, Gu masters, or the clan elders, they were all slightly interested, and some were about to doze off. By evening, there were only a few students left on the stage. It's finally over. Some Gu masters yawned, barely keeping their spirits up. At this moment, a Gu master shouted, next match, Guyue Fangjing against Guyue Mochan. Chapter 85. Fangjing and Emochan both walked onto the stage. Fangjing, don't think that I will lose just because you are rank 2. Today I will challenge someone of a higher rank. The Mabe clenched his teeth, his expression solemn as he encouraged himself in his heart. Facing a rank 2 Fangjing, he indeed felt a sense of pressure. Come! Fangjing shouted and suddenly rushed forward. The Mabe's heart skipped a beat. This Fangjing did not play by the rules. Usually they would shoot first, then punch and kick. This time he actually rushed forward as soon as he made his move. Did he want to fight with punches and kicks? Isn't he afraid of being injured by my moonblade during the fight? The Mabe was very doubtful. Of course he was not worried for Fangjing, but he knew that if he fought with Fangjing in close combat at such a close distance, if Fangjing shot a moonblade, he would not be able to dodge it. The Mabe hurriedly retreated, attempting to increase the distance between them. At the same time, he flipped his wrist and slashed out a moonblade. Fangjing did not panic in the face of danger. He rolled on the ground, dodging the moonblade, and continued to rush forward. At the same time, a ball of moonlight appeared in his hand. The Mabe looked at the moonlight condensed in his hand. He could not help but feel nervous, retreating again and again. Although he had trained hard in basic punches and had trained in moonblade, he was still slightly inferior to Fangjing, who had always been personally trained by the clan leader. The Mabe could not adapt to this kind of fighting style, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Things are getting interesting over there. The battle on the stage had attracted quite a few people. To be so close, this Fangjing is quite daring. Yao Hong could now distinguish between Fang Yuan and Fangjing. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, emitting a mature and gloomy aura. Fangjing's expression was firm, radiating sunlight. It should be thanks to the clan leader's training. In a fight between ordinary students, the distance between the two is usually 10 meters. Beyond this distance, the moonblade would dissipate. If it's less than this distance, the students won't be able to react in time. Guiyue and Qingshu's eyes flashed. Fangjing's current combat range has been reduced to 6 meters. He was also very familiar with dodging the crescent blades. It seems that not only does the clan leader value Fangjing, Fangjing has also put in a lot of effort and suffered a lot. Little brother. Mo Yin watched as Mabe was forced into a disadvantageous position by Fangjing. Her face was filled with worry and anxiety. She really wanted to go up and help and beat up Fangjing. Qi Shan's face was expressionless. He just watched without saying a word. Fangjing got close to the Mabe, and after reducing the distance to 6 meters, he no longer got close. Instead, he used the moonlight goo to exchange shots. The Mabe reacted hurriedly and was flustered. There were a few times when he was almost hit by the moonblade. On the other hand, Fangjing was confident. Even if he could not dodge in time, he still had the Jade Skin Goo as his trump card. As long as he maintained the Jade Green Light, he could defend against the moonblade. Seeing the Mabe being suppressed by him, Fangjing could not help but recall the past. Under the moonlight, the clan leader taught him the dodging movements step by step, imparting his experience without holding anything back. Lord Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Fangjing's eyes shone brightly. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Fangjing, you have talent, and you are hardworking and diligent. To have such results, it is all because of your sweat and tears. This is the result of your hard work. That's it, Fangjing, this is the spirit. Go show your brilliance. Under the shed, the clan leader's heart rippled. On the surface, he sat there, watching quietly with a smile on his face. Although the Mabe struggled with all his might and resisted tenaciously, after 15 minutes, his body was already filled with countless wounds. The blood that gushed out dyed his clothes red. The Gu master in charge saw this and announced, "This round, Guiyue Fangjing wins." "I haven't lost yet," the Mabe shouted stubbornly. His body was bathed in blood and he was swaying. But after struggling for a while, he was forcefully taken away by the Gu masters on the stage for treatment. This level of battle is already at the level of a year after graduation. A great genius is a genius after all. I heard he was personally taught by Lord Clan Leader. How can he not be strong? Seeing this result, the Gu masters below the stage let out waves of praise. Guiyue Fangjing panted as he walked down the stage. 3 Gu masters surrounded him and healed him, at the same time providing yuan stones for him to quickly recover his primeval essence. After resting for a while, Fangjing recovered to his peak condition and went up the stage again. This round he was going against Guiyuecheng. Qicheng looked at Fangjing and laughed dryly. Very good. Fangjing, you defeated that Mabe kid. Now I will defeat you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He seemed to be very confident. Fangjing pursed his lips, not saying a word as he continued to charge forward. Dragon Pill Cricket Goo. Qiqing willed, and a layer of orange-red light appeared on his legs. He lightly jumped and instantly retreated 10 meters away. The distance that Fangjing had just closed in was immediately widened. Qiqing laughed proudly. Fangjing, you don't have a goo worm to increase your speed. And with just your 2 legs you can't catch up to me. Although this stage is not big, it is enough for me to move around. Your tactics are useful against Mabe, but against me it is useless. Is it like this? Fangjing stopped his steps and stood on the spot, staring at Qiqing with a burning gaze. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes showed determination as he said loudly, just dodge like this. Every time you use the Dragon Pill Cricket Goo, you will expend a certain amount of primeval essence. You only have rank 1 peak stage green copper primeval essence, but I already have rank 2 red steel primeval essence, 3 times more durable than you. Your aptitude is not as good as mine, and when you run out of primeval essence in the end, you will definitely lose. Qiqing could not help but be moved. He only saw his advantage but did not see his weakness. Now, he had to admit that Fangjing's words were reasonable, and his fighting spirit immediately suffered a heavy blow. What? Fangjing advanced to rank 2? The surrounding Goo masters were in an uproar. The results of the cultivation test had just been obtained yesterday, and were only spread within a small circle. Most of them did not know about this. A great genius is still a grade after all. Amazing. This Fangjing, he might really be our clan's star of hope. By clan's genius by Ningbing is really too strong. If Fangjing can grow up, he might be able to contend against Bai Ningbing. This lad is a little interesting. Cultivating to rank 2 in the academy, and having such solid foundational skills, this situation is really rare. No wonder the clan leader poured so much effort into him. Yao Hong muttered. Qing Shu also sighed. The clan leader's nurturing is only a part of it. Don't look down on this lad. Ever since he survived the assassination, he became very hard-working, and cultivated very hard. He is a good seedling, talented and very dependable. If he can really grow up, I feel that my burden is getting heavier. Clan leader Guyuebo could not help but chuckle. He had once analyzed Qiqing's weakness to Fangjing. Now that he saw that Fangjing could put it to use, Guyuebo felt extremely gratified. Looks like Fangjing should be this year's number 1. Beside the clan leader, Guyue Mo-chan said. Guyue Lien snorted coldly, staring at the stage. Of course he hoped that his grandson could defeat Fangjing. That way, he would gain face for the Qi clan. But things did not go according to plan. On the stage, Qiqing's fighting spirit suffered a setback, and after fighting with Fangjing, he could not display his original strength, making many mistakes. In the end, Crimson Castle was caught by Fangjing's mistake and swept off the stage. Guyue Fangjing wins. The Goo master shouted. Guyue Lian's face was ashen. At once, Fangjing was the center of attention. He was in the limelight. Fangjing defeated Mabe and Qiqing consecutively. He has both brains and courage. Looks like this time's number 1 is definitely him. Someone praised. Makes sense, I also have high hopes for him. Unfortunately, he cannot join our group. Groups were selecting students and students were also selecting groups. An outstanding seed like Fangjing had already been selected. Fangjing is the clan leader's faction, while Mabe and Qiqing are the future leaders of the Mo and Qi factions respectively. Looks like from today onwards, Guyue clan will be the clan leader's faction, suppressing the 2 great elders. Someone had a deeper vision. On the other 2 stages, the battles continued. Fangjing walked down the stage early, listening to the praises of the people around him. He was overwhelmed with emotions, feeling like he had been reborn. It was different. It was different from before. His heart was filled with the excitement of being acknowledged, the excitement of being appreciated, and the happiness of being affirmed. Gusts of winter wind blew, and in the cold wind, he felt the warmth of spring. Final battle. Guyue Fangjing against Guyue Fang Yuan. A moment later, a Goo master hosting the stage shouted. Chapter 86. The final battle. Guyue Fengjing against Guyue Fengyuan. Oh, interesting. To think that in the end it would be a battle between brothers. Fengjing. Seeing this, the smile on the clan leader's face disappeared. The biggest shadow in your heart is your brother Fengyuan. Defeat him, you have red steel primeval essence and also the jade skin goo. Having both offense and defense, you have a huge advantage. Shatter this shadow and you will be reborn. Finally, it was time for the decisive battle. The two brothers stood on the same stage, looking at each other from afar. The setting sun was like blood. The light of the setting sun was like a luxurious carpet covering the stage. Extremely similar faces. The younger brother's battle intent was burning, while the older brother's gaze was deep. Brother. Fengjing clenched his fists, staring at Fengyuan, his tone firm. Admit defeat. I am already rank 2. My red steel primeval essence is more than 80%, while your green copper primeval essence is only 44%. You have no chance. Fengyuan looked at his brother indifferently. You know my primeval essence very well. But don't say such nonsense. If primeval essence can determine victory and defeat, then what's the point of fighting? Fengjing was stunned, but soon after, the fighting intent in his eyes burned fiercely. In fact, in the depths of his heart, he did not want Fengyuan to admit defeat. But Fengyuan was his elder brother after all, so he had to say this out of both sentiment and reason. If he did not say it, it would be too heartless. Since brother insists, then I can only make my move. Before he finished speaking, Fengjing charged towards Fengyuan. This move again. Below the stage, Mabe could not help but grit his teeth at this scene. He made up his mind to train himself fiercely when he returns, and return this humiliation to Fengjing tenfold in the future. Fengyuan is finished. He doesn't have my dragonpill cricket goo. Qiqing crossed his arms and sneered, gloating at Fengyuan's misfortune. Fengjing sprinted forward, instantly closing the distance between him and Fengyuan. A ball of moonlight lit up in his hand. Fengyuan's expression was as still as steel. He watched Fengjing approach him quickly, but he stood still. His right palm also slowly rippled with water like blue moonlight. Suddenly, Fengyuan stomped hard on the ground and took a few steps forward. Instead of retreating, he charged towards Fengjing. Fengjing did not expect Fengyuan's attack. He could not help but panic and hurriedly shot out a crescent blade. Fengyuan rushed over, twisted his body, and the crescent blade brushed past his shoulder. His face was cold. He did not roar, nor was he ferocious, but in his silence, he was brewing an absolute and cold aura. Fengjing subconsciously retreated. His limit was 6 meters, but now Fengyuan was less than 5 meters away from him. Now it was his turn to increase the distance. Chi. As Fengjing retreated, he flipped his right palm continuously, sending out crescent blades in an attempt to force Fengyuan back. Fengyuan's steps were quick and compact, his body extremely agile. Every time he moved, he avoided the crescent blades by a hair's breadth. This Fengyuan, he is even more daring. Yao Hong exclaimed. Such a battle, he really doesn't care about life and death. Qing Shu was also speechless. Another battle maniac. Mo Yin gritted her teeth, looking at Qi Shan, who was not far away. Qi Shan was still expressionless, but his eyes were flickering. The commotion in the crowd stopped. Everyone focused on the battle on the stage. The crescent blades brushed past Fengyuan's body, reflecting a blue light on Fengyuan's face. His indifferent expression never changed. Every time he dodged a dangerous and calm attack, his combat talent was clearly displayed. Outside the stage, the clan leader and clan elders all showed a solemn expression. Qiqing and Mabe, on the other hand, had their mouths wide open, watching in shock as Fengyuan dodged the crescent blades in an unimaginable manner. How did he do it? Countless students had a big question mark in their hearts. With 500 years of battle experience, how could Fengjing, who had been taught by a rank 4 Gu master for a year, compare to Fengyuan, who had 500 years of battle experience? In Fengyuan's eyes, Fengjing was as shallow as a clear stream. No matter how the stream flowed, where it flowed, or how it turned between the steep mountain rocks, he could clearly see through to the bottom of the water. Every attack of the crescent blades did not happen suddenly. It required a process. Fengjing had to turn his wrist. This was the best sign. In Fengyuan's eyes, every shake of Fengjing's shoulder, every turn of his wrist, every step he took, gave him a lot of information. Every time Feng Jing attacked, retreated, dodged, Feng Yuan could see through it in an instant. He could even guess what Feng Jing was thinking. Feng Jing's mind was already in a daze. The shadow that Feng Yuan had cast over his heart for over a decade rapidly spread into darkness, dragging him into the abyss. His flustered emotions made him forget about the jade skin goo. Feng Yuan's forceful advance made him nervous, making him breathless, making him unable to think of anything else. This was the difference in experience, this was the difference in foundation. In Feng Yuan's mind, his foundation was more important than the spring-autumn cicada. It was his greatest reliance. He did not need to rely on the clan leader, elders, relatives, friends, or goo worms. He had always relied on himself. In this world, he was the only one who could be relied on. Companions, comrades in arms, it was just an excuse for the weak to hide their incompetence and hope for others to save them. Finally, he was close to Feng Jing. Bam! Feng Yuan's fist shot out stealthily, hitting Feng Jing's abdomen. Feng Jing immediately bent over. The strength of the fist almost made him vomit. He quickly used his arms to protect his head, lowering his body and taking a big step back. At this critical moment, his solid foundation was displayed. Where did he go? Feng Jing's eyes widened, his eyes moving rapidly, searching for Feng Yuan's figure between the gaps of his arms. Behind me! The moment this thought appeared, Feng Jing felt a fierce blow on his waist. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. But Feng Jing had undergone tough training. Following this momentum, he somersaulted on the ground, and at the same time flipped his palm backwards, shooting out a moonblade. This movement was the battle experience that the clan leader had imparted to him. If it was a normal person, they would be following closely behind Feng Jing, unable to react in time, and would be hit by this moonblade. Even if it did not hit, they would be forced to retreat. But who was Feng Yuan? Even Guyue Bo could not compete with him in terms of experience. Feng Yuan moved slowly, he did not chase after him. Instead, he circled around and got closer to Feng Jing. The moonblade pierced through the air as expected. Feng Jing thought that he had put some distance between them. He stood up and was about to regroup when he heard a whooshing sound. That's the wind from the fist. At that moment, Feng Jing had the time to think. Then, he was hit by Feng Yuan's fist on his ear. Bam! Feng Jing felt his vision go black. A strong wave of dizziness made him lose his balance, and he fell to the ground. He lay on the ground for 2 breaths before he recovered. When his vision became clear, Feng Jing saw Feng Yuan's 2 feet standing in front of him. He immediately understood how ugly his situation was. He lay on the ground like a dog, while Feng Yuan stood high up, looking down at him. Damn it! Feng Jing was furious and wanted to get up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Yuan raised his right foot and stomped down. Bam! Feng Jing's head was stomped on by Feng Yuan. It was like a stone ball hitting the ring, making a loud sound. Damn it! Feng Jing was furious and wanted to get up again. Feng Yuan looked at him coldly and stomped again. Bam! Feng Jing's head hit the ring violently. His scalp was bruised, and blood flowed continuously. Damn it! Damn it! Feng Jing gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The rage in his chest almost burned his entire body. He raised his head again and wanted to get up. Bam! Feng Yuan stomped for the 3rd time. This time he stepped on his head and did not let go. A huge force pressed down, and Feng Jing's face was pressed hard against the ring. Feng Jing's face was almost deformed. He panted heavily, but he could not struggle. He felt like there was a huge rock pressing on his head. No matter how he struggled, the rock would not budge. Right, how could I forget? There's still the moonlight goo. In this desperate situation, Feng Jing suddenly thought of the moonlight goo. The moonlight in his right palm suddenly shone brightly. But how could Feng Yuan not notice it? With a soft sound, he shot out a moonblade and hit Feng Jing's right palm. Ah! Feng Jing suddenly let out a miserable howl. The pain made his body tremble violently as if he was electrocuted. His palm was almost pierced by Feng Yuan, and his pale bones were exposed. The moonlight goo in his palm also suffered a heavy blow, and was on the verge of death. Chapter 87. Looks like the 2 of them aren't on good terms, Yao Hong muttered. This Feng Yuan is too cruel. How could he treat his own brother like this? Many people frowned in displeasure. Fang Yuan is too cruel. He extorted our Yuan stone for a whole year. Now he's treating his own brother like this. The students gritted their teeth. Fang Yuan's cruelty had ignited their hatred for a common enemy. Fang Zheng, stand up. Stand up. Defeat Fang Yuan. One of the students shouted. Defeat Fang Yuan, defeat Fang Yuan. Instantly, countless youths began to respond. This Fang Yuan is indeed a detestable fellow. Mo Yen snorted coldly, somewhat gloating. Fang Zheng, you can do it. Stand up. Defeat the devil Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng, stand up. We're with you. Fang Zheng, you can do it. You can do it. The crowd was excited. Their cheers reached Fang Zheng's ears. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Zheng panted heavily. These voices reached his heart and gave him an invisible strength. Scenes of the past replayed in his mind. On the streets, the clansmen were pointing and gossiping. That's Fang Yuan. He's a future genius. Don't underestimate him. Who's behind him? Oh, he should be Fang Yuan's younger brother. I don't know his name. Uncle and aunt smiled. Fang Yuan, the entire village is now discussing your latest poem. Very good. Uncle and aunt are proud of you. Fang Yuan waved his hand. His expression was calm. It's just an improvisation. Uncle and aunt nodded and said to Fang Zheng, learn from your brother. If you're half as good as him, we won't have to worry. Under the moonlit night, deep in the courtyard, Patriarch Yuebo looked at Fang Zheng and said gently, Fang Zheng, you must have confidence. You have to discover yourself and believe in yourself. But, Lord Patriarch, Yuebo patted his shoulder and encouraged him. The shadow in your heart can't be removed by others. You can only rely on yourself. I look forward to that day. The night before the year-end assessment, Shen Shui stood under the light and looked at Fang Zheng affectionately. Gongzi, I believe that you will win first place. I have always believed in this. Good luck. It was the time of departure in the morning. His uncle and aunt stood at the door to send him off. Fang Zheng, after the year-end assessment, you'll be able to leave the academy. We are very pleased to see you grow. Go, let everyone see the excellence of Class A. Also under the setting sun in a dark corner, a female classmate was sobbing. The allowance is only 3 yuan stone every time. Fang Yuan took one away and I only have 2 left. I can't afford to feed my moonlight goo anymore. Fang Zheng's heart softened. This is my yuan stone, I'll lend it to you. The female classmate took the yuan stone and said with tears in her eyes, Fang Zheng, you're the best. Please defeat your brother so that he can no longer do evil to the academy. Fang Zheng was silent. Unbeknownst to him, a group of classmates had appeared in front of him. Fang Zheng, you have Class A talent. You can definitely do it. Fang Yuan is too hateful. He keeps bullying us. You're our only hope. Fang Zheng, from today onwards we'll follow you. We'll support you. Everyone. Fang Zheng looked around and saw pairs of eager eyes. He was so touched that he couldn't speak. Everyone. Everyone has been waiting for me. My classmates, uncle and aunt Shen Shui and the clan leader. Everyone is waiting for me. Looking at me, supporting me. How can I lose? How can I fall here? How can I? Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat was like a drum beating in his chest. Fang Zheng's eyes were shining. I can't fall here. I want to break the shadow, I want to stand up. Fang Zheng clenched his fists tightly. The pain left him at this moment. He felt like there was a lion in his chest, waking up from its slumber and opening its mouth to roar. Hot blood was boiling in his body. Stand up, stand up. Break the shadow, break the darkness. Ah! Fang Zheng opened his mouth and shouted. His body began to emit an emerald green crystalline light. What is that? The crowd was silent. It's the jade skin goo. Someone shouted. Boom! The students erupted into cheers that soared to the heavens. Fang Zheng, do your best. Fang Zheng, we support you. Finally, there was only one chant left. Stand up, stand up. Everyone. I can hear your cheers. Fang Zheng pressed his fist against the ground, his teeth almost breaking from gritting so hard. Fang Yuan's pressure did not seem to be that strong. He slowly and firmly stood up step by step. The cheers became louder. My blood is boiling. We are going to make a comeback. The Gu masters, upon hearing such shouts and screams, started to be moved. Yes, Fangzheng, this is it. Stand up, throw away the past, throw away the shadow. The you who stands up will be a new you. The clan leader's eyes shone brightly, cheering for Fangzheng in his heart. It's the jade skin Gu. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. He retracted his leg and watched as Fangzheng stood up. The jade skin Gu's light shone on his face, turning it green. Fangzheng had been hiding his trump card, the jade skin Gu, and did not publicize it so no one knew about it. Fangzheng stood up. The cheers were like a flood exploding. He stood up. The clan leader's eyes shone, and he could not help but stand up from his seat. At this moment he saw the resolute rise of an A-grade genius. He saw the bright future of the Guyue clan. I stood up, brother, I will defeat you. Fangzheng's eyes burned with the flames of fighting spirit. His entire body was enveloped in a crystalline green light, as though he was wearing a layer of resplendent jade armor. Wow, this defense, even the moonblade can't penetrate it. Looks like Fangzheng is going to win. Yao Hong raised her eyebrows and whistled. Indeed. Even if Fang Yuan had the little light Gu to amplify the moonblade, it would at most cause Fangzheng's primeval essence to be consumed twice as much as before. In terms of primeval essence consumption, Fang Yuan was not Fangzheng's match. After this battle, Fangzheng will rise. Qing Shu said with a faint smile. Fangzheng actually has a jade skin Gu, but he only remembered to use it now. Looks like Fang Yuan's strong attack stunned him. But now, victory is already waving at him. Mo Yin crossed her arms as she watched, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Time seemed to stop at this moment. On the stage, the two brothers stood facing each other. The distance between them was so close yet so far. Fangzheng's face was determined, while Fang Yuan's expression was still cold. Little brother. He calmly looked at Fangzheng, his lips curling into a cold smile. You still have a long way to go if you want to defeat me. He raised his right fist high up, his right arm stretching out almost like a bow. Big brother, you're going to lose. Fangzheng looked at Fang Yuan's raised fist, feeling amused. As long as I have enough primeval essence, even the little light Gu's amplified moonblade cannot break this jade light defense. Not to mention your fist? Unless you use the flower boar Gu, or the brute force longhorn beetle Gu to increase your strength greatly. But even so, you still need a defensive Gu worm. Fang Yuan did not speak. He used his fist to give the most direct answer. The next moment, his right fist whistled through the air, fiercely hitting Fangzheng's cheek. Bam! With a loud bang, fresh blood splattered, and the jade light shattered into pieces. Like a broken mirror, it scattered in the air, and then suddenly disappeared. What? Fangzheng suddenly suffered such a huge blow he was stunned, his neck almost broken as he staggered backwards. Fang Yuan followed closely, taking a bow step. This time he raised his left fist and pulled it downwards, before punching diagonally upwards. Bam! The other half of Fangzheng's cheek also suffered a heavy blow. His head fiercely tilted backwards, blood and the shattered jade light flying everywhere. Bam bam bam. He took 3 steps back, his ears buzzing, and a dizziness 10 times stronger than before assaulted him. How could this be? His vision turned black and he fell backwards, plop. Fangzheng fell to the ground, the green light on his body dissipating as he fainted. The cheers and shouts stopped abruptly. The students' happy and excited expressions were still frozen on their faces, unable to change in time. The whole battle stage was dead silent. Fang Yuan's fists were bloody, even his pale finger bones could be seen. Drop after drop of bright red blood dripped onto the stage. Whoosh! A gust of cold winter wind blew, freezing all the hot blood. Fang Yuan's hair slightly trembled in the wind. He stood upright on the stage, as if the person with half-crippled fists was not him. His cold gaze was still calm as he slowly scanned the surroundings. Everyone was silent. In the shed, the clan leader was still standing, staring at him with a dumbfounded expression. Sorry to disappoint you, Fang Yuan said softly. Chapter 88. On the stage, Fangzheng fainted on the ground, motionless. As for Fang Yuan, his face was still cold, standing in the middle of the stage. After a short moment of silence, the audience went into an uproar. How can this be? Someone hugged his head, showing an expression of disbelief. 2 punches to break the defense of the jade skin goo. This. Someone was dumbfounded. Too ruthless, even the jade light was destroyed by him. Does he not feel any pain? Many female goo masters sucked in a breath of cold air. Without using any defensive goo worms, he directly hit the jade light with his bare hands. This is true self-harm. Even the male goo masters looked at Fang Yuan's heavily injured hands, their eyes twitching, shocked by Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. Being ruthless to others easy, being ruthless to yourself difficult. Fang Yuan broke the defense of the jade skin goo with his bare hands. Not only was he ruthless to his own brother, he was also ruthless to himself. I'll go take a look. The academy elder could not sit still. Throwing these words, he jumped onto the stage himself. He first squatted down, checking on the fainted Fangzheng, and heaved a sigh of relief. Fangzheng was fine, just that his head was hit hard, and he was unconscious. It's hard to imagine under the defense of the jade skin goo, being hit so hard with bare hands. The academy elder was secretly shocked. He raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Fang Yuan, let me treat you. The academy elder stood up, taking a few big steps to Fang Yuan's side, grabbing Fang Yuan's forearm. Fang Yuan's hands were badly injured, not to mention the blood and flesh. Even the white bones of his hands were exposed. Because of the heavy hit, there were even obvious cracks on the surface of his fingers. How much pain must this be? But Fang Yuan doesn't even frown. Even the academy elder's heart shuddered upon seeing such injuries. His tone became somewhat complicated as he said to Fang Yuan, "Bear with it. The treatment will be very itchy and very painful." As he spoke, he spread open the 5 fingers of his right hand, emitting a burst of blue moonlight. The moonlight grew brighter and brighter, turning the academy elder's right hand translucent. At first glance, the academy elder's entire right hand seemed to have transformed into a piece of blue jade. The blood vessels and bones inside seemed to have turned into jade. The academy elder gently covered Fang Yuan's injured fist with his right hand. It was like a piece of cold jade touching a bloody wound. Fang Yuan felt a heart-wrenching pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. The academy elder's palm emitted a gentle moonlight, which nourished Fang Yuan's wounds. The cracks on the phalanx were healing rapidly. The torn skin and flesh were also rapidly regenerating and healing. Fang Yuan suddenly felt extremely itchy. He took a few heavy breaths. The academy elder's face was calm. While he was treating Fang Yuan's wounds, he split a bit of his attention and followed Fang Yuan's arm into his aperture. In the aperture, the dark green bronze primeval essence was rippling. A liquor worm with a fat head and brain swam freely in the primordial sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were a single white crystal wall. This fully displayed Fang Yuan's rank 1 peak cultivation. The academy elder did not withdraw his attention, but instead scanned through Fang Yuan's entire body. Finally, he found the moonlight goo and the little light goo on the skin of Fang Yuan's right palm. There are no other goo worms. Could it be that Fang Yuan really used his own strength to break the jade skin goo's defense with his bare hands? This kind of strength has already surpassed an adult mortal's. He's only 15 years old. How can he have such great strength? The academy elder's eyes shone with a hint of doubt. Sir Elder, thank you for your treatment. Fang Yuan pulled his palm out of the elder's hand and moved it around. Although there was still some pain, the wound had already healed. If it was on Earth, this kind of injury would require a year or 2 of recuperation, and there would even be serious side effects. This was the mystical part of this world. Now Fang Yuan's hands had already healed. It was just that when he moved his hands and grabbed at the air, it was extremely weak. After 7 to 8 days, this weak side effect would also disappear. However, Fang Yuan was not grateful to the academy elder. His injuries could also be treated by other healing goo masters. He knew very well that the academy elder's real motive was to take the opportunity to check his aperture. Fang Yuan had already expected this, and placed the white boar goo and jade skin goo in the second secret cave. As for the spring-autumn cicada, it was rank 6, and if it was focused on hiding, even the rank 4 Guyuebo might not be able to detect it. The academy elder did not find anything, and his brows furrowed. Although he still had many suspicions in his heart, but in front of so many people, he could not ask directly. Fang Yuan, your performance was not bad. Work hard. Finally, the academy elder patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and announced loudly, "For this year's end-of-year examination, Fang Yuan gets first place." From the moment the academy elder stepped onto the stage, the audience had been watching quietly. Now that they heard the elder's announcement, there was another wave of commotion. To think that in the end it was actually Fang Yuan who had the last laugh. He's just a C grade, but he actually defeated the rank 2 Fang Jing who had the jade skin goo. Did he cheat? Probably not. Just now, the academy elder personally treated him. It was actually a test. Even he did not find any problems, so Fang Yuan should not have cheated. Fang Yuan's hands are heavily injured. That's to be expected. But for a 15-year-old youth to have such strength, it has already far surpassed an adult. Isn't this still suspicious? What's there to be suspicious about? In this world, there are always some freaks with extraordinary talent. If it's not strength, then it's intelligence. Actually, Fang Yuan's strength is not that terrifying. Think about that person. The Gu master who spoke used his eyes to look at Qishan, who was standing proudly in the crowd. Immediately someone realized that's true. When Qishan was just a few years old, his strength was already greater than an adult's. Don't tell me that Fang Yuan is also such a freak? Can't be wrong. When Fang Yuan was a child, he had already composed poems. Those poems had spread throughout the entire village. At first, everyone thought that he was an A grade, but to think that he was only a C grade. But it seems that the heavens had other intentions, giving him some compensation in terms of strength. But he is still a C grade. If he was a B grade, he might be another Qishan. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. Gu master cultivation still focuses on talent. In the future, if he gets a black boar Gu, he can raise his strength to be even greater than him. So it's nothing much, he can only be arrogant for a while. Someone shrugged, his tone indifferent. Fang Yuan walked down the stage. His ears perked up as he listened to the crowd's discussion, laughing coldly in his heart. The liquor worm's origin. Fang Yuan had already created a perfect excuse. But once the jade skin goo was exposed, Fang Yuan would not be able to explain it. Thus he had to hide it secretly and not use it in front of everyone. As for the crowd's thoughts and explanations, it was the direction that Fang Yuan wanted to guide the public's opinion. Taking a step back, even if the clan's higher-ups were suspicious, they would only suspect his mysterious backer. Half a year ago, I took the risk and used the wild boar's tusk to create a second layer of protection, and it has already started to take effect. Fang Yuan's eyes were as deep as the abyss. Clan leader Guyue did not sit down. He kept standing, his brows furrowed. The development of this matter was indeed beyond his expectations. He did not care about Fang Yuan obtaining first place. It was just a year-end exam's first place. He did not care about it at all. What he was worried about was Guyue Fangjing. There was no doubt that today's blow was too heavy for Fangjing. If Fangjing was beaten by Fang Yuan to the point where he could not retaliate and lost the battle, it would be fine. But when he tried his best and his hopes rose, he was beaten down by Fang Yuan's 2 fists. This kind of psychological trauma was likely to affect his growth. Under my guidance and arrangement, Fangjing was the first to advance to upper stage, then to peak stage, then to rank 2. He continued to accumulate success and built up his confidence. However, this confidence would probably be reduced to ashes after this battle. Sigh, all my hard work has gone up in smoke. Guyue sighed in his heart. Naturally, he developed a faint sense of disgust towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan lost to Fangjing, then everything would be perfect. But Fang Yuan actually won. This was really a little hateful. Not only the clan leader, but the other clan elders' gazes were deep and complicated. Fang Yuan's strength is so great. Is he a freak like Qishan? Speaking of which, Fang Yuan is a freak, being able to compose poems before the age of 10. As he continues to grow, it is not a big deal to have more strength. But there is also another possibility, and that is man-made. Fang Yuan has a mysterious backer behind him. Maybe this backer helped him. Then who is this backer behind him? The elders' hearts were in turmoil, but they didn't show the slightest change on their faces. Clan leader Guyue was silent for a moment, then suddenly revealed a smile. Fang Yuan, you obtained first place with C-grade talent. This is an unprecedented feat. First place will be rewarded with 100 yuan stones, and you will also have priority in choosing Gu worms. Now I will reward you again. You can choose any group to join. No matter what group it is, as long as you want it, just say it on the spot and you can join. Once he said this, the rank 2 Gu masters and students looked at Fang Yuan with envy. There were differences between groups, and joining an outstanding group meant a bright future. Gu Bo's reward was really generous. Although this reward was decided by me, I believe all the clan elders here will agree. Gu Bo's smile became wider, looking at the clan elders beside him. The clan elders led by Gu Lian, Gu Mo Chan, all had solemn expressions. At most some frowned, but they did not stop him. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Trouble is coming. Chapter 89. Fang Yuan could already see the deeper meaning behind this move. This was a small test from the clan leader. He scanned the martial arts field. The 3 best teams in the clan were all here. They were the Qingshu team representing the clan leader's faction, the Qi Shan team representing the Qi faction, and the Mo Yin team representing the Mo faction. If a normal student joined any of these 3 teams, it would mean that they had a strong backer and a bright future. But for Fang Yuan it was the opposite. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the clan, he had already been labeled as a force. If he joined any of these 3 teams, he would be in big trouble. For example, if he joined the Qi Shan team, the Qi family would naturally know that he didn't recruit Fang Yuan. His first thought was, Fang Yuan was obviously someone else's chess piece. What was he trying to do by joining his team? His second thought was, the mysterious force that recruited Fang Yuan ahead of time had already broken the rules. Now that Fang Yuan joined his team, the elders would definitely think that he recruited Fang Yuan ahead of time. Then wouldn't he be the scapegoat? No, he had to detain Fang Yuan, monitor him, investigate him. He had to get concrete evidence and dig out the mysterious backer. But the truth was that Fang Yuan had no backer. If I join one of these 3 teams, it would be the same as offending one of the 3 biggest forces in the clan. Absolutely not. I originally wanted to join Zhang He's team with a low profile. But behind Zhang He's team, there is the shadow of the elders from the torture chamber. Now that everyone is watching, it's extremely inappropriate for me to join rashly. Fang Yuan couldn't help but hesitate. Clan leader Gu Bo's smile deepened, and he continued, Fang Yuan, if you don't choose, then I will assign you. The clan elders beside him watched quietly, their expressions unmoving like statues. You're starting to force me. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He immediately guessed what Gu Bo was going to say next. He was either going to send Fang Yuan to the Qi Shan group or Mo Yin group. Gu Bo naturally knew that he did not recruit Fang Yuan. To him, this could not only eliminate his own suspicion, but also weaken his political opponents and expose the mysterious force. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This move of diverting the trouble to someone else, it looked simple but it was actually very profound, showing Gu Yu's proficient political skills. No, I can't let Gu Bo give me orders. Looks like I can only choose a mixed team. Fang Yuan was about to speak. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. Why don't you join our group? Our team is lacking a point of attack. Who was it? For a moment, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was neither tall nor short. His dark yellow skin made him look sickly. A pair of triangular eyes shone brightly. It's the sickly snake, Gu Jiao-san. Someone revealed his identity. Gu Jiao-san? He's just a mixed team with no background. The clan leader and elders all revealed disappointed expressions. Jiao-san. An undetectable dark light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He had never met this Gu Jiao-san before, and he couldn't remember if this person existed. Why did Jiao-san invite him to join? Was it simply because he got first place in the examination? How could that be? Only someone as childish as Fang Jing would have such naive thoughts. However, since Jiao-san had personally invited them, it was a breakthrough in the current situation. The higher-ups of the clan must be very disappointed. Haha. Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile as he thought of this. He lowered his eyelids to hide the light in his eyes. Then I'll join your group. Fang Yuan agreed, stopping Gu Bo's words. Is this Fang Yuan stupid? He didn't join those excellent groups, but chose to join the sickly snakes group. There must be something wrong with his brain. Jiao-san's personality, haha. The students and Gu Master started discussing, looking at Fang Yuan like he was an idiot. The clan leader and elders' faces darkened. Today's probing was actually disrupted by a Guiyue Jiao San. No, maybe this Jiao San was a pawn in the game. No matter what, they had to investigate this Guiyue Jiao San. 3 days later. It had been snowing for a day, and now it was getting lighter. Pure white snowflakes danced in the air along with the wind. The entire Qingmao mountain was covered in a layer of white clothing. Many branches were bare. Only the evergreen pine trees and green spear bamboos did not change their color, standing proudly in the snow. A group of 5 ran on the snowy ground. The leader was neither tall nor short. With a sickly yellow face, it was Guiyue Jiao San. As he ran, he looked at the silent Fang Yuan, his face showing a warm smile. Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. Although this is your first time carrying out a family mission, the mission content is relatively simple. Just follow us and learn as you do. Okay. Fang Yuan replied lightly, his eyes looking straight ahead, his expression calm. It was already winter. As they ran on the snowy ground, the cold winter wind became even stronger. When he took a breath, it was like eating a mouthful of smoothie. His chest felt cold. Fang Yuan's face was already pale, and now under the reflection of the snow, he looked even paler. As he ran, small snowflakes fell on his short black hair, shoulders and eyebrows. What was different from before was that Fang Yuan had changed his clothes. This was a dark blue battle robe. He wore long sleeves and trousers. His calves were tied with bamboo, and his feet were made of bamboo. On his forehead was a sapphire blue headband, the end of the headband fluttering in the air as Fang Yuan ran. On his waist there was a wide belt. The belt was navy blue, with a copper plate on the front. On the copper plate there was a one carved very obvious. This was a Gu master's attire, showing Fang Yuan's status as a rank 1 Gu master. The youngsters had to study in the academy for a year before they had the right to wear such attire. This attire had a special meaning. Once worn, it meant that one had surpassed the mortal class, breaking away from the lowly and stepping into the noble class, standing in the upper class of the human society. Even though rank 1 Gu masters were at the bottom of the upper class, from now on any mortal who saw Fang Yuan would have to avoid him and greet him respectfully. Guiyue Jiao San's gaze shone. This attire on Fang Yuan, along with his indifferent expression, immediately gave off a cool and capable aura. As he ran, he continued to speak to Fang Yuan. When we carry out missions, we often have to move quickly. Running is the norm. Fang Yuan, are you used to it? Still okay. Fang Yuan was a man of few words, looking at this Guiyue Jiao San from the corner of his eyes. Jiao San's warm smile made him think of the legends of Ranzu. It was said that Ranzu used the rules and regulations Gu, taking away his strength and intelligence, leaving behind 3 Gu worms, 1 suspicion, 1 trust and 1 attitude. Ranzu grabbed the attitude Gu. According to the bet, the attitude Gu was subdued into Ranzu's hands, telling him, "Human, you caught me. I can only blame it on my bad luck. From now on I will be used by you. As long as you put me on, you will be able to use me." The attitude Gu's appearance was like a mask. Ranzu put it on his face, but he could not put it on no matter how hard he tried. Even if he tied it with a rope, it would fall off. What is going on? Ranzu was puzzled. The attitude Gu laughed. "I know, human, so you don't have a heart. Attitude is the mask of the heart. Without a heart, how can you wear me?" Ranzu finally understood. He had already given his heart to hope. He no longer had a heart. A person without a heart cannot wear an attitude mask. In other words, a person with a heart attitude is a mask. The warm attitude is only the mask that this Guiyue Jiao San is wearing. What is his true motive? Fang Yuan pondered. This Jiao San, who was called the Sixth Snake, was observing Fang Yuan, while Fang Yuan was also secretly observing him. Chapter 90. In the snow, the 5-man team was running. Guiyue Jiao San looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. This mission is to collect permafrost-rotten soil. Although it is simple, it takes a long time. We need to increase our speed. Everyone follow me and try not to fall behind. Fang Yuan, if you can't hold on, just tell us, it's alright. You are a newbie, we will take care of you." Guiyue Jiao San's smile was very friendly. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying a word. The other 3 members exchanged glances. Actually, it was still early, and Jiao San's actions were unnecessary. In fact, he just wanted to show Fang Yuan his power. The three of them knew this but did not expose him. In fact, this kind of show of power was common. When a newbie joined a group, the older members would more or less show some of their power to get rid of the newbie's arrogance, so that it would be easier to command and manage them in the future. Let's go. Jiao San lightly shouted, taking a step forward and rushing out. Fang Yuan's gaze shone and he and the other three increased their speed, following closely behind. The bamboo shoes stepped on the snow, leaving a series of deep footprints. The mountainous terrain was bumpy and it was not easy to walk. Especially after being covered with a layer of snow, it was easy to slip and fall. At the same time, the snow was unpredictable. Who knew if there were sharp rocks or pits under the snow? If they stepped into a hunter's trap, they would be even more unlucky. Living in this world was tough and traveling seemed easy, but in fact it required a lot of knowledge. Many newbies suffered because of this. Only after a long period of training and suffering could a Gu master accumulate enough experience to avoid these obstacles. The cold winter wind assaulted his face as Fang Yuan sped along the snowy ground. Sometimes he jumped, sometimes he ran, sometimes he climbed, and sometimes he moved, following closely behind Jiao San. The entire Qingmao mountain was covered in a layer of snow, and many trees were bare, without a single leaf. Occasionally, squirrels or wild deer would be disturbed by this group of people, scurrying far away. Half an hour later, Jiao San suddenly stopped, having reached his destination. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with a smile, praising, "Not bad. Fang Yuan, you really deserve to be the top scholar of this year. You actually followed behind me and didn't fall behind." Fang Yuan smiled and said nothing. He was already familiar with this kind of display of strength. In fact, running through the snow had become a traditional program. Many teams used this to suppress the arrogance of the newcomers. The two of them stood there and waited for a while before the other three team members arrived. They were panting heavily, their foreheads dripping with sweat, their faces flushed red. Two of them bent over and supported themselves with their hands, while the last one collapsed onto the snowy ground. Jiao San glared at the three of them and bellowed, "Stand up straight. Aren't you ashamed? Look at Fang Yuan and then look at yourselves. After this mission is completed, all of you should go back and reflect on yourselves." The three of them quickly stood up straight, but their heads were lowered. They did not dare to raise their heads from Jiao San's scolding and did not dare to retort. However, the way they looked at Fang Yuan had changed. "That's weird. Why is this Fang Yuan so experienced? I didn't even see him fall once. Our strength is only average. How can we compare to this monster? We didn't get to watch a good show, and instead became the sacrificial lambs. This guy." "Alright, focus." Jiao San pointed to the front. "This small valley is our destination. There is a large amount of frozen soil that we can collect. We will split up here and collect the frozen soil. We will gather here in an hour. Kongjing, distribute the tools." Just as Jiao San finished speaking, the male team member called Guyue Kongjing stood up. He opened his palm, and a yellow light shot out from his aperture, hovering in the middle of his palm. The yellow light dissipated, revealing the true appearance of a golden-back frog. This golden frog was chubby, and its snow-white belly was extremely big. When it swelled up, its entire body looked like a round ball. The frog's mouth and eyes were pushed up to the top of its head, compressed together. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, immediately recognizing this Gu worm. This was a rank 2 Gu worm big belly frog. Soon after, traces of red steel primeval essence flowed out from Kongjing's hand, and was absorbed by the big belly frog. Gua! The big-bellied frog let out a loud cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a miniature shovel. The iron shovel flew in the air, quickly becoming bigger, and in a blink of an eye, it landed on the ground, becoming half a person tall. Gua gua gua, it called out a few times, spitting out a tool each time. Finally, on the snowy ground in front of everyone, there were 5 iron shovels and 5 wooden boxes. The wooden boxes were tied with 2 hemp ropes. Gu masters had a huge burden when feeding their Gu worms, thus their numbers were limited. In the early stages, it was hard for Gu masters to face complex environments alone, and there were all sorts of troubles, thus they often moved in small groups. In a small group, there would be someone scouting, someone attacking, someone defending, someone healing, and someone in charge of logistics. This male Gu master, Kong Jing, was obviously a logistics Gu master. The big belly frog he had was a typical logistics Gu worm, with a large space in its stomach, used for storage. Of course, every Gu worm had its strengths and weaknesses. The big belly frog's weakness, besides the limited storage space, was that every time it spat out something it would make a sound. This was really annoying, especially when the Gu master was hiding in the battlefield. If it was not handled properly, they would expose their location. Also, the big belly frog could not store Gu worms, and was not immune to poison, so poisonous items could not be stored. After distributing the tools, the 5 of them each had an iron shovel and a wooden box. "Let's go." Jiao San waved his hand, leading the way into the valley. Feng Yuan carried the iron shovel, carrying the wooden box, and chose another direction. He's a newbie after all, going in excitedly. How can permafrost soil be so easy to collect? If we don't distinguish it carefully, we might just collect normal permafrost soil, wasting all our efforts. In fact, it is very hard to distinguish it. The color of permafrost soil is not much different from normal permafrost soil, especially under the cover of snow. Newbies can only rely on luck to dig it out. The 3 members looked at Feng Yuan's back, laughing coldly in their hearts. However, an hour later, when they saw Feng Yuan return with a box full of permafrost soil, they were dumbfounded. Including Jiao San, their wooden boxes were at most half filled with permafrost soil. Seeing Feng Yuan's wooden box, they were too embarrassed to show their results. "It's all permafrost soil." A member inspected it carefully, and was even more shocked. "Feng Yuan, how did you collect so much permafrost soil?" A female member could not hold back her curiosity and suspicion. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows, the snow light shining on his eyes, making them look clear and penetrating. He smiled lightly. The Academy elder mentioned it before. Permafrost soil is a common resource that is produced after the snow and ice froze the swamp. It has a tinge of purple in the black, and the smell is actually very smelly, but because of the snow and ice it cannot be smelled. It is the food of the smelly fart fatworm, and it is also very fertile. It is often mixed in the soil, and used to grow wheat, vegetables and fruits. The family gave this mission. It should be used to fertilize the moon orchids in the underground cave. His words caused the 4 of them to freeze in place. These theories will naturally be taught in the academy. However, it was quite difficult to link theory with reality. Did this Feng Yuan personally collect permafrost soil before? The 3 members looked at each other. Guyue Jiao San's eyes flashed, and he smiled. "Feng Yuan, you did well." He praised, but the warm smile on his face was now a little stiff. Jiao San turned his head, and continued to speak to everyone. "This way, our mission should be completed." Everyone passed the shovels and wooden boxes to Kong Jing. "Let's go back." By the time they returned to the village, it was already afternoon. The 5 of them came out of the Internal Affairs Hall, and Jiao San distributed the 6 yuan stones. He got 2 for himself and the rest got 1 each. Seeing how easily the yuan stone was obtained, some of the members had smiles on their faces. Feng Yuan silently kept the yuan stone, and did not make a sound. He only thought in his heart, when a newcomer joins a team, the family will increase the rewards, as a form of support for the newcomer. The reward for collecting permafrost soil is at most 2 yuan stones. Because of me it is twice as much. According to logic, they should be taking care of me. If running through the snow is a show of strength, and collecting permafrost soil alone is making things difficult for me, then giving out yuan stones like this is suppression. It was just 1 or 2 yuan stones. Feng Yuan did not care about it. He was just curious. He and Guyue Jiao San had never met each other before. Why would he suppress him? Could it be? A light flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. Chapter 91. The 5 stood at the side of the street. Guyue Jiao San smiled warmly, saying to Feng Yuan, "Brother Feng Yuan, your performance really impressed us. It seems we made the right decision to invite you. You just graduated from the academy, so there are some things you don't understand. Let me introduce to you. First, clan missions. Every Gu master completes at least 1 every month. The more completed, the more perfect the mission, the higher the evaluation. Second, missions are issued by the Internal Affairs Hall, or the External Affairs Hall. Gu Masters can only choose one at a time, and once accepted, they have to complete it. Third, under special circumstances, the Gu Master can choose to give up on the mission, but the evaluation will be greatly lowered. At the same time, rank 1 Gu Masters do not have the right to give up. Only rank 2 Gu Masters have this right, but they can only give up one mission every year. Fourth, the clan evaluation is very important. It concerns your future in the clan. The higher the evaluation, the brighter and brighter your future. Fang Yuan listened and nodded. He was very familiar with these things. Guyue Jiao-san was not wrong, nor misleading, but there were many other important things that he did not say. Alright, we have just completed the permafrost decaying soil mission. Next, I have accepted a mission to capture wild deer. The danger is low, it is very suitable for Fang Yuan to practice. Jiao-san said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but said, "Thank you for your help, group leader." Yue Kongjing immediately said, "Brother Fang Yuan, you should thank group leader. Simple missions, although easy to complete, have low rewards. Group leader did this to take care of you." The other 2 female Gu Masters also added, that's right, little brother Fang Yuan. Words of gratitude are not as good as actual actions. How about we treat group leader to a meal? Brother Fang Yuan, you just left the academy, and the society is very complicated. Relationships are very important. If you have anything you don't understand, just ask us during the meal. Guyue Jiao-san laughed and waved his hand. Don't make things difficult for Fang Yuan. He just graduated from the academy, so he doesn't have much yuan stone on hand. He's very short of money. Impossible. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the first place in the year-end assessment alone should be rewarded with 100 yuan stone, right? A female Gu Master purposely called out, then showed a slightly jealous expression. Speaking of which, I am really envious, 100 yuan stone is a huge sum to us. Team leader, you're wrong about our brother Fang Yuan. How could he be so petty? Brother Fang Yuan, am I right? Guyue Kongjing laughed heartily and seemed to be very happy. The other female Gu Master got close to Fang Yuan and said in a friendly manner, "Little brother Fang Yuan, let me tell you this out of goodwill. You don't have to curry favor with us, but you have to curry favor with the team leader. Do you know, a portion of our group's evaluations are written by the team leader? If he says it's outstanding, then it's outstanding. If he says it's bad, then it's bad. Not bad, not bad. Evaluation is very important to us Gu Masters. If we are evaluated to be outstanding, we will be noticed by the clan's higher-ups. In the future, when we have more experience, we can save many years of hard work." Kongjing immediately added. Throughout the entire process, Guyue Jiao-san was smiling as he watched. Finally, he waved his hand, his expression benevolent and his smile amiable. "Sai, don't talk nonsense. My evaluations are all fair and objective. I won't be easily bribed by you guys. But Fang Yuan, don't worry, you are a newbie. Since you have joined our group, I will take care of your evaluation accordingly." If it was a normal youngster, he would have been bewitched and moved by these people's words. They were bullying newbies who did not know the rules, and were naive and childish. But Fang Yuan's eyes were clear and calm. The team leader participates in the evaluation of the group, this was a fact. This was the clan system, delegating power to the team leader, giving him the authority to manage each group. But it would not be as serious as these people said. The evaluation of the clan, the team leader's evaluation was only a small part. The rest were matters of the clan's internal affairs hall. Taking a step back, even if the team leader's evaluation of the group was very influential, so what? Fang Yuan did not care about this evaluation at all. He had already made up his mind to quickly raise his cultivation to rank 3 and leave this place. He had never thought of wasting 100 years in this clan, and working hard for the clan for the rest of his life. In the eyes of these short-sighted Gu Masters, evaluation was the most important thing. But to Fang Yuan, the so-called evaluation was nothing. So these Gu Masters' threatening words were completely useless against Fang Yuan. "I know what you've said. I still have some matters to attend to, I will leave first." Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, "Eh." At once, these 4 Gu Masters showed a shocked expression. "What does this mean? Did you not hear what we said just now?" A female Gu Master stared with her eyes wide open, screaming in her heart. Is there really no problem with your comprehension? Guyue Kongjing at this moment really wanted to grab Fang Yuan's collar and interrogate him. Jiao San's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Fang Yuan's indifference made their echoing of each other look like a farce. It made their plan become a joke. Looking at Fang Yuan's back view as he turned to leave, the anger in his heart was indescribable. Fang Yuan, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Don't listen to their nonsense. Jiao San forcefully swallowed his anger, forcing a smile as he quickly walked up and blocked Fang Yuan. You are going to rent a house, right? We will accompany you. I have some connections. I am quite familiar with renting a house. I am indeed going to rent a house. The academy hostel is uninhabitable. What advice does group leader have? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his expression calm. I know a few houses. They are cheap and the location is good. Jiao San laughed enthusiastically, leading the way. This house of mine, 15 yuan stone a month, no bargaining. 8 yuan stone and you want to rent my house? Dream on. You have to pay a deposit, 1 for 3. That's what everyone else does. My house has good feng shui, and it is secluded at night. The key is the clan leader's pavilion. You know how good the location is. The price is really not expensive, just 25 yuan stone a month. Until the sky darkened, Fang Yuan still had not decided which house to rent. Little brother Fang Yuan, you are too stingy. The village is only so big, the market price is like this. I say we should rent the house near the clan leader's pavilion. The second floor is spacious and the scenery is good. Little brother Fang Yuan, don't be too thrifty. It's only 25 yuan stone. The prize you have is enough for you to stay for a full 4 months. The 2 female Gu masters persuaded with ill intentions. Fang Yuan shook his head. I don't have much yuan stone. I can't waste it like this. Then let's rent the basement, it's cheaper. Guyue Kongjing's eyes flashed with coldness, suggesting. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. This Kongjing is so vicious. The mountain was already very humid. And now that it was winter, living in the basement without ventilation, it was easy to catch a cold. Even if one did not catch a cold, staying here for a long time would cause problems with the joints. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not reply, Jiao San said, actually the first floor of the main hall is not bad. If you share it with others, the rent will be cheaper. Fang Yuan shook his head. I want to live alone, I don't like sharing. Guyue Kongjing snorted, saying unhappily, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. It's not that I'm scolding you, little brother Fang Yuan. You're too picky, your standards are too high, it's not practical. Fang Yuan heard this, laughing coldly in his heart. Even if there is a house that fits the criteria, as long as it's a house that you recommend, I will not accept it. He was pretending to be polite just to be cautious to see if there were any traps. Immediately, just as Fang Yuan was about to say goodbye to these people, Mother Shen appeared. Young Master Fang Yuan, I finally found you. The academy hostel is uninhabitable. Master and Madam have already prepared a banquet, and specially asked me to invite you home. It's better to stay at home. Why do you need to rent a house outside? She persuaded. She finally came. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. This Mother Shen was really accurate. Finding this place so quickly, someone must have informed her. Just as he had expected, the mastermind behind the scenes was his uncle and aunt. And this Jiao San was the shackle that uncle and aunt used to restrain him. Fang Yuan's silence looked like he was hesitating. Fang Yuan, why don't you just stay at uncle and aunt's house? Why go through so much trouble? Renting a house will cost quite a lot of yuan stone. Guyue Jiao San said with concern. He looked at the side of Fang Yuan's face, a dark light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 92. In the hall the lights were bright. On the round dining table, the wine and dishes were already cold. The bright red candlelight flickered, casting the shadows of uncle and aunt on the wall. The shadows of the two joined together, swaying gloomily with the candlelight. Mother Shen knelt in front of them. Uncle broke the silence. I didn't expect this Fang Yuan to be so hellbent on going against me. I originally wanted to persuade him nicely to let him stay at home first, then find a reason to kick him out. I didn't expect that little bastard to not fall for it. He was determined to reject my invitation. There was no room for discussion. He won't even take a step forward. Aunt gritted her teeth, looking a little panicked. This unruly little bastard is already 16 years old. If he asks for the family property, we can't not give it to him. The family property that we obtained back then was clearly recorded in the Internal Affairs Hall. We can't go back on our words. What should we do? You can leave first. Uncle waved Mother Shen away and sneered. Don't be anxious. I've been thinking of a plan for the past year. First, to split the family property, one must have a cultivation of rank 1 intermediate stage. Feng Yuan has already reached this point, and is already at the peak of his cultivation. He even won first place at the end of the year. It's really impressive. But to successfully split the family property, it's not that easy. Rank 1 intermediate stage cultivation is only a prerequisite. To split the family property, Feng Yuan has to apply for it, and after the Internal Affairs Hall approves, they will issue a mission to see if Feng Yuan has the qualifications. This is also to prevent the family property from being divided randomly, causing internal friction and weakening the family's strength. Aunt came to a sudden realization. In that case, Feng Yuan has to complete this mission to obtain his parents' inheritance. That's right. Uncle laughed sinisterly. But the Internal Affairs Hall's missions are issued for small groups. This family property mission is no exception. If Feng Yuan wants to complete it, he must rely on the strength of the small group. He can't rely on himself. The family is doing this because they want to unite the group and improve their cohesiveness. His aunt laughed heartily. Master, you are too wise. He asked Jiao San to bring Feng Yuan into the group. This way, Feng Yuan would need their help to complete the inheritance quest. However, Jiao San is one of us. Feng Yuan won't be able to complete this mission alone. A smug look flashed across his uncle's eyes as he said, Humph, even if I can't recruit him, I have other ways to deal with him. Not to mention completing the mission. Even if he wanted to apply for the separation of the family and accept this mission, it might not be possible. Night fell and the snow stopped. As Feng Yuan walked along the street, the bamboo buildings along the way were all covered with a layer of white frost. His feet made light sounds as he stepped on the snow. As the cool air entered his body, Feng Yuan's mind became extremely clear. After rejecting Mother Shen, Feng Yuan ignored Jiao San and the others who urged him to stay and left on his own. So it was like this. He thought as he walked, Uncle and Aunt are trying to stop me and delay me, making me lose the chance to get back the inheritance. After the new year, I will be 16 and have the right to split the family. My parents are dead and my brother has found new parents. As long as I succeed, the inheritance will be mine. But to get back the inheritance, there are 2 steps and each step is very important. The first step is to apply for the inheritance at the Internal Affairs Hall without any mission. The second step is to complete the family inheritance mission issued by the Internal Affairs Hall. Only then will I have the right to get the inheritance. Jiao San and Aunt and Uncle are jackals of the same tribe. Not to mention the second step, just the first step is to stop me. The clan rules state that Gu Masters can only complete 1 mission at a time. This is to prevent Gu Masters from accepting too many missions and causing a vicious competition within the clan. Jiao San continued to accept missions. After completing the permafrost rotten soil mission, he immediately took on a new mission to capture wild deer. The clan missions are issued to the entire group. That is to say, according to the clan rules, Feng Yuan must complete this mission to capture wild deer before he has the right to apply for the inheritance. But at that time, I believe Jiao San will accept another mission. As the group leader, he will always be 1 step faster than me when it comes to handing in missions. I am 1 step away from applying for the inheritance mission, but he is stuck in front of me. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed. These schemes are really annoying, like an invisible rope that is restraining Feng Yuan's footsteps. But Feng Yuan did not regret entering this group. The situation at the battle stage put him in a tough spot. Jiao San's invitation helped Feng Yuan out of his predicament. If he did not enter this group, he believed that Uncle and Aunt would have other tricks up their sleeves. Now that he is in the group, he can see through their plans and counterattack easily. To solve this problem, it is not that there is no way. The simplest and most direct method is to get rid of Jiao San and assassinate Uncle and Aunt. Then no one will fight with me for the inheritance. But this method is too risky. They are rank 2 Gu Masters, and my rank 1 cultivation is still too low. Even if I kill them, there is no way to clean up the mess. Unless there is a good opportunity, I can take advantage of it. But such opportunities are hard to come by. Fang Yuan could kill the family servant Gao Wan. He could kill Old Man Wang's family. That is because they are mortals, servants. Their lives are as worthless as grass. Killing them is like killing a dog or breaking a blade of grass, it does not matter. But to assassinate a Gu master, that is a huge problem. Gu masters all have the surname Guyue. They are all clansmen. No matter who dies, it will attract the clan's punishment hall to investigate. Fang Yuan evaluated his own strength. The risk of killing now is too high, he might be killed instead. Even if he killed them, the punishment hall's investigation would be even more troublesome. Not only will his actions be monitored, they might even find out about the flower wine monk's inheritance. To get rid of a small problem and attract a problem that is 100 times bigger than the problem, this is not a wise move. I'm here. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, stopping in front of a broken bamboo building. This bamboo building was already in ruins, like an old man with one foot in the grave, bending over in the cold winter wind, struggling at death's door. Looking at this bamboo building, Fang Yuan's face showed a trace of reminiscence. This was the house he rented in his previous life. In his previous life, when he was chased out by uncle and aunt, he had less than 15 yuan stone. After sleeping on the streets for a few days, he found this place. The rooms here were too old, so the rent was much lower than other places. Furthermore, while other places would settle their accounts by month or quarter, this place was the only place that was settled by the number of days. I don't know if uncle and aunt set up other places, but my previous life's memories tell me, at least not here. Fang Yuan knocked on the door. Half an hour later, he settled the rental agreement and was brought to a room on the second floor by the landlord. The old floorboards made a worrisome sound when one stepped on them. The facilities in the room were simple. There was only a bed and a quilt. There were many patches on the quilt, but there were still holes, revealing the yellowed cotton inside. There was an oil lamp at the head of the bed, and after the landlord lit it up, he left. Fang Yuan did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on the bed and started to cultivate. The primordial sea in the aperture rose and fell, waves rose and fell. Every drop of primordial water was dark green. The four walls of the aperture were made of a sturdy white crystal film, translucent. This was the scene of a rank 1 peak. Suddenly, the green-bronze primordial sea started to surge with huge waves. Like wild beasts suddenly going berserk, they started to attack the aperture walls in a suicidal manner. Boom, boom, boom. Huge waves rose and fiercely crashed against the aperture walls. The splashing waves shattered into green crystals, and then completely dissipated. In a short period of time, 44% of the primordial sea rapidly decreased, and a large amount of primordial essence was being expended. On the thick and sturdy crystal film, cracks started to appear. But it was just cracks, and this was far from enough. If Fang Yuan wanted to break through the rank 1 peak and advance to rank 2, he had to completely destroy this crystal film, and then rebuild it. The dark green primordial essence continued to attack the crystal film, and the cracks on the crystal film increased, gradually forming a whole piece. In some places the cracks deepened and became even more obvious. But as the primordial sea was completely depleted, and without primordial essence to continue attacking, the cracks on the crystal film started to heal, and the cracks started to disappear. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He retracted his consciousness and opened his eyes. The oil lamp was already extinguished, and there was not much oil to begin with. The room was pitch black, and only a small amount of light from the snow could be seen through the cracks of the window. There was no furnace in the room, and it was not warm. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, and after not moving for a long time, he could already feel the coldness in his body gradually increasing. His black pupils merged into one with the darkness. Actually, to break through Jiao San's blockade, there is a simpler and safer method than killing. That is to advance to rank 2. Rank 1 Gu Masters do not have the right to give up on missions, but rank 2 Gu Masters have one every year. If I advance to rank 2, I can directly give up on my mission and apply to split from the family. But breaking through to rank 2 is not an easy task. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed. He got off the bed and slowly paced around the small room. From initial stage to middle stage, from middle stage to upper stage, this was a small realm advancement. From rank 1 peak stage to rank 2 initial stage, this was a huge breakthrough. The difficulty between the two could not be compared. Simply put, to break through the crystal film, one needed an explosive force, and in a short period of time a strong enough impact force to break the crystal film. But Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and the primordial essence in his primordial C was only 44%. If he used his full strength to attack the crystal film, his primordial essence would be used up in a short while. Just like just now, after his primordial essence was used up, he would not have the strength to continue attacking. And the crystal film had the ability to recover, and in a short while it would be completely healed. Fang Yuan's previous efforts would be in vain. To break through the crystal film and reach rank 2, not counting special circumstances, one would need at least 55% dark green primordial essence. And my talent is limited at most 44%. That's why people often say that talent is the second most important factor in a Gu master's cultivation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan slowly stopped in his tracks. Unknowingly, he had already walked to the window, and casually pushed it open. Through the window, snow covered the mountain. Under the moonlight, the snow was like white jade, and the world in front of him was like a crystal palace, untainted by a speck of dust. The snowy light shone on Fang Yuan's young face. His expression was calm, his eyebrows relaxed, and his eyes were like a spring under the moon. The cold wind blew, and the young man suddenly laughed. It's just a little frost. Chapter 93. After a sleepless night, the moment the sky brightened, Fang Yuan went out to buy things. The house was simple and the bedding was old. If he stayed here for a long time, the cold would invade his body and he would fall sick. Although Fang Yuan had used up most of his yuan stone, he still had to buy his daily necessities. These things could not be saved. First was the bedding. He needed at least 2 new cotton blankets. Other than that, he also needed bed sheets and blankets. He had to buy another oil lamp to light up the house, and he had to save up at least 2 pots of oil. Fang Yuan thought for a while. Although the room was not big, it could fit a small table and chair, so he bought it. Most importantly, there was a stove. In winter, if there was no stove to keep warm, he would still wake up from the cold in the middle of the night. Other than these, Fang Yuan also bought some rations. He also prepared some water, enough to last him for 7 days. The winter sun rose slowly, giving off a lazy glow. Guyue Jiao San and the other Gu masters stood at the village's northern gate, waiting anxiously. Something is wrong, we agreed on this place and time last night. But it has already been 15 minutes. Why hasn't this Fang Yuan appeared yet? A female member said. Don't be impatient, let's wait a while more. It is inevitable for newbies to be late. Jiao San laughed. He was worried about not being able to find a chance to suppress Fang Yuan, but he did not expect him to come knocking on his door the next day. Let's just wait a while. But he wants the group leader to wait for him with us. This kid is too arrogant. Guyue said to Kong Jing, his tone indignant. But after half an hour, Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. Jiao San's face was covered in a layer of darkness. This brat. Did he remember the wrong location? We agreed to meet at the northern gate. Kong Jing was suspicious. I will continue waiting here, you guys go search at the other gates. Jiao San ordered, and the 3 members could only follow. After a while, they returned to Jiao San with nothing. This Fang Yuan couldn't have seen through our plan and left the group, right? A female Gu master said. You think too highly of him. Even if he's first in the year-end exam, he's still just a young newbie. His age is there for all to see. Kong Jing curled his lips. Jiao San's face was gloomy. Whether he sees through it or not is secondary. The most important thing now is to find him. My only worry now is that he has abandoned us and started to strive for the second transition on his own. Upon reaching the second transition, one would be able to voluntarily give up on a mission and directly apply to the Internal Affairs Hall to split from the family. Find him. Find him for me. The village is only so big, and there are only so many houses for rent. We must find him and not give him the time to break through to the second job transition. Yes. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of him, there were a few open money bags, which contained all the yuan stone he owned. I don't have much yuan stone left. Fang Yuan sighed, his expression grave. Yuan stone was the fundamental driving force for a Gu master to advance. If there was a lack of Yuan stone, the recovery of primeval essence would depend on the body's own recovery ability, greatly reducing the cultivation speed. At the same time, if there was not enough food, the Gu worms would starve to death. Fang Yuan's Yuan stone had once reached 1,000 during his days in the academy, but it could not withstand the exhaustion over time. Among the Gu masters in the same batch, he only had 3 Gu worms. However, after Fang Yuan obtained first place in the year-end exam, he entered the Gu room and chose a little light Gu for free. He had to make a choice. If he gave up, it would attract suspicion. But in this way, the number of Gu worms in his hands had reached as many as 7. No doubt this was a heavy financial burden. If this continues, I can only hold on for 2 months. So I have to get back my inheritance. That is the best financial support. But to get back my inheritance, the first step is to advance to rank 2. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. To Fang Yuan, advancing to rank 2 was not easy. Gu master cultivation, the first was resources, the second was aptitude. Without aptitude, the Gu master's cultivation would be harder, and their future achievements would be lower. Aptitude from low to high was divided into D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade. But this was only a rough division. In fact, every grade of aptitude had its own detailed scale. Take C grade for example, the storage limit of primeval essence in the aperture was at least 40%, and at most 59%. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only 44%. In this C grade range he was only below average. To advance to rank 2, he needed at least 55% dark green primeval essence. This was not a problem for A and B grade Gu masters. To those C grade Gu masters with 55% primeval essence, 56% primeval essence, all the way to 59% primeval essence, they could easily pass through. So for C grade Gu masters, as long as they accumulated to a certain level, most of them would advance to rank 2. Only a small portion of them could reach rank 3. Thus, once their aptitude was tested, most people's life achievements could be predicted. Fang Yuan was treated coldly, but he could not blame people for being biased. Although my C grade aptitude is only 44%, it's not impossible for me to break through the crystal barrier and reach the second transition. The most basic method is to find a Gu worm that can raise my aptitude. The second method is to get a support Gu worm like the liquor worm, which can help the Gu master break through the barrier. Once again, I can get help from a teacher. But using heterogeneous primeval essence has a huge side effect, unless I can find a cleansing water Gu and wash away the heterogeneous aura. Fang Yuan thought in his heart as he took out the Yuan stone from the bag, using his fingers to rub the smooth surface of the Yuan stone. However, none of these methods are suitable for me right now. I don't have a teacher to help me, and even if I did, I would not leave my aperture in someone else's hands. Gu worms like the liquor worm are very rare. For me to be able to get the liquor worm is already very lucky. As for aptitude-raising Gu worms, I got them in my previous life, thus I could cultivate to rank 6 realm. I also know where to get them, but with my current cultivation I cannot enter those places. Even if I get them, I can't keep them or even use them. But other than these methods, there is also the second most stupid method. That is to use Yuan stone to forcefully push. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, his hands gripping the Yuan stone tightly. A Gu master's cultivation, the first is resources, and the second is aptitude. In a situation where aptitude is lacking, resources can be used to make up for it. My primeval essence is at most 44%, and I do not have enough foundation to break through the aperture walls. But if I absorb primeval essence while breaking through, and persevere for a period of time, I can break through the aperture walls in at most 4 to 5 days. Having made up his mind, Fang Yuan resolutely closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the aperture. The green-copper primeval sea surged again, the waves continuously rushing towards the crystal membrane aperture walls. But this time, in order to prevent primeval essence from being consumed prematurely and having no excess strength to maintain the cracks, allowing the aperture walls to recover, Fang Yuan purposely slowed down the impact. This way, the green-copper primeval essence's consumption rate was greatly reduced, but the rate at which the cracks on the crystal membrane increased also decreased. But Fang Yuan was still absorbing the natural primeval essence in the Yuan stone. The recovery rate of primeval essence was slightly greater than the recovery rate of the cracks on the crystal membrane. Although the progress was extremely slow, and could not compare to 1% of the effect of using primeval essence with all his strength, but in the long run there was hope of success. But like this, other than the necessary eating and excreting, Feng Yuan had to cultivate non-stop. The more time he wasted, the more yuan stone he wasted, and the more effort he put in would go up in smoke. At most, he could stop for 15 minutes, and if there was no more primeval essence to continue attacking, the crystal membrane would completely recover. Thus, once he started to attack, he had to persevere until he succeeded, and could not be disturbed. Once he stopped for too long, he would have to start all over again. Feng Yuan did not have that many yuan stones on hand. He could do it a few more times. Time passed quickly while cultivating, and in the blink of an eye, the sun had already set. Under the dusk, Zhao San's face was covered in frost, his voice low. After searching for a day, you still haven't found him? No leader. Kong Jing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. That lad did not even rent the house we recommended. I don't know where he went. Continue searching tomorrow, we must find him. Remember to search the inn as well. I don't believe it, the village is only so big. No matter where he hides, there will be traces of him. Zhao San waved his sleeves and left. At noon of the second day, their search finally bore fruit. A female Gu master excitedly ran to Zhao San, reporting, I found it, I found it. Feng Yuan is in an old bamboo building, renting a room on the second floor. According to the landlord's description, it should be him. It's just as I expected. He really hid and tried to break through to rank 2. Zhao San laughed sinisterly. Let's go to his house and greet him. He's a newbie, we need to show some concern. Everyone laughed coldly. The four immediately went to Feng Yuan's house. There was a piece of bamboo paper on the door. Zhao San took it down and opened it. On the bamboo paper was Feng Yuan's handwriting, basically saying that he was going into closed-door cultivation for a few days, not going out at all, and trying to break through to rank 2. If outsiders saw it, do not disturb them. If Zhao San saw it, it would be an application for leave. Zhao San snorted, throwing the bamboo paper away. How could I let you break through to rank 2 so easily? He laughed coldly, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Feng Yuan, are you here? He purposely raised his voice. We are here to see you. Seriously, you should have told us about something like going into seclusion first. There was no reply. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao San knocked on the door. Brother Feng Yuan, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you are acting on your own. Since you have already joined our group, you should listen to orders, obey the group, and move together. We have already accepted the mission to catch wild deer. This is for you to practice. Why don't you stop first? Let's finish this mission first, then you can cultivate. Zhao San squinted his eyes, his face was gloomy, but his tone was gentle. There was still no reply. Zhao San suddenly raised his voice. Brother Feng Yuan, why haven't you replied? Nothing happened to you, right? Breaking through to rank 2 is not so simple. You could have asked us for some advice first. Feng Yuan, did you hear that? Not good, did he faint? Zhao San talked to himself, his face cold, but his tone was filled with concern. The other 3 members watched from the side. Kong Jing interrupted at the right time. Leader, you might have guessed it correctly. Feng Yuan did not reply for a long time. Let's go in and save him. Feng Yuan quickly opened the door. You are not saying anything, we are really worried about you. If you don't open the door, we will break in. You are a newcomer, we can't let you fall into danger. Zhao San shouted. But there was no reply. Zhao San smirked, turning his head to signal Kong Jing. Kong Jing understood and kicked fiercely. With a bang, the entire door was sent flying, crashing onto the bed. Chapter 94. Feng Yuan, hang in there, we are here to help you. Zhao San had a concerned expression, shouting as he strode into the room. But at the next moment he was stunned. There was no one in the room. Feng Yuan was not here. The 4 were silent. How could this be? Where is he? Zhao San broke the silence, feeling embarrassed and angry. He had been acting for half a day, but it was a one-man show, and Feng Yuan was not even in the room. The 3 looked at each other, not expecting such an outcome. This is strange. If Fang Yuan is not here, why would he paste that note on the door? Kong Jing said carefully. Hurry and call the landlord over. Jiao San raised his leg and kicked the door away. You are looking for me, Humph, I am looking for you. As soon as he came to my building, he made a scene and even kicked my door in. Young man, you are quite capable. The landlord was an old man, but his tone was strong. To have extra houses in the Guyue village that could be rented out, they were all Gu masters. Gu masters' strength and status were above mortals. Mortals did not dare to do this business, and in fact, they did not have any property. All the properties in the village belonged to the Guyue clan. The mortals who lived here were all serfs and servants raised by the Lord. Senior, we are looking for a young man. He is our group member. Facing the landlord, Jiao San controlled his temper. An old Gu master like the landlord, although he was old and no longer working outside, he still had connections and a network. However, they still had connections and a network. Although they had retired to the second line, they still had a lot of power. Without some trump cards and connections, how would he dare to do business? This world was not peaceful. It was filled with violence and plundering. The landlord shook his head, his tone harsh. I do not care about the tenant's whereabouts, but I know that you broke my door, so you have to compensate. This is our fault, we should compensate. Jiao San laughed dryly, his heart filled with anger. But he still compensated Yuan Stone, and even gave a little more. The landlord's expression immediately became much better. If the young man who rented this house is the person you're looking for, then he hasn't been back for a day. He paid a month's rent, and yesterday morning bought a great many things, and asked me where I could buy coal and stone cheaply. There's no need to buy it. There's a valley to the east of the stronghold. There's a bare mine there that we can excavate directly. He thanked me and left. After that, he never came back. Is that so? Jiao San looked at the decorations in the room. Indeed, the bedding on the bed was brand new. There was a square table and chairs, which were second-hand goods. They looked quite sturdy. The stove was empty. There were no coal stones in it. Jiao San let out a long breath and calmed down. It seems that Fang Yuan was delayed by the coal excavation. Forget it, let's come back tomorrow. He walked out of the room first. However, on the third day, Fang Yuan did not appear. Jiao San and the others stood in the room and hesitated. Doesn't take that long to dig for coal. Fang Yuan wants to go into closed-door cultivation, maybe he wants to dig a bit more at once. But that time is already long past. Did something happen to him while he was digging? Kong Jing guessed. Jiao San nodded his head, pointing at the bedding and stove that Fang Yuan bought. This kid is very stingy. He paid a month's worth of Yuan Stone, and bought so many things. He even specially pasted a note on the door. He probably wants to go into closed-door cultivation here. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. These days, because of the expansion of the wolf den, the wild beasts around the stronghold have become more active. Maybe he met some wild beasts. Team leader is wise. The two female members praised at the same time, flattering him. Jiao San laughed loudly. Ha ha, I was just worrying about how to deal with him. Although we have a mission to capture wild deer, let's not rush out. If we meet this kid in the wilderness, we can't just leave him to die, right? The other three members couldn't help but laugh. On the fourth day, inside the aperture, waves of dark green water kept surging, crashing against the walls of the aperture. The translucent white crystal wall was already filled with deep cracks, crisscrossing each other. This was the result of Fang Yuan's hard work for 3 days and 3 nights, without any sleep or rest. At most, when he could not take it anymore, he would quickly eat a meal to solve the problem of excretion. These days, Fang Yuan had been purposely suppressing the waves, and at the same time, absorbing the natural primeval essence from the Yuan stone. Thus, after such a long time, the green copper primeval sea had only gone from its limit of 44% to 20%. As time passed, when the green copper primeval sea had only 13% of its water left, the crystal wall could not hold on any longer, and reached its limit. Kacha, the originally thick and sturdy crystal wall, was broken. Countless crystal shards fell down, landing in the primeval sea, creating waves. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a crystal white dot, and completely disappeared. What replaced the crystal wall was a brand new white light wall. This was the rank 2 light wall, although there were not many changes and it still emitted white light, but it was much more dazzling than the rank 1 light wall. At the same time, a trace of light red primeval essence was formed in the primeval sea, and mixed in the bottom of the aperture, in the shallow dark green primeval sea. This was the red steel primeval essence that only a rank 2 beginner stage had. Success! I finally broke through to rank 2. Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light instantly lit up the dark room. But immediately, a strong sense of dizziness came over him. Continuous training for 4 days and 3 nights, the intensity is very high, my body can't take it anymore. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly and slowly laid down. The training process was not disturbed. It seems that the set I set up in the rented house has already worked. The money spent was worth it. I will rest well for the night, and return to the village tomorrow. Thinking of this, a strong sense of drowsiness came over him. Feng Yuan forced his eyelids open, and with his strong willpower, he covered his body with the quilt at the head of the bed. When he closed his eyelids in just a few breaths' time, he fell into a deep sleep. The previous training had already used up a large amount of his mental energy. This sleep lasted until the afternoon of the second day. When Feng Yuan opened his eyes, he felt that his mental energy had recovered by more than half, but there was still a feeling of weakness in his bones. He pushed open the door and walked out of the room for the first time in 5 days. This movement immediately attracted someone. This person had long and thin eyes, and a skinny body. It was Jiang Ye's brother Jiang He. Seeing the haggard Feng Yuan, he let out a breath of turbid air and said, "You finally came out. Phew, if you didn't come out in a few days, I would have really broken the door and come in. After all, if you died here, I would have to bear a huge responsibility." Feng Yuan smiled and did not say anything. The winter sun shone through the window, and on his body and face, it made him look even more pale and weak. As early as 5 days ago, he purposely asked the landlord, and gave Jiao San and the rest clues about the coal. Then he left the village, and went straight to the village at the foot of the mountain. Because of his relationship with Old Man Wang's family, Jiang He had become half his ally. Using this relationship, Feng Yuan lived in the village for the past few days, and without any disturbance, he successfully broke through to rank 2. Of course, the rock crack secret cave was much more secretive than Jiang He's, but it was not safe. Feng Yuan also had to consider the possibility that if Jiao San and the rest insisted on looking for him, they might find the rock crack secret cave. Although this possibility was small, once the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was found, Feng Yuan's life would be in danger. Feng Yuan was cautious in his actions, and naturally would not take this risk. At the same time, Jiang He's side was also safer. Although they had a common secret, Jiang He would not kill him because of this. The trouble and risk of killing a Gu master was too great. Without enough benefits, Jiang He would not have the motive to commit murder. On the contrary, because he had to keep the secret, Jiang He would be more worried about Feng Yuan's safety. Once Feng Yuan died, the clan's punishment hall would investigate, and maybe Old Man Wang's family's secret would be unearthed. Seeing Feng Yuan come out safely, Jiang He heaved a sigh of relief. But very quickly, he felt the aura on Feng Yuan's body, and his expression changed. To think that you really succeeded and broke through to rank 2 in one go. He was very surprised in his heart. 5 days ago, when Feng Yuan came to find him and explained his intentions, he was actually a little disdainful. To absorb the natural primeval essence in the Yuan stone while breaking through to rank 2. This method used both the mind and the spirit, and it consumed a lot of energy. Normally speaking, a Gu master must have extremely strong willpower, patience, and at least a few years of cultivation experience. With these cultivation experiences, a Gu master can absorb the primeval essence in the Yuan stone as a kind of instinct. At the same time, they can skillfully control the primeval sea waves, and suppress the impact to a certain degree. And this degree must be just right. Not only can it resist the aperture wall's self-recovery, but it can also not be used up too quickly, complementing the primeval essence recovery and replenishing it in time. In Jiang He's opinion, Feng Yuan's chances of success were almost zero, but he did not expect him to succeed in one go. Feng Yuan laughed indifferently. "I was just lucky. I plan to go back to the village today, but before that, it would be best if I can have a meal." Brother Feng Yuan, since you're here, of course I'll take care of your food and drink. Jiang He patted his chest, his attitude becoming even more amiable. Although he was not optimistic about Fang Yuan's future, now that Fang Yuan had successfully advanced to rank 2, it meant that he had passed a hurdle and already had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. After a sumptuous banquet, Jiang He personally sent Fang Yuan to the village entrance. Brother Fang Yuan, be careful on this trip. Recently, the wolf nest has been a little chaotic, causing the wild beasts around the village to move more frequently. It's snowing again. Jiang He paused for a moment, then continued, in my opinion, don't leave. How about staying for a night? Ever since Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 2, he had become even more enthusiastic. But Fang Yuan insisted on leaving, and bade farewell to Jiang He. Snow fell bit by bit, quietly like pure white fur slowly drifting down. The light of the setting sun dyed the snow into a golden color. Bits of snow fell on Fang Yuan's head and shoulders. Far away, the Guiyue village stood quietly on the mountainside in sight. I swear I will never trust Dian Dian's timing anymore. Chapter 95. Let's go, don't fall behind. The people in front are fighting a bloody battle and are waiting for our support. Follow closely, it's easy to get lost fighting at night, especially the newbies. On the mountain road back to the village, from time to time, groups of 5 would run past Fang Yuan. What happened? In less than 500 meters, Fang Yuan had already seen the 13th wave group. He couldn't help but ponder. 500 years of memories was too long and complicated. Speaking of which, ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, he had never given up on his memories. But there were still many memories that seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of fog. If he forced himself to remember, he would only get lost in the fog, which was not worth it. Only a few memories that left a deep impression, like a crystal pearl necklace, ran through the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. Obviously, what was happening now was not in this pearl necklace of memories. Guiyue's life in the village was just the early stages of the early stages. It had been too long. And maybe this didn't happen in my previous life, but because of my change there was a change. Who knows? Just like that, he pondered as he walked. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan arrived at the north gate of the village. Coincidentally, another group was about to set off. Seeing Fang Yuan, one of the people in the group suddenly stopped. Fang Yuan, why are you still here? What's wrong? Fang Yuan looked up. The person who spoke was none other than one of his classmates, Guiyuecheng. Qiqing immediately frowned. Aya, don't you know? There's already a small beast tide forming near the village. If left unattended, it will gradually form into a large beast tide. When that happens, the village at the foot of the mountain will be destroyed. Our village doesn't have these lowly mortal slaves, so sometimes it's very inconvenient. Oh, so that's why? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. With this reminder, he remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in his memories. In this world, it was difficult for humans to survive. Almost every few years there would be a beast tide. Humans needed resources and space to live. Beasts and insects also needed it. It would be easier to understand if the beast tide was explained as a battle between humans and wild beasts. Take Qingmao Mountain for example. Every 3 years, there would be a large-scale wolf tide attacking the various mountain strongholds. According to my calculations, the real wolf tide should be next year. However, this was the root of the current small beast tide. As the wolf pack continued to expand, the living space of the other beasts in the surroundings was constantly shrinking. After accumulating for a long time and reaching a certain limit, the migration of the beasts would occur. Migrating groups of beasts will naturally affect other groups of beasts. Because of this mutual influence, there is a certain chance that the influence will be amplified, and the large groups of beasts will migrate at the same time, resulting in a beast tide. If we don't control the situation in time, the beast tide will grow bigger and bigger. Although it won't threaten the existence of the entire Guiyue stronghold, if we don't do anything about it, the strength of the stronghold will be weakened. Wait, if that's the case, Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone brightly, but he quickly lowered his eyelids, concealing the changes in his eyes. Seeing that Fang Yuan didn't speak, Qiqing continued, currently, the Internal Affairs Hall and External Affairs Hall have already sent out the mobilization order and issued an urgent mission. Fong Yuan, don't think of slacking off, your group has already set off in the morning, you have to go too. However, saying so, Qiqing purposely dragged out his words. The beast tide is full of danger. All kinds of wild beasts will appear. Especially fighting at night. It's much more dangerous than fighting in the day. You are just a small rank 1 Gu master, not like us rank 2 Gu masters, you have to be careful. As he said so, he purposely puffed out his chest and touched his belt, his expression proud. His belt was no longer the green color of a rank 1 Gu master, but the red color of a rank 2 Gu master. At the same time, the metal plate at the front of the belt was engraved with the word 2. Not long ago, Guocheng successfully advanced to rank 2 with his grandfather Qi Lian's help. I just heard this news, but since it's like this, Fong Yuan smiled, then I'll go with you. Once we reach the front line, I'll leave the group and return to my group. What? TSK, who wants to bring you along? Qiqing crossed his arms, curling his lips in disdain. Fong Yuan's tone was unhurried. Clan rules. Lone Gu masters will merge with nearby groups and have the duty to continue fighting. Qiqing, you don't even know this? You. Qiqing stared, about to explode. Indeed. Qi Shan, who had been silent, opened his mouth. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a stocky back and a bear's waist. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were as thick as steel. His whole body's fiery red skin seemed to emit heat. Without a doubt, he was the leader of this group. Seeing him open his mouth, even if Qiqing was the Qi faction's inheritor, he could not help but shut his mouth. Qi Shan expressionlessly looked at Fong Yuan, continuing, "Let's go, you follow." His voice was deep, his words short and concise, giving off an unquestionable feeling. Fong Yuan shrugged unconcernedly, agreeing to it. Qiqing sneered, looking at Fong Yuan with ill intentions, emphasizing in a strange tone, "Then you have to follow." Fong Yuan did not pay attention to him. What's with the arrogance? He's just a rank 1 Gu master. Qiqing angrily muttered, but due to Qi Shan's authority, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Immediately, the group of 6 left the door, running down the mountain along the mountain path. Guocheng took the lead. He was big, but his speed was not slow. Other than him and Qiqing, the other group members were 2 males and 1 female, their expressions cold. Along the way, Qi Shan's group started to show the elegance of the 3 strongest groups. Everyone's breathing was even. Their footsteps were fast and calm. Only Qiqing was in a sorry state. But he used the scarlet pill cricket goo from time to time, barely keeping up. Moreover, it could be seen that he had received good experience. Although he stumbled, he did not fall. At the foot of the mountain, Qi Shan gestured, and the group stopped. Huff huff huff. Qiqing was already 300 meters behind, the last to arrive. His face was pale, breathing heavily, looking at Fong Yuan with an incredulous expression. Along the way, Fong Yuan had been following closely behind. Up until now, he was only panting slightly. He did not look like a rookie at all. Qiqing, remember to regulate your stamina. Qi Shan turned around, reminding Qiqing, and then glanced at Fong Yuan, his eyes showing appreciation. The other group members also looked at Fong Yuan with a more relaxed expression. We are nearing the beast tide. Qiqing, Fong Yuan, come to the middle of the group. Qi Shan looked at the dark forest ahead and said. These words made Fong Yuan reevaluate this Qi Shan. This big guy seemed to have some tolerance. The middle of the group was usually the safest. Although Fong Yuan was not from the Mo faction, Qi Shan still maintained the attitude of a rookie. Compared to him, the sickly snake Jiao San paled in comparison. The sky had already turned completely dark, the layers of dark clouds causing the snow to darken. Qi Shan group had already changed their formation, their speed greatly decreasing as they jogged in the complicated terrain of the forest. Fong Yuan and Qiqing were in the middle of the group. On the left was the tall Qi Shan, and on the right was an old man. At the back was a young woman with long blue hair. And right in front was a male Gu master called Qi Shi. He was this group's investigative Gu master. He let out hissing sounds, his tongue sticking out from time to time. At this moment, his tongue had already split apart and turned into a bright red snake tongue. As they went deeper into the forest, wild beasts started to appear in the surroundings. Suddenly, Qi Shi said, "There are 3 mid-sized creatures ahead, suspected to be wild deer. Disperse. Qi Shan's expression did not change, immediately giving the order. The 6 people did not change their direction, heading straight ahead. The 3 wild deer charged towards them, changing directions and dispersing. Not long after, Qi Shi's expression changed. A group of mid-sized creatures, suspected to be turtleback old apes. Shift, Qi Shan said. The team immediately turned to the left, bypassing the group of troublesome apes. This was the advantage of investigative methods. They could predict in advance and make the correct adjustments. Qi Shi should be using a snake letter goo. This rank 2 goo worm can sense heat. But there are 3 obvious flaws. First, its sensing range is small. Second, it can be easily interfered with. And third, it cannot detect cold-blooded creatures. But no matter what, it's better than nothing. I have advanced to rank 2, and will need an investigative goo to survive in the wild in the future. Feng Yuan thought. Suddenly Qi Shi hurriedly said, a mid-sized creature, suspected to be a white tiger. It has discovered us and is quickly approaching. Fight! Qi Shan's tone was heavy. Howl! A fierce tiger suddenly rushed out from the bushes ahead, and the group encountered it head-on. If not for Qi Shi's early warning, they might have been caught unprepared. But now, everyone was already prepared for battle. First, the old man on the right suddenly puffed up his cheeks, opened his mouth and spat out a white sticky object. The object suddenly expanded in mid-air, turning into a large spider web, using its strong stickiness to trap the white tiger's head. The white tiger struggled fiercely in the web, and Qi Shan suddenly took a step forward, punching the tiger's head. His fist flashed with a metallic luster, and with a bang the tiger's head was smashed into pieces, and the white tiger died. The group did not stop, crossing over the tiger's corpse and continuing forward. Qi Shi once again replaced Qi Shan's position, leading the way. The whole process was smooth like flowing water, and all the group members showed tacit understanding. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. If I were to deal with this tiger alone, I would need at least 5 minutes to deal with it. Feng Yuan's gaze flashed. These goo masters had the same cultivation as him, all rank 2. The main difference was still the goo worms. The goo worms they used were all rank 2 goo worms, complementing each other. The ones in Feng Yuan's hands, however, were all rank 1. Goo master, goo came before the master, and goo worms had a huge impact on the goo master's actual battle strength. Although I advanced to rank 2, I still need rank 2 goo worms to display the battle strength of a rank 2 goo master. But I don't have much yuan stone left, and a large portion was used to advance to rank 2, and every time I fuse a goo worm it costs a lot. Feng Yuan was thinking, when Qi Shi suddenly said, we found the sickly snake group. Chapter 96. We found the sickly snake group on the left. They are in a stalemate with a large wild beast. Half a second later, Qi Shi reported again with more details this time. What's the situation? Qi Shan frowned. That's right. Qi Tu's tongue flickered in and out. Jiao San's red crag python only has 1 shop. It is fighting with a king boar. Everyone's expression changed. King boar, I want to refine a goo worm and need the tusks of a wild boar. No doubt, king boar's tusks are the most suitable. Feng Yuan's heart moved. In fact, he already had the intention to kill king boar. That king boar. The blue-haired female goo master raised her eyebrows. Other than that one, there isn't a second one nearby. But with the sickly snake group's strength, wanting to devour this king boar is too greedy. The old goo master snorted in disdain. Old man Wang could figure out the terrain of this mountain, so these rank 2 goo masters who were active on Qingmao Mountain would naturally be even more clear. There was another reason why they didn't eliminate this king boar in advance. Qi Shan pondered for a while and said, go help? I'm afraid they won't appreciate it. The old goo master laughed coldly. Even if we don't go help, we have to send someone over. Qi Cheng glanced at Feng Yuan beside him and said in an unhappy tone. The group slightly changed direction and moved towards the left. Qi Shan and the rest had always looked down on them and disliked Gu Yue and Jiao San. But as a family, when facing an external enemy, even if they had a grudge, they would still unite. This was the cohesiveness of this world's clans. It was also because of this cohesiveness that there were undying 100-year clans and even 1,000-year clans. The group passed through a forest in the dark and arrived at a depression. The 4 Gu masters of the sickly snake group were surrounding King Boar and engaged in an intense battle. In the middle of the battle, King Boar, who was as large as an elephant, was entangled with a red python that was as thick as a bowl. This red python's entire body was made of dark red stones that were very hot. It was like a thick chain wrapped around King Boar's body. King Boar howled angrily and kept rolling on the ground. His snow-white fangs pierced through the night sky and drew streaks of cold light in the air. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and its tail was broken. Some of them were flipped open, revealing bright red wounds. They were right next to the red rock python's body, and had already been scorched by the high temperature. Qi Shan's team stopped approaching and stood in the distance to watch. After a few glances, the old Gu master realized, I was wondering why the sickly snake had such guts. So this King Boar was already injured. TSK, this despicable person took advantage of it. Do you guys think that this King Boar has the black boar Gu? Qiqing's eyes shone with excitement. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he watched quietly. At this time, Jiao Sanxi and the rest also noticed the situation here. Immediately, the logistics Gu master Guyue Kongjing left the battle and ran over. So it's Lord Qi Shan. There are no problems here, we can settle it. There are many beast groups at the front lines and we need everyone's support. Kongjing said to everyone, what can be settled? You are lying through your teeth. I think this red rock python can't hold on much longer. The old Gu master's eyes were sharp and his words hit the nail on the head. They are just afraid that after we attack we will split the loot. The blue-haired female Gu master directly exposed Jiao Sanxi and the rest's thoughts. This King Boar is yours. Qi Shan said and looked at the old Gu master. The old Gu master snorted, but still bent down and vomited, spitting out a white sticky spider web. The spider web expanded in the air and spread out, trapping King Boar. King Boar struggled intensely in the spider web, breaking strand after strand of spider web, but it could not escape. Using this time, sickly snake Jiao San quickly recalled the red rock python. Then together with the healing female Gu master in the group, they carried out emergency battlefield healing on the red rock python. The red rock python's stone body had many cracks in the intense battle just now. Under the healing, the cracks shrunk and disappeared. Fang Yuan, it's time for you to return. Do you still want to stay in our group? Qiqing said unhappily. Fang Yuan slowly took a step forward, walking out from behind Qi Shan. Guyue Kongjing was blocked by Qi Shan's huge body earlier, and did not notice Fang Yuan. Now that he saw him, his expression turned weird. Jiao San turned around and saw Fang Yuan, and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Quick, the spider web is about to break. You have more strength, go and suppress King Boar and stall for time. We need time to heal the red rock python. Without a defensive Gu worm and with only rank 1 cultivation, getting close to King Boar was undoubtedly risky. Qi Shan looked at Fang Yuan, let's go. Saying so, he took big steps and left. He did what he said. Although King Boar's value was not small, he did not hesitate and turned to leave. Seeing Qi Shan's group leave, Jiao San and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. From start to finish, they did not say a word of thanks. Jiao San continued to shout, Fang Yuan, quick, King Boar is very strong. The spider web is about to collapse. If you perform well this time, I won't pursue the matter of you leaving the group. Okay. Fang Yuan agreed, and quickly walked to King Boar. He stretched out his hand and grabbed onto King Boar's 2 huge fangs. He used all his strength to press down, and King Boar was immediately suppressed, its struggling reduced. Good job, Jiao San praised, but his triangular eyes shone with a cold light. This Fang Yuan came at the right time. This small-scale beast horde was a great opportunity. Jiao San had never thought of killing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was his group member, and with Fang Yuan's death, the clan's evaluation of him would drop. This was not in line with his interests. He only promised his uncle Guyue Dongtu that he would delay Fang Yuan's growth. As long as he was 16 years old, he would receive a sum of money from Guyue Dong Tuesday. In fact, even though he was stingy and sinister, he had never thought of killing Fang Yuan. This was not only because the death of a Gu master would attract a thorough investigation from the punishment hall, and the risk was too high. Most importantly, it was because of the clan's philosophy: blood is thicker than water, and family comes first. Unless it was revenge for killing one's father or stealing one's wife, there was no such thing as internal strife. Just like what the Guiyue clan leader had said to the academy elder, other than rules and regulations, there was also a strong sense of familial love. Any organization's existence must have rules and values, these two foundations. Using this chance, I'll injure Feng Yuan and let him return to the village and lie on the bed. Let's see if he can still break through to rank 2. Of course, I can't do it myself, it would be terrible if they found out. Anyway, there are so many wild beasts in the beast horde. I'll just borrow their strength. Guiyue Jiaosan laughed coldly in his heart, but he asked Feng Yuan, how much longer can you hold on? I can still hold on for a while, don't worry, leader. Feng Yuan replied firmly. Very good, Hua Xian, quickly go and plant the corroding bloodgrass goo. Jiao San ordered loudly as he healed the red rock python. Yes. A female goo master walked up. She came to King Boar's side, and stretched out both her hands, raising her 2 little fingers. On the fingernails of her little fingers, there was a faint mark of a purple vine coiling around it. Light red scarlet iron true essence appeared and circled around her cute little finger. Then it completely disappeared into the vine mark. The vines immediately became active, and a thin tentacle grew out from her fingernails. The tentacle slithered like a snake, extending to the corner of King Boar's mouth, before moving along its teeth and entering deep into its stomach. Feng Yuan's lips that were hidden in the night sky suddenly curled up into a sinister smile. Others would care about familial love, and would not easily kill their own clansmen. This was a huge violation of traditional values. But he did not care about these values at all. The strength that was exerted on King Boar's fangs suddenly retracted. King Boar howled in anger. All of his strength burst out, and his fangs fiercely shot upwards. Feng Yuan used both his hands to support the 2 fangs, and along with this huge force he was thrown high into the air. King Boar fiercely swung his head, and his long fangs swept horizontally. The female goo master was right beside him, and could not defend against this sudden change. She was hit by the fangs, and immediately screamed in agony. Then her slim body was struck by the wild boar's fangs, and with a crack she broke into 2. The female goo master flew horizontally, and like a broken sack, she was swept into the air, and fell down with a plop. She landed on the ground, her eyes wide open, and died on the spot. Chapter 97. The female goo master's body was like a doll, broken at the waist. Her upper body was on the ground, and her lower body was bent at an angle. Her buttocks were on the ground, and her feet were pointing towards the sky. Far away, Feng Yuan also landed from the sky. He first smashed into the tree crown, breaking many branches and leaves before falling onto the snow. He nimbly flipped his body and stood up from the snow. Because he had activated the jade skin goo, other than the slight pain on his back, he was unharmed. On the battlefield, there was a moment of silence before Jiao San's angry roar could be heard. Feng Yuan, didn't you say you could still hold on? Feng Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but his body suddenly slanted and he almost fell. He used his hands to hold onto the tree trunk to maintain his balance. He pretended to have sprained his ankle and could not walk, but his gaze swept the surroundings to see if there were any other goo masters. Facing the beast tide, the goo masters were all doing their best to fight. They simply could not focus on their own matters, and did not have the leisure to observe Feng Yuan. Although he had been observing in the dark and did not find any other goo masters, even so, Feng Yuan still chose to disguise himself. From there, sounds of intense battle could be heard. Evidently, King Boar had escaped, and was fighting with the red rock python again. Feng Yuan moved over step by step, his face anxious. He fell on the ground a few times, the mud, grass and snow stuck to his body, looking extremely pathetic. Finally, he returned to the edge of the battlefield. On the battlefield, 3 humans and a pig were entangled. The red rock python's body was tightly wrapped around King Boar's body, as well as the latter's 2 hind legs. King Boar's 2 hind legs could only move around randomly, causing it to roll on the ground and struggle at times. With its 2 front legs it charged around randomly. There were more wounds on its body, and the boiling pig blood had already dyed the ground red. Seeing that Feng Yuan had arrived, Guiyue Kongjing, who was the furthest away, shouted, Fang Yuan, you bastard, you caused Hua Xian's death. I didn't mean to. But I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan shouted. Fuck, if you can't hold on, then why were you so confident just now? If you can't, then you can't. You'll kill someone by talking nonsense like that. Gu Yukong opened his mouth and stared furiously. If not for the fact that he was fighting, he really wanted to go up and give Fang Yuan 2 slaps. So sorry. I won't do it again. Fang Yuan quickly said. Fang Yuan, I will settle the score with you later. The sickly snake Jiao San roared, feeling immense pressure. The dying boar had gone mad, and the red rock python's body was full of cracks. Kongjing, don't bother with Fang Yuan. Quickly take out the blade scale net. Jiao San saw that the red crag python was on the verge of collapse and his forehead was filled with cold sweat as he hurriedly shouted. Yes. Kongjing quickly took out the big-bellied frog and activated his Jinyuan, spitting out a barbed wire net. The barbed wire was covered with sharp spikes and shiny blades. Fang Yuan, grab the other end and rush up with me to trap King Boar. Kongjing shouted. But I sprained my ankle, I can't walk anymore. Fang Yuan had an anxious expression as he limped over. Useless thing. Kongjing had no choice but to do it himself. He dragged the blade scale net with both hands and threw it towards King Boar. King Boar was trapped by the blade scale net, and instantly let out a loud cry as fresh blood gushed out. It had a premonition that death was coming, and it struggled even more violently. However, as it struggled even more violently, the blade scale net became tighter, and its injuries became more severe. And because the red rock python's body was made of stone, it didn't suffer much damage from the blade scale net. What a pity for its fur. Jiao San's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Finally done. Kongjing let out a long breath. At this moment, Fang Yuan shouted, "Let me help you." Chi 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 chi, several moonblades flew out and landed on the blade scale net, cutting through the iron wire. Under King Boar's intense struggle, the hole was pulled open, and the blade scale net broke into pieces, allowing King Boar to escape. In an instant, Kongjing stared with his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the scene. Fuck. The other female Gu master no longer cared about her ladylike image, and loudly cursed. I seem to have gotten into trouble. I wanted to help you. Fang Yuan shouted, his voice sincere and innocent. Jiao San dodged King Boar's charge and rolled on the ground. Before he got up, he shouted, Fang Yuan, you idiot, look at what you have done. You are a pig teammate. Group leader, you have to believe me, I really didn't do it on purpose. Fang Yuan defended himself. Shut up, you are not allowed to attack now, stay at the side. Jiao San shouted and rolled again, dodging King Boar's kick. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but he obeyed and retreated tens of steps. All of you retreat. Jiao San snorted, and started to show his true trump card, breathing out 2 traces of yellow poison gas from his nostrils. The poison gas continued to flow out of his nostrils, increasing in quantity, and gradually forming a yellow poison cloud. King Boar and Jiao San's figures could be vaguely seen outside the poison cloud. Kongjing and Fang Yuan retreated to the yellow cloud to watch the battle. Fang Yuan said to the remaining female Gu master, "Heal my leg. I sprained my ankle." The female Gu master was furious. "My good sister is dead, and you only sprained your ankle. Why don't you go and die?" Fang Yuan felt wronged. I didn't want this to happen. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Should he make a move and get rid of these people? Now was a good chance to make a move. In their subconscious, they would never expect that I would have killing intent. If the sickly snake group is eliminated, the restriction on me would lessen. But if this process is seen by other Gu masters, I will be doomed. The crime of killing a tribesman is the most unforgivable crime in this world. Not only will they be executed, they will also be tortured for 7 days and 7 nights in public. Of course, he was not afraid of death, but for such a small group it was not worth the risk. To kill them, he had to use the beast tide, and he had to be clean himself. Unfortunately, King Boar was about to die. After this battle, the sickly snake group suffered heavy losses, and their battle strength was at its limit. They had to leave the battlefield. What a pity, such a good chance. Fang Yuan felt a wave of regret. But he had already done his best. If he went any further, the smell of a trap would be too strong. The others were not idiots, they would definitely sense it, and the other Gu masters might also see it, and the risk would be huge. 5 minutes later, King Boar fell to the ground with a plop. The yellow mist dissipated, and Jiao San stood there panting, his face pale. He had used his trump card, and had little primeval essence left. You guys dissect the corpse quickly, bring the spoils of war and we will retreat. Jiao San shouted. Feng Yuan and the rest surrounded King Boar, and started dissecting the corpse. King Boar's blood was boiling, and the smell of blood was thick. The surrounding was a dark forest, and there were roars of wild beasts, as well as the sounds of intense battles. But there were no other wild beasts in this small battlefield. This was the majesty of a beast king. Wild beasts had their own rules. King Boar's thick aura caused ordinary wild beasts to tremble in fear. When the beast tide advanced here, they would split into two. Of course, if a stronger beast group or beast king appeared, they would not care about King Boar's aura. But at this moment, pairs of blue eyes suddenly appeared in the surrounding darkness. Gu Master's screams and howls could be heard from other places. It's wolves, a wolf group. The lightning wolf group actually appeared. Damn it, why would there be a wolf group? Now is not the time for the wolf tide to erupt. Retreat, don't care about King Boar, we need to retreat as well. Jiao San shouted. The surrounding people's faces also turned pale. A single lightning wolf was not scary. But once the lightning wolves formed a group, even King Boar would have to avoid them. More importantly, lightning wolves had high endurance, and their speed was fast, and they were best at chasing. At such a critical moment, Jiao San could not care about anything else, abandoning the other three and escaping backwards. Group leader, wait for me. Kong Jing shouted in fear, and quickly followed. I do not have a Gu worm to increase my speed, I cannot escape. Jiao San and the rest do not have much primeval essence left. Even if they have a Gu worm to increase their speed, they cannot escape from the lightning wolves. Under the threat of death, Feng Yuan's heart was as calm as snow. He decisively chopped the female Gu master's neck with a knife hand strike, knocking her out. Then, he dragged her into the Wild Boar King's open stomach. The Wild Boar King's belly had already been cut open with a deep and long gash. Feng Yuan squeezed into the bloody body of the wild boar, and at the same time he dragged the female Gu master, using her body to block the outside and cover his body. The wolf group rushed over, and most of them chased after Jiao San, Kong Jing and the rest of the retreating Gu masters. The remaining portion surrounded King Boar's corpse and started to eat. Feng Yuan was inside the wild boar's body, and he could clearly hear the sound of the lightning wolves chewing and swallowing, as well as the shaking when they bit. A lightning wolf group actually appeared in the first beast tide. This is an accident. The clan will definitely send reinforcements. King Boar's body is huge, and the lightning wolves will need some time to devour his insides. As long as I can hold on for a while, I will be able to survive. Feng Yuan was deep in thought. Jiao San and Kong Jing, if there were no accidents, were already dead. They did not have much primeval essence left, and were not good at speed. In such a short distance, they would definitely be killed by the wolves. In a panic, people would make stupid choices. Under the pressure of death, there were very few people who could be as clear-headed as Feng Yuan, and instantly choose the best response. Even King Boar's flesh was eaten, revealing Feng Yuan who was hiding inside. The number of lightning wolves that Feng Yuan faced was definitely not as many as the others. According to his experience, there were at most 5 and he still had a fighting chance. His chances of survival were much higher than the others. The sound of the lightning wolves biting and tearing could be heard continuously, and it was getting closer. Most of King Boar's flesh had already entered the mouth of the lightning wolves. If a normal person was in such a situation, they would feel that every second was like a year. But Feng Yuan closed his eyes instead, and took out the spare yuan stone and held it in his palm, racing against time to recover his primeval essence. Chapter 98. The primeval essence that Feng Yuan recovered in the boar's stomach was not used in the end. This beast horde was under the watchful eyes of Guyue's higher-ups, and the appearance of the lightning wolf pack was just a small accident. Very quickly, Guyue's higher-ups made a swift response. The 3 elders personally led the team and quickly stabilized the situation. 10 minutes later, Feng Yuan could hear the sounds of fighting from outside the boar's stomach. as well as the cries of the lightning wolves. He quickly kicked the female Gu master in front of him away, and crawled out with his body covered in blood. Fang Yuan was not worried about the lightning wolves, but he was worried that he would be affected by the aftershocks of the battle. If a Gu master's technique hit the boar's corpse by accident, then wouldn't he be wronged? Who could he find to reason with then? Suddenly, a living person crawled out of the boar's stomach. This caused the Gu masters who were fighting with the lightning wolves to be shocked. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, and there was even a king boar's intestine wrapped around his leg. His body emitted a pungent smell of blood, causing the Gu masters to frown. But Fang Yuan did not mind. He took a few deep breaths and stretched his limbs, looking around the battlefield as if nothing had happened. As he expected, there were a total of 5 lightning wolves. But these lightning wolves were all old, weak, sick, or disabled. They were the lowest in the wolf den. As the wolf pack grew stronger day by day, the Wolf King would chase the old and weak out of the wolf pack in order to protect the young and strong lightning wolves due to limited resources. These lightning wolves gathered together and first attacked the surrounding beast groups. Then the beast groups influenced each other, finally forming this small-scale beast horde. Under the attacks of the Gu masters, the 5 lightning wolves quickly suffered casualties. They had eaten too much, and their stomachs were round, affecting their battle strength. At the same time, the newly arrived Gu masters all had ample primeval essence in their apertures, and their battle strength was at its peak, unlike Jiao San and the rest. Primeval essence was especially important to Gu masters. A phoenix in trouble was no better than a chicken. With less primeval essence, the Gu master's battle strength would fall, and a Gu master without primeval essence could not even be compared to a mortal. So why was the liquor worm and black and white boar Gu so precious? It was also reflected in this aspect. Firstly, with the liquor worm, it can refine primeval essence, allowing the Gu master to store more primeval essence. And the black and white boar Gu's amplification to a Gu master's strength does not require primeval essence to display its effects. And for the black and white boar Gu, after one person uses it, it can be given to another person to use, thus it has great collective value. The battle lasted for a while before it ended. The 5 lightning wolves fell one after the other, and the reinforcement team that rushed over did not go any deeper. Their quintessential essence had been greatly consumed, and their combat prowess had been greatly reduced. For the sake of safety, they stopped where they were. While resting, he waited for reinforcements to arrive. In a group of 5, the investigative Gu master was on guard, while the other 3 were using Yuan stone to quickly replenish their primeval essence. The healing Gu master squatted down and inspected the female Gu master's corpse. Dead. The healing Gu master sighed deeply, looking at his sorrowful expression. He seemed to know this female Gu master. Fang Yuan looked on coldly. This female Gu master that he had knocked unconscious had been blocking in front of him. Now he had lost his right chest and a calf. On his arm there was a huge bite wound from the lightning wolves, revealing his pale forearm bone. But these wounds and the large amount of blood loss were not the true cause of her death. The true cause of her death was the paralysis of her heart. The bite of the lightning wolves carried electricity. The electricity flowed through the unconscious female Gu master's body, causing her heart to be paralyzed. The once beautiful and sexy body was now lying on the ground, motionless. After death, there was no trace of her previous elegance left, only an ugly corpse. She's dead, it's all your fault. As a man, why did you hide behind a woman? You are a disgrace to men. The healing Gu master raised his head and stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently, his face calm. The truth is, she fought with me for the position inside. But I won in the end and I am glad about this. Bastard! The healing Gu master rushed up. Bam! Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked him away. The healing Gu master's battle strength was usually weak, and due to the clan rules, he did not dare to use his Gu worms. With just his physical strength, how could he be Fang Yuan's match? Damn bastard! The healing Gu master climbed up dejectedly, wanting to rush up again, but was stopped by the investigative Gu master. If you think I committed a crime and caused her death, then you can report it to the punishment hall. I will accept it. Fang Yuan looked at the healing Gu master indifferently and left. Damn it! Damn it! The healing Gu master's eyes seemed to be spewing fire. staring fiercely at Fang Yuan's back. He wanted to rush up but was held back by the others. Calm down. Even if we report it to the punishment hall, the clan will not punish him. We all know you have feelings for her. Although the clan rules cannot punish him, we can spread the news. Under the persuasion of the group members, the healing Gu Master slowly calmed down, lowering his head and sobbing. The boat is in trouble. A man grabbed a wooden plank and was temporarily saved. At this time another man swam over, also wanting to grab that wooden plank. However, this wooden plank can only hold one person's weight. In order to save the first man, he pushed the second man away, causing him to drown in the sea. The rescued man was put on trial, but was not convicted. This is the wooden plank incident on Earth. It means in order to save yourself, if you have no choice but to endanger someone else's life, you will not be punished. On Earth, it is the emergency refuge in the punishment hall. In this world, there are similar clan rules. That is to say, even if the healing Gu Master reports it to the punishment hall, I will not be punished. But Fang Yuan pondered as he walked back. He walked at a steady pace, unhurried and unhurried. Along the way, Fang Yuan would find corpses on the ground from time to time. Most of them were wild beasts of all kinds, and there were even some Gu Master corpses. At the same time, small groups of reinforcements were rushing to the front lines. When they met Fang Yuan on the streets, most people would cast a strange and puzzled gaze at this blood-stained young man. Fang Yuan did not mind, his gaze deep as he continued to ponder. But if I was found to have knocked out the female Gu Master, I would be severely punished for murdering my own kin. But at that time no one should have seen that scene. Jiao San and Kong Jing both had their backs to me, running for their lives. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused. He saw Kong Jing and Jiao San's corpses. The former's body had been gnawed beyond recognition, while the latter's body was preserved in a relatively good condition. That snake Gu, the red rock python, had already turned into pieces of rock, completely dead. And beside the sixth snake, there were more than 10 lightning wolf corpses. Obviously, Jiao San fought back before his death, and there was an intense battle. Not bad. This way, other than me, the other 4 in the group are all dead. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart, feeling slightly happy. This way there are fewer obstacles around me. Fang Yuan stopped. He had just seen Jiao San's finger twitch slightly. Not dead yet, such a tenacious life. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his killing intent surging. At this time, more than 10 healing Gu Masters came running from the front. Quick, save the injured. These are our clansmen, saving one life is another. If they are confirmed dead, remember to retrieve the Gu worms. Fang Yuan's gaze froze. What to do? The enemies were so close. If he wanted to kill Jiao San, it would be a huge risk. No matter if he used his hand or the moonblade, there would be traces left behind. In front of these Gu Masters, there was no time to clean up the traces. Then should he let Jiao San go just like that? Speaking of which, even if Jiao San was saved now, he might not survive. No. If I can get rid of Jiao San, the obstacles in my path will be greatly reduced. If I let go of such a good opportunity, it would be difficult for it to appear again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He slowly half-knelt beside Jiao San, taking off his shirt and covering Jiao San's face and upper body. He had been in the boar's stomach for a long time, and the boar's blood had already soaked his shirt, causing it to be heavy and wet. The shirt was tightly stuck to Jiao San's nose and mouth, preventing him from absorbing air. Fang Yuan half-knelt on the ground, watching quietly, his face showing a solemn and pained expression. At this time a Gu Master walked over. Little brother, I am the medicine hall's Gu Master. Let me take a look. Get lost. Fang Yuan shouted angrily, pushing him away. The Gu Master fell on the ground, but was not angry, instead consoling. Little brother, my condolences. I know how you are feeling. I also understand the pain of seeing your clansmen die in front of you. But you are covered in blood, your injuries are not light. For these sacrificed clansmen you have to live well. Come, let me treat your injuries. Fang Yuan did not speak, he was silent, his lowered face shrouded in a shadow. He allowed this Gu Master to inspect his body. The results of the inspection surprised the Gu Master. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, looking terrifying. But in fact, There was not a single wound on his body. But the Gu master quickly retracted his thoughts, focusing his attention on Jiao San. My apologies, the clan wants to take back the Gu worms. The Gu master sincerely looked at Fang Yuan, then slowly took off the bloody shirt. Jiao San's half-opened eyes had lost their luster. The Gu master skillfully used his fingers to pry open Jiao San's eyelids, looking at his pupils and touching his neck, but he could not feel any pulse. Dead. Completely dead. The Gu master did not suspect anything, sighing and placing his hand on Jiao San's abdomen. There was still some warmth in his abdomen, and the aperture in his body was slowly disappearing. There was not a single Gu worm inside. The Gu master looked at Fang Yuan, saying unintentionally, every Gu master's Gu worms are recorded clearly. After the Gu master dies, his Gu worms will be left to the inheritor. Taking it without permission is against the clan rules. Fang Yuan was fearless, meeting the Gu master's gaze. Of course I know this. Are you suspecting that I stole the group leader's Gu worms? Taking these Gu worms was risky and troublesome. If other secrets were exposed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Fang Yuan knew that although he had the spring-autumn cicada and could instantly refine Gu worms, it was not easy to sell them in the clan. It was not worth it to get himself into trouble for such a small profit. Other than that, there was another point. His current financial situation was not good. Even if he took them, he might not be able to keep them. Facing Fang Yuan's question, the Gu master quickly laughed. Of course I did not mean that. The dead cannot come back to life, little brother. Please restrain your grief. For the sake of those who have died, you should live well. Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He stared at the 6 snakes' corpse with a sorrowful expression, concentrating for a while. The night wind whistled in his ears. You are right. After a long while, Fang Yuan broke the silence, his gaze cold, saying with deep meaning, for the dead I should live well. Chapter 99. Internal Affairs Hall Interrogation Room. The winter sun shone through the only skylight, shining on the ground. The specks of dust slowly floated in the light pillar, revealing even the smallest details. The light pillar shrouded a chair. Fang Yuan sat on this chair, bathing in the sunlight. In front of him, in front of the wall shrouded in shadows and darkness, there was a long table. 3 clan elders were sitting behind the table. The interrogation had been going on for an hour. Fang Yuan, are you sure you did not make any mistakes in what you just said? One of the clan elders asked. Yes. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids, looking at his toes. The sunlight shone on his fair face, making him look like a white statue. He had already expected this situation. After all, the other 4 Gu masters in his group were all dead, and only he was alive. In fact, every Gu master would be interrogated to a certain extent, to help the clan gather information on the battlefield. However, Fang Yuan had already been interrogated for an hour, and it was clear that someone was targeting him, making things difficult for him. This was completely understandable. As long as he was human, he would have social connections, and there would be a chain of people behind him. Then can you describe the situation on the battlefield in detail? The elder continued to ask. Yes. I used a few days and broke through to rank 2. Just as I returned to the village entrance, I met the Qi Shan group. After finding Jiao San and the others, I joined the group. At that time they were fighting with King Boar. Fang Yuan spoke with his usual calm tone. He had exposed his rank 2 status, and without the corresponding Gu worm to conceal it, his rank 2 aura could not be concealed. Now that Sickly Snake and the others were dead, he could make up whatever he wanted. However, Fang Yuan only hid some important details, and most of the things he said happened. This was Fang Yuan's 5th time narrating. The 3 clan elders frowned as they listened. They could not find any loopholes, but they knew one thing. He was making up lies, and they were afraid of saying too much. If he said it a few more times, there would naturally be loopholes. But after 5 times, Fang Yuan's narration was slightly different each time, but the content was the same. It should be true. The 3 clan elders looked at each other, communicating with their eyes. However, one of the elders was not satisfied. One of her daughters was a healing Gu master in the Sickly Snake group. She was the one she doted on the most, but in the end, she died tragically in the wolf's mouth. This caused her to feel resentful. At this moment she looked at Feng Yuan with a cold gaze. Feng Yuan, let me ask you, you used the moon blade to cut open the scaly blade net? Why did you do that? The middle-aged female elder asked sternly. Because I panicked. I wanted to make a contribution, but in the end I helped more than I helped, Feng Yuan said. Then let me ask you again, when you hid in the pig's stomach, did you purposely let the female Gu masters in the same group block the calamity for you? The elder asked again. I don't know. I was so scared that I wanted to hide inside King Boar's body, but she got inside and fought with me for the position inside. She did not rob me, was bitten by the electric wolf body, died. I'm ashamed, Feng Yuan replied. The middle-aged female elder gritted her teeth. Feng Yuan's answer was very cunning, only stating a fact. In fact, he did not say his own subjective intentions. This caused the elder who wanted to suppress him to be unable to find any evidence to use against him. Naturally, she was furious but could do nothing about it. Under such circumstances, Feng Yuan could not be judged guilty. 3 days had passed since the small beast died. The casualty figures were tallied, causing the clan's higher-ups to have ugly expressions. In the past small beast tides, although there were losses, it was definitely not this serious. The reason was because of the lightning wolf pack. If it was before, there would be at least 3 small beast tides before these wolf packs would appear. In this world, the environment was harsh and survival was difficult. To humans, to survive, other than competing with other humans for resources, they also had to fight against ferocious beasts, as well as the harsh weather. And these battles were often extremely difficult. The small beast tide was only the prelude. The truly terrifying thing was the large wolf tide a year later. At that time there would be tens of thousands of lightning wolves attacking the village, along with the terrifying Thunder Crown wolf head. The female elder unwillingly asked a few more questions. Finally, under Feng Yuan's impeccable answers, she chose to give up. Then Feng Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Another clan elder asked with deep meaning in his words. I plan to apply for the family separation mission, inherit the inheritance left behind by my parents, and live on well, Feng Yuan said frankly. There was no need to hide this. Because the sickly snake group was almost completely wiped out, only Feng Yuan was left. Thus, he did not need to use the rank 2 Gu master's right to give up missions, and could accept the family separation mission. The elder who asked the question nodded, then shook his head and said to Feng Yuan, you still don't understand what I mean. Other than you, your group members have all been sacrificed. My suggestion to you is to join another group. The Internal Affairs Hall's mission difficulty is designed for small groups, and it is very difficult for one person to complete it. Whether it is your family separation mission or the monthly compulsory mission, it is the same. Feng Yuan was silent, not replying. The elder continued, of course there is another choice. You are already a rank 2 Gu master, and have the qualifications to become a group leader. As long as you pass an assessment mission, you can create your own group. Which one do you want to choose? Feng Yuan blinked. I haven't decided yet. I need time to think about it. Then you can leave. After you go back, think about it quickly. The reorganization of the group will take place in the next few days. After this period, it will be difficult for you to join a group again, the elder said with concern. Feng Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He would not choose either of these 2 paths. He had too many secrets on him, and moving alone was not only safer, it was also more convenient for him to act. Otherwise, if he had to move with others, wouldn't it annoy Feng Yuan to death? After leaving the interrogation room, Feng Yuan did not immediately leave the Internal Affairs Hall, but instead applied for the family separation mission. In the end, he was told that he was busy recently, and would come back in 3 days. Walking out of the main door of the Internal Affairs Hall, he looked at the sky. It was only a winter afternoon, and it was extremely ordinary. The winter day was bleak, and the cold wind pierced the bone. The air seemed to be filled with sorrow and heaviness. Today is a collective memorial service. Guyue and Jinju died, Feng Yuan. Do you know? Mabe and a group of youths passed by here and stopped. Other than Mabe, there was also Fengzheng, Qicheng, and the others. Mabe and Qicheng usually did not get along, but today they seemed to have forgotten each other's grievances and walked together. Brother, Jinju has been studying and living with us for a year. Come with us, Fengzheng said. Guyue and Jinju. In Fang Yuan's mind, the figure of a young girl suddenly appeared. She had once fought evenly with Ma Bei in the arena, but lost because of her lack of stamina. She was a hard-working girl. However, under death, no matter if it was beautiful or ugly, it was all the same. Most people would feel that it was a pity, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was already very common. Oh, she's also dead? But birth, old age, sickness, and death are all human nature. After seeing it many times, it will fade away. You guys go, I don't have time. Fang Yuan brushed past the crowd. This guy. Immediately, many youths started to feel indignant. So cold-blooded and heartless. He doesn't care about schoolmates at all. Recently the news has spread throughout the clan, you guys should have heard about it. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to survive was because he hid in a pig's stomach and used a female Gu master in his group as a shield. What a disgrace to drag out an ignoble existence. He doesn't have any manliness. Qiqing crossed his arms and sneered. Brother. Fang Jing lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Hearing such discussions as Fang Yuan's younger brother, he felt a wave of shame. Fang Yuan walked, the sarcasm behind him getting further and further away, until he could not hear them clearly. His heart was calm. So what if they insulted me? If they want to scold me, then scold me. So what if they scold me? Short-minded people often get angry because of cursing, and happy because of praise. But in fact, these are just other people's opinions of you. Because of other people's views, those who live are destined to be pitiful people. In fact, after some intentional people purposely spread the news, Fang Yuan's reputation was already very bad. Sacrificing a female companion to protect himself, although such an act would not be punished, it would be condemned by the public. But this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to create. Once you enter the system, you are a chess piece. You have no choice but to follow the rules. To Fang Yuan, it was too much of a hindrance. He needed resources, and even more so, he needed to be alone. So he wanted to be a loner. So what if he was ostracized by others? Only the weak-hearted would be afraid of being ostracized. If this situation were to happen on Earth, no matter who it was, they would be dead. After all, two fists cannot fight against four hands. Social connections were the guarantee of survival. But in this world, as long as one's cultivation was strong, one person could fight against 10 people, 100 people, or even 10 million people. So what if they were ostracized? If they were in the way, they could just kill them. If there were no resources, they could just take it by force. The rules of every world were different, and it determined that there would be differences in social forms, resulting in differences in human behavior. The higher the martial arts level of the world, the weaker the collective concept. So in this world, demons ran amok. Chapter 100. What? That kid is actually a rank 2 Gu master now, and even applied for a family-splitting mission from the Internal Affairs Hall. Uncle Guiyuedong Tu's shocked and angry voice reverberated in the guest hall. That is indeed the case. Although I took your Yuan stone, I could not stop him, so I could only tell him to come 3 days later to get the mission. Delaying for so many days is already the limit of what I can do. The middle-aged male Gu master sitting at the side said. Guiyuedong Tu snorted in his heart. He understood the meaning of this Internal Affairs Hall Gu master. What, delaying for 3 days is already the limit? He was just trying to extort some money from him. However, the most important thing now is to do my best to protect the family assets. This brat is really too worrisome. Guiyuedong Tu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Fang Yuan's growth speed made him feel a sense of fear. I came specially to tell you goodbye. The middle-aged male Gu master stood up and was about to leave. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, brother. There are some things that I need your help with. Guiyuedong Tu quickly stood up and took out a money pouch, stuffing it into the male Gu master's hand. The male Gu master stuffed the pouch full of Yuan stone into his arms, and immediately changed the topic, laughing loudly. Brother Dong Tu, you are too polite. What kind of relationship do we have? We've known each other for more than 10 years. Don't worry, I will prepare the most difficult mission for Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan may hire other Gu masters. You have to be careful. Don't worry about this. Although I have retired, I still have my connections. I have already hired people to watch him. If that kid hires an outsider, he will be violating the clan rules, and I was just worried about not having anything to use against him. Then I am relieved. Goodbye. I will send you off. No need, please stay. Guyuadong too looked at the Gu master's departing figure, and the smile on his face gradually collapsed. This Feng Yuan is clearly a C grade. How did he advance to the second transition so quickly? Damn it, what are Jiao San and the others doing? You can't even watch over a living person. Sigh, now the 3 or 4 of us actually died in the beast tide. How useless. Feng Yuan had also advanced to the second transition. In this case, he would definitely be able to receive the inheritance mission. He could no longer use the method that he had used to restrain him. However, he's all alone now, and it's really difficult for him to complete the inheritance task alone. That's inappropriate. This brat's luck was a little strange. Just as he asked Jiao San and the others to suppress him, a small beast tide came. What if he relied on luck again and completed the mission? I have to prepare for the worst. The fact that Guyue was able to live up to this point in the frozen earth represented success in itself. Compared to the fledgling Feng Yuan, his interpersonal skills were much better. Collect honey wine? Feng Yuan's eyes flashed coldly when he received the family property mission. This mission was very troublesome. It required him to collect 5 tails of the golden bee's honey wine. The golden bees were the size of a fist, their bodies were black and gold, and their stingers were sharp, possessing strong offensive capabilities. That was not all. A normal small bee colony only had honey. Only in large and medium-sized beehives, when enough honey was accumulated, it would ferment into the more precious honey wine. This mission is very difficult even for a 5-man group. Because it's useless to have more people, the Gu master who collects the honey wine must have a defensive Gu worm to withstand the stingers. It seems that Uncle is behind this, taking advantage of the fact that I don't have a defensive Gu worm. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. Now, it was evident that the flower wine monk's inheritance had hidden benefits that couldn't be said. It was easy to do things in secret but difficult to do things in the light. The more aboveboard the action, the easier it would be for others to see through it, and the easier it would be to stop it. On the other hand, doing things in secret and hiding one's trump cards would make others unable to see the situation clearly, and unable to deal with it properly. However, if I want to collect the honey wine, just relying on the jade skin goo is not enough. The jade skin goo is only a rank 1 goo worm. If it can advance to the rank 2 white jade goo, I believe it will be easy. There was no need to take a risk. His rich life experience allowed Feng Yuan to avoid taking a detour. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan was now a rank 2 initial stage goo master, but the goo worms on him, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all rank 1 goo worms. This situation was like a burly man who could use a large glaive to chop people, holding a small dagger. The dagger could not fully display the burly man's fighting strength. Only by forging it into a large glaive would it be the most suitable. Feng Yuan had 7 goo worms on him. Vital goo, spring-autumn cicada, moonlight goo, liquor worm, white boar goo, jade skin goo, and 2 little light goo. Among them, the moonlight goo and the 2 little light goo could be refined into the rank 2 moonglow goo, while the white boar goo and jade skin goo could be refined into the white jade goo. The moonglow goo represented an increase in attack power, while the white jade goo increased defense. If Feng Yuan had enough yuan stone, he would naturally refine both. But not long ago, in order to push his cultivation to rank 2, he had used up most of the yuan stone. Now the yuan stone he had was only enough for 1 use. No doubt, choosing to refine the white jade goo was the wiser choice. With the white jade goo I can collect honey wine. And with the white jade goo, it will be helpful for the flower wine monk's inheritance. But if I fail this refinement, the consequences will be severe. My finances are on the verge of collapse, and without the white jade goo, I cannot inherit the inheritance. If I am stuck at this step, it will seriously slow down my growth. Feng Yuan could faintly feel a pressure. He knew he had reached a crucial moment, and if the refinement succeeded, his future would be bright. But if it failed, it would be like falling into an abyss, and if he wanted to climb back up to his current level, he would need to work even harder and spend even more time. Goo masters use their own primeval sea as their foundation, and use goo worms as their means. Goo are essential to a goo master, and without goo there is no goo master. Other than their own cultivation, goo masters also need to refine goo, nurture Gu and use Gu. In the room, clan leader Guobo carefully explained to Fangzheng. Refinement, nurture and use, these three aspects, any one of them is broad and profound, and a person's whole life cannot be explored. Among them, in terms of Gu refinement, you already know how to refine a Gu worm and use it for yourself. But this is only single refinement. Other than single refinement, there is a more important fusion. Through fusion, you can combine many different Gu worms into a higher rank Gu worm. This is the evolution and refinement of life. Fangzheng, you are already rank 2, but your Gu worms are all rank 1. It is time to refine a rank 2 Gu worm. Fangzheng asked. Lord Clan Leader, then how do I refine? Guobo said. To refine, you need to know the recipe. Some Gu worms cannot be fused with each other. After countless years of development and precipitation, the ancestors, through continuous practice and countless failures, summed up a lot of secret recipes. Our Guyue clan has the most in-depth research on the Moonlight Gu, and now we already have 2 rank 5 recipes. What is a rank 5 recipe? According to this recipe, by continuous fusion, you can finally refine a rank 5 Gu worm. Fang Yuan, you have a Jade Skin Gu and a Moonlight Gu, which fit one of the rank 5 recipes. If you follow this recipe, you can finally refine a rank 5 Gu worm, Moonlight Treasure King Gu. Moonlight Treasure King Gu? Fangzheng's face showed a yearning expression. It is still too early to tell you about a rank 5 Gu worm. Come, take out the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu. I will guide you on how to fuse these 2 Gu into the rank 2 Moon Raiment Gu. Saying so, Guobo's expression turned solemn. The most important thing in fusing Gu worms is to multitask and fuse your consciousness. Right now, the Moonlight Gu and Jade Skin Gu in your hands no longer have their wild consciousness, and have been replaced by your own consciousness. What you need to do now is to fuse these 2 consciousnesses together. Fuse together? Fangzheng blinked, his expression confused. Guobo laughed. Don't worry, with more practice you will be able to grasp this feeling. Let's begin. Okay. Fangzheng nodded, and under Guobo's guidance, the light red steel primeval essence rose up like smoke, and lifted the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu in the air. Fangzheng closed his eyes, and began to feel and manipulate these 2 Gu worms' consciousnesses. Guobo was observing from outside, and saw the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu revolving around each other like 2 stars. As the consciousnesses fused more and more, the distance between the 2 Gu worms also got closer. After 3 hours of continuous experimentation, the consciousnesses in their bodies were finally manipulated by Fangzheng, and completely fused together. Immediately, the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu burst out with a dazzling white light. The 2 white lights linked together, and soon formed a ball the size of a wash basin. Maintain your current state and then throw Yuan stone into the ball of light. Guobo instructed in time. Fangzheng took out a piece of Yuan stone, and threw it into the ball of light. Strangely enough, after the Yuan stone was thrown in, it turned into a pure natural primeval essence, and completely fused into the ball of light. Only some white stone powder was left, which fluttered and fell onto the bed sheet. Continue throwing until you fuse into a rank 2 Gu worm, Guobo said. Fangzheng threw out the second piece, but at this moment, the white light suddenly disappeared, and the 2 Gu worms seemed to have been pushed by each other, flying in opposite directions. The fusion had failed. Oh no, I forgot to maintain the fusion of consciousnesses. Fangzheng immediately realized his mistake. Don't worry, the first few failures are very normal. Guobo comforted Fangzheng and then reminded, but you have to be careful, you can't fail too many times. Otherwise, the Moonlight Gu and Jade Skin Gu will die. Fangzheng recalled the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu, and as expected, found that the surface of the Moonlight Gu had a slight crack, while the Jade Skin Gu was somewhat dispirited. His heart sank, and he truly experienced the difficulty of refining Gu. Chapter 101. Swish, 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 waves undulated in the primeval sea, rising and falling. As far as the eye could see, it was a patch of light red. It was no longer the rank 1 bronze sea, but a red steel sea. The aperture's 4 walls were a thin layer of light, the sign of a rank 2 initial stage. The entire red steel primeval sea took up 44% of the aperture. In the air above the sea, the spring-autumn cicada appeared. After close to a year of recuperation, it had already shown signs of improvement. Originally, its body did not have any luster. It was rough and dull like a rotten firewood. But now it looked like it was stained with oil. Originally, its wings were like withered leaves in the autumn wind, and there were many gaps at the edges. But now there was a hint of green, and a black line was drawn at the edge of the wings, forming a complete arc without any gaps. Spring-autumn cicada, spring and autumn, so that's it. For it to recover, it needs to experience spring and autumn. Since rebirth, a year has passed, which is also a cycle of spring and autumn, so it has recovered. Feng Yuan stared at the spring-autumn cicada, and his mind could not help but start to think. His understanding of the spring-autumn cicada deepened. Gu masters refine gu, nurture gu, and use gu. The use was categorized into thousands of categories. Feng Yuan interacted with the spring-autumn cicada day and night, and his understanding of the spring-autumn cicada slowly accumulated and deepened. But the spring-autumn cicada is still very weak, and only managed to crawl a few steps forward from the precipice of death. It can only use its aura to suppress gu worms, and increase the effect of the single refinement. As for the fusion of gu worms, it cannot help. There were other mystical gu worms that could increase the success rate of fusion. Everyone had their specialties, and the spring-autumn cicada only had the ability to rebirth. Other than the spring-autumn cicada on the sea surface, the chubby liquor worm had curled up into a ball, floating in the sea having fun. The ladybug-like white boar gu and the jade-like jade skin gu flew around each other. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and slowly opened his right palm. In the center of his palm, there was a crescent moon and two pentagonal stars. It was the little light gu and the moonlight gu residing there. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and shifted his gaze to the bed. There were 3 money pouches on the bed, 2 bulging and the other half deflated. Other than that, there was also the snow-white tusk of a king boar. It looked like an elephant's tusk, lying quietly on the bedsheet next to Feng Yuan's leg. After Sickly Snake's team tried their best to kill King Boar, they were attacked by a pack of lightning wolves. Most of King Boar's flesh was devoured by the lightning wolves, leaving only 2 snow-white fangs as the most valuable spoils of war. According to the rules of the tribe, as one of the members who killed King Boar, Feng Yuan received one of King Boar's fangs for free. Feng Yuan looked at the items in front of him with a solemn expression. I don't have much Yuan stone left, it's only enough for 1 fusion. After this fusion, regardless of success or failure, my finances will collapse. But if I don't fuse in time, in less than 10 days, my Yuan stone will continue to be used up, and I will even lose the chance to fuse. Feng Yuan raised 7 gu worms, and the financial burden was quite big. And because of his C-grade aptitude, he used the liquor worm many times in order to cultivate quickly. Thus, the expenditure of Yuan stone was higher than normal people. Recently, he did not use Yuan stone to quickly replenish his primeval essence. The red steel sea in his body was the result of his self-recovery. Feng Yuan had long been holding on to Yuan stone, calculating his living expenses. Yuan stone could not be casually used. The current situation was like he was about to fall off a cliff, and was relying on the wild grass in his hand to temporarily maintain his body at the edge of the cliff. But as time passed, the wild grass in his hand began to crumble. If he did not make any risky efforts, he would fall off the cliff soon. What he needed to do now was to use the wild grass in his hand to climb up the cliff. If he succeeded, he would be able to obtain the family assets, and ascend to another level, and everything would have a new look. If he failed, he would fall off, and if he wanted to climb back up, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy. No matter what, let's begin. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, his gaze determined. White boar gu, jade skin gu. The 2 gu worms came out of his aperture with his thoughts, and floated in front of Feng Yuan. Fuse! Feng Yuan shouted in his heart, and the white boar gu and jade skin gu suddenly burst out with a piercing white light, and collided with each other. This collision was soundless, but it produced a ball of light. The white light was even more dazzling than before. This meant that Feng Yuan's 2 consciousnesses were fusing. Feng Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the white ball of light, and at the same time took out Yuan stone from his bag, and threw it into the ball of light. The ball of light swallowed the Yuan stone, and only powder was left, falling on the bed. Every time it swallowed a piece, the edge of the ball of light would expand a little, The ball of light absorbed the natural primeval essence and became bigger and bigger. Slowly, it went from the size of a washbasin to the size of a stone mill. It's about time. Feng Yuan squinted his eyes and grabbed the king boar's snow tusk in his hand and threw it into the ball of light. If anyone saw this, they would scream in shock. Because the recipe of white boar goo and jade skin goo to refine the white jade goo was known by everyone for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of adding king boar's snow tusk. However, not having it in the past did not mean not having it in the future. 150 years later, a goo master improved this recipe and found that adding a wild boar's tusk would greatly increase the success rate of the fusion. Feng Yuan had been reborn 500 years ago and naturally knew of this trick. Once the snow tusk was thrown into the ball of light, a miraculous change occurred. The originally dazzling white light instantly became gentle. Originally it was just blindly shooting in all directions, but now there was a kind of rippling light and the natural rhythm of changing between light and dark. Under Feng Yuan's gaze, the ball of light slowly shrunk and finally dissipated into the air. The jade skin goo and white boar goo were gone, and a brand new goo worm quietly floated in front of Feng Yuan. It was like an oval pebble, completely white. But this white was not the white of rice paper, nor the milky white of milk, but a kind of white with a jade luster. This was the rank 2 white jade goo. At this point, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and the stone in his heart settled. Don't look at this process, it seemed very simple. But it was not. First, to fuse the consciousness, one must be able to multitask. Ordinary people draw circles with one hand and draw squares with the other. This is multitasking. Many people found it hard to do this, not to mention the higher difficulty of multitasking. One must have countless accumulations, painstaking cultivation, and endure countless failures and setbacks, as well as a certain amount of talent to be able to multitask. Feng Yuan could do this with ease. It was all because of 500 years of thick accumulations, and not the slightest bit of it could be faked. Second, it was the understanding and knowledge of goo worms. The deeper the goo master's understanding of goo worms, the higher the success rate of the fusion. This was also a penetrating insight that would be widely recognized in about 300 years in the future. Thus, the longer a goo worm is used, the higher the success rate of fusion. Third, it was the correct and unique recipe. For example, this time the addition of the snow tusk was like a finishing touch, suddenly raising the success rate by 20%. The effect was truly extraordinary. Some recipes were widely spread in this world, but there were also many recipes that were treasured and not spread. For example, Guyue village's moonlight goo. The recipe to refine it was only in the hands of a few clan elders, as well as generations of clan leaders. This was especially true for those secret recipes that could reach the 5th revolution and above. They were hidden by goo masters, treasuring them as much as their lives. Many goo masters would not impart them until they were on the brink of death. But even with these 3 points, there was no way to achieve absolute success. Even a person like Feng Yuan, with his 500 years of memories, extremely rich experience, deep understanding of goo worms, able to multitask and know many recipes. But there was still a chance of failure when he fused goo worms. It could only be said that his failure rate was relatively low. The fusion of goo worms could be said to be a kind of sublimation of life, a kind of creation. It condensed time to the limit, allowing the long evolution process to blossom in an instant. On Earth, the only ones who could do this were the gods. No doubt this was a miracle of life. Goo masters using mortals to create miracles. How could they succeed every time? If they succeeded every time, they would not be humans but gods. Chapter 102. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Inside the mountain, in the underground stone forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dozens of jade-eye stone monkeys appeared in the air, their blurry figures flashing. They leaped and jumped, launching fierce attacks at Feng Yuan. If it was before, Feng Yuan would definitely retreat. But now he stood on the spot, his expression cold and unmoving. The stone monkeys rammed, scratched, and bit Feng Yuan's body, giving off crisp sounds, as if they were not attacking a person, but a sturdy jade pillar. A faint white jade light stuck closely to Feng Yuan's body. This layer of light was much thinner than the jade skin goo's jade green light, but its defense was more than twice as strong. The jade skin goo's defense could at most withstand the simultaneous attacks of 16 stone monkeys, but now Fang Yuan was facing more than 30 stone monkeys alone. On the stage, I could break Fang Zheng's jade skin goo's defense with my bare hands, but if Fang Zheng were to use this white jade goo, even if I break my bones, I would not be able to break this defense. Fang Yuan pondered, and at the same time, he split a portion of his attention to his aperture's primeval sea. In the red steel primeval sea, the white jade goo was at the bottom of the sea, absorbing primeval essence. Its surface was also emitting a faint white jade light, like a light bulb. Every time the stone monkeys attacked Fang Yuan, this oval-shaped white jade goo's surface would flash slightly. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt that his primeval essence expenditure had increased. The white jade goo's defense is the same as the jade skin goo, requiring constant primeval essence. At the same time, the more attacks it receives, the more primeval essence expenditure. Fang Yuan concluded in his heart. At the same time, he launched his counterattack. Punches and kicks created a gust of wind. His moves were simple and ruthless, swift and fierce. Although the white boar goo had disappeared, the power it gave to Fang Yuan was still in Fang Yuan's body. More and more stone monkeys were struck by Fang Yuan. Some were sent flying and crashed into stone pillars, while others were killed in midair. After turning into stone, they fell to the ground and broke into pieces. At the same time as Fang Yuan waved his hand, moonblades flew out one after another. They were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the stone monkeys. Under the activation of the red steel primeval essence, the rank 1 moonlight goo's every attack dealt the greatest damage to the stone monkey. Creak creak. The stone monkey cried out in fear and kept on retreating. In the short time that Fang Yuan counterattacked, a large number of stone monkeys had perished, and only 5 or 6 were left. Fang Yuan killed another one. The remaining stone monkeys finally broke down and fled into the depths of the stone forest. Fang Yuan did not chase after the defeated soldiers. Instead, he continued to advance deeper into the center of the stone forest. These days, he had been diligently searching for the next clue of the inheritance. As he continued to explore, he had already stepped into the surroundings of the stone forest, but he didn't discover anything. Fang Yuan had an understanding, vaguely guessing the flower wine monk's thoughts. He felt that the next clue was likely to be placed in the center of this underground stone forest by the flower wine monk. The deeper he went into the stone forest, the larger the stone pillars, and the more stone monkeys there were. As Fang Yuan walked, he gazed into the distance. In the center of the stone forest, there was the largest stone pillar. Even if a dozen adults held hands and hugged it, they would not be able to hug it. This stone pillar was his next destination. However, the deeper he went, the larger the size of the stone monkey groups, and the higher the difficulty would be. Fang Yuan took the crucial step and broke through the warning line of the monkey group. Creak creak creak. From the holes on the stone pillars, angry jade-eye stone monkeys drilled out. There were more than 100 of them, and they pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned and ran. Facing the attacks of so many stone monkeys, even with the white jade goo, he would not be able to hold them off. The stone monkey group chased after Fang Yuan for a while, and one after another, the stone monkeys gave up and turned back. Gradually, there were only 30 or so stone monkeys left, hanging behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the time was ripe and turned to fight. After a round of fighting, only a few stone monkeys were left, and they ran away in panic, not even daring to return to their original cave. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan had killed more than 100 stone monkeys. Along the way, he saw the stone fragments of the dead monkeys. Not enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan checked his primeval sea and sighed, having no choice but to stop moving forward. If it was in the past, he would have used Yuan stone to quickly recover. But now, after refining the white jade goo, his Yuan stone was severely lacking, and his finances had completely collapsed. Fang Yuan picked up the jade stone eyeballs scattered on the ground, and put them into a bag. It should be under the stone pillar in the center, but to get there, I need to open a path. This feeling was getting stronger, and Fang Yuan looked back one last time, and opened the stone door, returning to the second secret room. At the corner of the secret room there were some miscellaneous items. A small gunny sack, containing hundreds of eyeball jade beads. Fang Yuan opened it, and poured all the jade beads he had killed today. The jade beads collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. There was another gunny sack containing wild boar tusks. But now Feng Yuan no longer needed to kill wild boars. He used the white boar goo and jade skin goo to successfully refine the white jade goo. With the white boar goo gone, his need for pork was reduced to 0. The newly born white jade goo was more like the jade skin goo, and its food was also jade stones. The jade skin goo needed to eat 2 tails of jade stones every 10 days, while the white jade goo needed to feed 8 tails of jade stones every 20 days. Normally, the higher the rank of the goo, the longer the interval between food intake. Rank 2 goo for the most part took more than half a month. Rank 3 goo took more than a month. Of course, the higher the rank of the goo, the more food it needed. On average, the white jade goo's feeding cost was more than the jade skin goo and the white boar goo combined. But for Feng Yuan, he had this underground stone forest, and did not lack jade stones. At the same time, he did not need pork and did not need to kill wild boars. This saved him a lot of trouble and a lot of time. Tying up the mouth of the small sack, Feng Yuan picked up a cowhide water bag beside it. The water bag was bulging, and was filled with golden honey wine. A few days ago, Feng Yuan had relied on the jade skin goo to withstand the attacks of the golden bees, and collected enough honey wine from the beehive. I only have 2.5 pieces of yuan stone on me now. It is time to go to the Internal Affairs Hall, and hand in the family assets mission. Feng Yuan kept the cowhide water bag, and returned to the underground tunnel, squeezing out of the crack and returning to the outside world. At this time it was dusk. The winter dusk, the weather was good and one did not feel cold. The setting sun showed a warm orange-red color, and the fine sunlight shone through the canopy of the pine trees, shining on the mountain. Walking alone, he walked towards the village. But Feng Yuan did not move forward directly, but purposely took a few detours, to reduce the chances of the rock crack secret cave being discovered. The winter wind blew on his face. This was the taste of freedom. When he was in the academy, he could only sneak in at night. Now that Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 2, he could enter and leave freely in the day, and would not arouse suspicion. Of course, the most important thing was that with the death of Sickly Snake and the other 3, Feng Yuan had one less restriction when he was alone. The only obstacle was that Feng Yuan was alone now, without the support of his team members. Completing the clan's monthly mission would be even more difficult. Now, after the small beast died, all the small groups had finished reorganizing, and Feng Yuan had missed this opportunity. And because of his reputation, Feng Yuan was secretly ostracized by other Gu masters. It was not easy to join other groups. So be it. The more I wander outside, the less people will pay attention to me, and the more advantageous it is for me. As for the clan's monthly missions, they are mandatory, so I have to accept them. But, thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He had a plan for this long ago. On the clan's side, it was mandatory for Gu masters to accept at least one mission every month, but it was not mandatory that the mission must be completed. If the mission could not be completed, the evaluation would drop. This was something that almost all Gu masters did not want to see, so they did their best to complete it. But to Feng Yuan, the so-called evaluation was nothing. Walking into the village on the bluestone paved streets, there was an endless stream of pedestrians. Usually at this time it was the peak of the human traffic. Many Gu masters, after completing their missions, returned to the village with injuries and a sorry figure. The farmers who had worked for a day dragged their tired bodies with their bare feet and muddy feet, silently moving forward. In this world, life was not easy. There was bitterness and pain. The setting sun gradually lowered to the top of the mountain, spreading the last bit of warm light. Then this light was shattered by the crisscrossing withered tree branches, turning into fragments of time, scattering on the green bamboo walls. My toy!" a girl shouted, chasing a spinning top in the crowd. The spinning top rolled to Feng Yuan's feet, and the girl knocked into Feng Yuan's leg, falling to the ground. I'm sorry. I've offended Lord Gu Master, please forgive me." The girl's father hurried over, seeing Feng Yuan's clothing. His face was pale as paper. He brought the girl, kneeling down on the spot, kowtowing to Feng Yuan non-stop. The girl was so scared that she cried, her eyes rolling down from her pink and tender face. The mortals on the side of the road saw this, and all took a detour, avoiding to the left and right. Some Gu masters cast cold gazes, but quickly shifted away. "Don't cry, you troublemaker." The father was shocked, angry and scared, swinging his hand to slap, but was grabbed by Fang Yuan, unable to move. "It's just a small matter, no need to worry." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, patting the girl's head, comforting her softly. "Don't be afraid, nothing will happen." The girl stopped crying, using her watery eyes to look at Fang Yuan, feeling that this big brother in front of her was really gentle. "Thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness. Thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness." The girl's father cried tears of joy, kowtowing to Fang Yuan non-stop. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. The house he rented was not far away, and under that bamboo building his uncle Guiyue stood on the frozen soil, looking at Fang Yuan from afar, evidently waiting for him. Chapter 103. With Guiyue Dongtu's abilities, he could naturally find Fang Yuan's residence. Today he wore a Gu master's attire. There were leggings on his legs and a red belt around his waist. He was clean and tidy, exuding a faint majestic aura. He looked at Fang Yuan walking over slowly, his gaze landing on the young man's belt, and his heart was filled with emotions. Only C-grade talent, but he already broke through to rank 2 at 16. This is really unexpected. I really don't know how he managed to do it. But this fast speed, most of it should be due to the liquor worm. Unfortunately, the liquor worm can't be used after reaching rank 2. Next, he saw the faint smile on Fang Yuan's face. It was this smile, but it made Guiyue Dongtu's heart turn cold. Then a wave of anger surged in his heart. This kid is so calm. Does he think he has me under his thumb? Fang Yuan walked over slowly, stopping in front of Guiyue Dongtu's. He knew he was here for him. As expected, his uncle Guiyue Dongtu opened his mouth. "Fang Yuan, I think we can have a talk." "Talk about what?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Guiyue Dongtu laughed but changed the topic. "You know, I am different. I started my career at 15. At that time it was the wolf tide, and many Gu masters died. Without a choice, us students had to go up. I had B-grade talent and reached rank 2 initial stage at 16, upper stage at 17 and peak stage at 18. At 19 I had already started breaking through to rank 3. At that time I thought I could advance to rank 3 Gu master at 20. I was too frivolous and looked down on everyone, always thinking I could do anything. I was even omnipotent, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. At the age of 20, I went out on a mission, and was defeated by a Xiong clan Gu master. At that time I was on the verge of death, and luckily the medicine hall elder helped me, saving my life. But after that my talent was wasted and I fell to C-grade. I was unable to recover for 8 whole years. On my 29th birthday I started to reevaluate myself and this world. I realized that a person's power was limited. So what if I advanced to rank 3? Living in this society, the most important thing was not personal strength. It's about socializing with others. I started over when I was 30. He retired to the second line at 45. During this period, dozens of times, hundreds of Gu masters submitted petitions to elect me as clan elder. Although my cultivation is only at the peak of the second transition, and I won't be able to take that step in my lifetime, there's no need for me to do so. I have succeeded. My clansmen call me Hidden Elder. Most of my peers are dead, but I'm alive and well. Towards those Gu masters who are struggling outside, my influence still exists. At this point, Guiyue Dongtu finally returned to the main topic. He looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. "Fang Yuan, you're still too young and inexperienced, just like me back then." He thought that he could make his own decisions and do whatever he wanted. Guiyue Dongtu shook his head and continued, "But when you have more experience in life, you will understand that humans are members of society and not solitary beasts. Sometimes life requires you to lower your head and give in. Being extreme, untamed, and flamboyant would only lead to isolation and destruction. I believe you have already felt it. No group is willing to accept you, and everyone around you is rejecting you. Even if you receive the mission to split from the family, what can you do? You are already alone and have no chance of completing the mission. Just give up." Fang Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him indifferently, his expression calm. If he knew he had 500 years of life experience, I wonder what expression he would have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. In fact, his uncle's thoughts were his life philosophy for a long period of time in his previous life. Thus, he created the Blood-Winged Demon sect and relied on the system and human relationships to create a huge force. With a single call, he occupied resources and resisted strong enemies. However, when he broke through to rank 6, he saw a completely different scene. Among Gu masters, rank 5 became mortals, and rank 6 became immortals. When he stood at this height and looked at life again, he suddenly realized a huge force was indeed his help, but it was also a huge burden. No matter which world, there was only one person who could be truly relied on, and that was himself. It was just that people were often weak. They could not endure loneliness and could not stand being alone. They liked to pursue family, friendship, and love to fill their hearts. They were infatuated with the group and were afraid of being alone. Once they suffered a setback, they would hide in the group and complain to their family and friends. They did not dare to face fear and failure alone. When there was pain, they were busy sharing it. When there was happiness, they were eager to show it off. Did Guiyuedong too succeed? Without a doubt, he succeeded. He could not continue on his original path, so he changed to another path and walked out of the sky. However, he was also a failure. He lowered his head because of a setback. He was just a coward, but he was still proud of his escape. Of course, Guiyuedong too did not know that Fang Yuan had already regarded him as a coward. He saw that Fang Yuan did not speak, so he thought that Fang Yuan had been intimidated by his words. He continued, Fang Yuan, you are not Fang Zheng, so I will be frank. If you can give up your plan of inheriting the family property, you can obtain my friendship and make use of my connections. At the same time, I will compensate you with 1,000 pieces of yuan stone. I know that you have been short of money recently. You have even delayed paying your rent for 2 days. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently and said, Uncle, you don't wear these clothes often, right? Guiyuedong too was startled. He did not expect Fang Yuan to suddenly bring up this topic. However, Fang Yuan was right. He had retired for a long time, and this set of clothes was hidden at the bottom of the box. Today, when she came to meet Fang Yuan, she purposely wore this to increase her persuasiveness and deterrence. Fang Yuan sighed. He looked at Guiyuedong too clothes and said slowly, a Gu master's clothes are not this clean and tidy. It needs to be stained with sweat, mud and blood. It needs to be tattered. Only then will it have the smell of a Gu master. You're already old. Lord Uncle, you lost your ambition when you were young. He had lived a comfortable life these years. Has corrupted your heart. You fought for the family property not to cultivate, but to maintain a prosperous life. How can you possibly stop me with such a mentality? Guiyuedong too's face instantly turned pale, and anger rose in his heart. In this world, there would always be a group of old people. They went around peddling social experiences, treating other people's ideals as fantasies, treating other people's enthusiasm as frivolity, and treating other people's persistence as arrogance. They often found their own sense of existence and superiority in teaching their juniors a lesson. Without a doubt, Guiyuedong too was such a person. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. But he did not expect that not only did Fang Yuan not listen to him and submit to him, he even came to teach him a lesson. Fang Yuan, he shouted, as your elder, I guided you with good intentions. I tried to persuade you, but you didn't know what was good for you. Since you want to go against me, then bring it on. I'm not afraid to tell you. I already know the details of your family separation mission. Young man, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I want to see how you complete this mission. Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. There was no need to hide now. Since the conflict was irreconcilable, he might as well enjoy Guiyuedong too's interesting expression. Thus, he took out a cowhide water pouch and opened the lid. A hint of honey wine's unique sweetness floated out. What do you think is inside? He asked. Uncle turned pale with fright, his heart sinking to the bottom. How is this possible? Where did you get this honey wine? He shouted, an incredulous expression appearing on his face. Fang Yuan ignored him and closed the lid, putting the water pouch back into his pocket, and walked towards the internal affairs hall. Uncle's head was covered in cold sweat, his thoughts churning intensely. Where did he get this honey wine? I've already told him that as long as he finds another group, I will get the news immediately. Did he do it alone? No, how is that possible? He doesn't have any defensive goo worms. Someone must have helped him. No. The important thing now is not to find the reason. Fang Yuan already has the honey wine. He is going to hand in that mission. Thinking of this, Guyue Dongtu's heart was already flustered. He no longer had the calmness he had earlier. He quickly caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, wait, everything can be discussed. Fang Yuan did not speak. He continued to walk. Guyue Dongtu could only follow closely beside him. If 1,000 yuan stone is not enough, then 2,000, no, 2,500. Guyue Dongtu kept increasing the price. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, but in his heart, he had some expectations for this family. Guyue Dongtu was so anxious that he kept increasing the price. It seemed that the family's true assets were very valuable. Guyue Dongtu was sweating profusely, seeing that Fang Yuan was not moved. His face turned sinister, and he threatened in a low voice, Fang Yuan, you better think carefully. What will happen to you if you offend me? Humph, if you lose an arm or a leg in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fang Yuan laughed. This Guyue Dongtu was such a pitiful person. He was bound by the rules, the water pouch was clearly in front of him, but he did not dare to snatch it. He was so cowardly, yet he still wanted to fight for benefits. How could he succeed? No matter which world, if you want to obtain something, you must pay the price. Fang Yuan, don't think that everything will be fine just because you got the family's assets. Let me tell you, you're still too young, you don't know what society is, what danger is. Guyue Dongtu roared in a low voice in Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan shook his head and ignored him. He stepped into the internal affairs hall under Dongtu's angry glare. Actually, he did not hate this uncle of his. He did not even hate him. He had seen many people like this. He could understand this kind of person. If Fang Yuan had enough yuan stone to support his cultivation, he would not even fight for this family's assets. However, it was just a small profit, so what if he gave it to his uncle? What was the purpose of his rebirth? It was not to fight for a short period of time, but to reach the peak of the strongest. This kind of passerby, as long as they did not interfere with this matter, and let them roar at the side, he, Fang Yuan, would not even bother to step on them. However, this Guyue Dongtu just happened to obstruct Fang Yuan's advancement. Since that was the case, he would just step on you to advance. Fang Yuan. Uncle Guyue Dongtu watched as Fang Yuan stepped into the internal affairs hall. His entire body was trembling, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The light of the setting sun shone on his temples, causing them to turn white. He was indeed old. The year he was injured at the age of 20, he was already old. Chapter 104. Fang Yuan went to the internal affairs hall and handed in the golden honey wine. The middle-aged male Gu master in charge of receiving him was shocked, asking, "You completed the family inheritance mission? What do you think?" Fang Yuan asked back. The middle-aged male Gu master frowned. He had specially chosen this mission to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. To think Fang Yuan completed it so quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes shining with a sharp light as he said solemnly, "Young lad, you have to answer whatever I ask you. If you don't answer clearly, it will affect your evaluation. Let me ask you, did you complete this mission alone? Be honest, we will investigate it." "Of course I did it alone," Fang Yuan replied. "All right, I will note it down." The middle-aged male Gu master recorded as he sneered in his heart. He is just a newbie. How could he complete this mission alone? With such a false report, the clan will definitely find someone to investigate. By then, there will be huge trouble. But Fang Yuan continued, "But this situation is a little special. That day I was just scouting. I didn't expect to encounter a wild bear raiding a beehive. I took the chance to take this honey wine." "What?" The middle-aged male Gu master's pen stopped, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged, smiling. "Otherwise, do you think I could complete this mission alone? Speaking of which, it is all thanks to you for choosing this mission for me." The middle-aged male Gu master was stunned. The complex emotions in his heart could not be expressed in words. After a while, he laughed dryly and continued to write. Fang Yuan stared at this person with a calm gaze. He knew in his heart that the difficulty of this family inheritance mission was due to this male Gu master's contribution. Unfortunately, he had already completed this mission. Even if the clan were to investigate, Feng Yuan had the appropriate arrangements. Even if this person wanted to stop him, he could not. Even if this was done by him personally. This was the tragedy of being part of the system. Identity became the shackles that shackled one's actions. Alright, your mission is completed, you can inherit the family inheritance. However, your parents' inheritance is currently in the hands of your uncle and aunt. Internal Affairs Hall will get it back for you, come back 3 days later. A moment later, the middle-aged male Gu master said. Feng Yuan nodded, he knew this rule, but he stared at the middle-aged male Gu master's paper, saying, according to the clan rules, the mission records of the Internal Affairs Hall need to be confirmed by the person who completed it. Please show me this record. The middle-aged male Gu master's expression changed. He did not expect Feng Yuan to be so familiar with this process. He snorted lightly and handed the record to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan took it and looked at it. There was nothing wrong with it. There were a few hundred words, and at the end was the evaluation good. He instantly saw the intimacy between Master Gu and Guyue Tundra. This evaluation was very pertinent. It could be seen that the middle-aged Gu master did not give up his professional principles just because of Guyue Dong Tuesday. The reason why he helped Guyue Dong Tu was probably because of their friendship, and it was a transaction. It was the kind of person who took someone's money to get rid of a disaster. After returning the record to the middle-aged Gu master, Feng Yuan left the Internal Affairs Hall. When he walked out of the door, Guyue Dong Tu was nowhere to be seen. Feng Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. Guyue Dong Tu's influence was not big enough to affect the Internal Affairs Hall's operations. Even clan leader Guyue Bo had to withstand the huge pressure from the clan elder group, and pay a huge price in terms of political benefits to achieve this. There was a saying on Earth, in the pugilistic world, one cannot do as he pleases. The rules in the pugilistic world were actually a kind of system. Once you enter the system, no matter who it was, you would be a chess piece that restricted each other and had no freedom. Unless the individual's strength could reach the stage of resisting the entire organization, otherwise, it would be a wishful thinking to want unrestrained freedom after joining the organization. With the help of the clan system, it was already a fact that Feng Yuan would take back the family inheritance. Not to mention Guyue Dong Tu, even the clan leader would not pay the price for such a small matter. In the guest hall, Brother Dong Tu, I really can't help you with this matter. The middle-aged Gu master sighed and stood in front of Guyue Dong Tuesday. Guyue Dong Tu's expression was dark as water. He sat on the main seat and did not speak. Is there really no other way? At the side, his aunt asked in panic, her tone filled with anxiety and unwillingness. The middle-aged Gu master shook his head slowly. This matter is already settled and has entered the Internal Affairs Hall's process. Only the 2 clan elders in power or the clan leader have the ability to stop it. Brother Dong Tu, this is the Internal Affairs Hall's list. It has the details of the inheritance. Please return it all, don't make things difficult for me. As he spoke, he handed over a list. The list was densely packed with records, ranging from large properties to small tables and chairs. Other than that, there were also the Gu worms left behind by Feng Yuan's parents. After a Gu master died in battle, if their Gu worms were retrieved, they would be left as inheritance to the Gu master's heir. This was also one of the clan's policies. His aunt glanced at the list and screamed, "Damn it, you can't do this. These are all our things, ours. Master, why don't you say something? Quickly think of a way. Without these assets, what will our family have left? I'm afraid we will have to fire most of the servants. We won't be able to provide for them." Uncle Guyue Dong Tu suddenly stood up and gave his aunt a slap, causing her to fall from her seat onto the ground. "What are you yelling for?" Uncle flew into a rage. He was flustered and exasperated. "Ignorant thing, the clan's rules are there. You think you can refuse to return it just because you don't want to? Ignorant, stupid." His aunt covered her face with her hands. She was stunned for a moment. She collapsed on the ground and stared blankly at her husband. Guyue Dong Tu snatched the list, gritted his teeth and looked through it. His eyes were bloodshot. He panted like a bull and said hatefully, "Return. I will return all of these things. I will definitely return them all." But the veins on his forehead bulged, the muscles on his face twitched, and his expression was ferocious. But Fang Yuan, I can't stop the Internal Affairs Hall, but I can deal with you. 3 days later, Fang Yuan walked out of the Internal Affairs Hall, holding a stack of house deeds, land deeds and land deeds. Contracts to sell himself. I didn't expect this inheritance to be so rich. He was slightly dazed. Even though Fang Yuan already had a lot of expectations, this inheritance still exceeded his expectations after he obtained it. More than 10 mu of farmland, 8 servants, 3 bamboo buildings, and a tavern. No wonder uncle is making things difficult for me, thinking of ways to stop me. Fang Yuan suddenly understood Guo Dongtu's actions. With this rich family property, even in a world like this, it was enough to not worry about food and clothing. More than 10 mu of farmland, 8 servants, this was not mentioned for now. The 3 bamboo buildings were real estate. Just for rent, the monthly rent was enough to support Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Other than that, there was also a tavern. One had to know that in the entire village there were only 4 taverns. This kind of family property, if it was on Earth, would be a small wealthy family with a few villas, a hotel and servants. It was worth mentioning that the living environment in this world was harsh and difficult, and the village was the safest place, so the housing prices were more expensive than on Earth. It is said that in my Fang family 3 generations ago, there was a powerful elder who left behind a lot of family property for his descendants. With this family property, not to mention 7 gu insects, even if the number of insects were doubled, I would still be able to afford it. But the most important thing is not the family property, but this grass goblet. At this moment in Fang Yuan's arms, there was a grass goblet lying quietly. It was small and exquisite. Its emerald green roots were like ginseng roots. Some of the translucent roots were like emerald. The 9 round leaves were emerald green and surrounded the rhizome, forming a circular shape. This was the 9-leaf vitality grass, a rank 2 gu insect with healing effects. But if it was just an ordinary healing effect, then it was not much different from the vitality grass. Its true value lay in the fact that each and every one of its leaves, if torn off, would be a vitality leaf. Vitality leaf was also a type of grass goblet, rank 1. It was a consumable type, disappearing after 1 use. It had another flaw, that is, after using a vitality leaf to heal within an hour, the other vitality leaves would not have any healing effect. But the flaw did not obscure the beauty. It was easy to refine, instant healing, cheap to feed, and was the most popular healing method for rank 2 gu masters. Every team only had 1 healing gu master. But if the team members were injured at the same time, how could 1 healing gu master take care of them? If the healing gu master was the first to die, or was separated from the healing gu master, what would happen? Thus, gu masters often prepared some healing methods, and the vitality leaf was the best and most basic one. Basically, gu masters who were traveling outside would have 1 or 2. After I refined the 9-leaf vitality grass, every leaf I tear off is a vitality leaf. Infusing primeval essence into the vitality grass, it will grow new leaves. It can be said that this 9-leaf vitality grass is a moving gold mine. It is the most important inheritance, there is no other. Controlling the 9-leaf vitality grass is equivalent to controlling a business vein. This world's living environment is very harsh, which gu master who goes out on missions would not be injured. The demand for the vitality leaf had never stopped. No wonder Guo Dongtu is known as the Hidden Elder. Although he has retired these years, he still has influence on the outside. So the root cause is this 9-leaf vitality grass. Gu masters need vitality leaves, and Guo Dongtu sells vitality leaves. With such a demand, it allowed uncle's influence to be maintained. Fang Yuan was enlightened. It is in this world that the values of familial love have been raised to a whole new level, restricting uncle and aunt. If it was on Earth with such high profits, Fangjing and I would have been assassinated by them long ago. Not good, it seems there will be more trouble. Uncle and aunt will not be willing to give up like this. But now that I have grown up, I have rank 2 cultivation. They want to deal with me, but they also have to consider the clan rules, so their hands and feet are bound. No matter what methods they use, just bring it on. I will deal with whatever comes my way, I will take it all on. Fang Yuan walked on the street, his eyes shining with uncertainty. A gust of winter wind blew, bringing a chill to his face. It was still far from spring, but Fang Yuan knew that he had already welcomed the spring of his life. Chapter 105. The wine shop was not big, but its location was very good. It was located on the east side of the village, next to the east gate. The east gate and the north gate were the two gates with the most traffic. Therefore, the wine shop's business was good every afternoon or evening. "Young master, please take a seat." An old man nodded and bowed to Feng Yuan. Several waiters wiped the benches and tables hard and smiled at Feng Yuan, trying to please him. Feng Yuan shook his head and did not take a seat. Instead, he strolled around the wine shop and looked around. He thought to himself, "This is my wine shop." The wine shop only had one floor, but there was an underground wine cellar. The floor was covered with large and square green bricks, and there were 8 square tables. 2 of the tables were against the wall, while the other 6 tables were surrounded by 4 long benches. After entering the wine shop, one could see a dark brown long counter. On the counter were ink, paper, inkstone, and an abacus. Behind the counter was a wine cabinet, with large and small wine jars on it. Some were large black pottery wine jars. Some were small bright porcelain wine bottles. Feng Yuan walked around casually. The old man and the waiters did not dare to sit down and followed him step by step. They were all uneasy. The news of the wine shop's change of ownership came very suddenly. The previous owner, Guiyue Dongtu, was as shrewd as a ghost, strict and unkind. They were pressured to the point that they could not breathe. This young man in front of them could actually take the wine shop from Guiyue Dongtu's hands. Forcefully snatching it, this was an incredible method. Therefore, these people looked at Feng Yuan with uneasiness and fear. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped. "Not bad, but this shop is a little small." The old man hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "It's like this, young master. Every year in summer we would build a shed at the outer gate. We would also put up some tables and benches. But now the winter wind is biting cold. Even if we built the shed, no one would sit. Therefore we left." Feng Yuan turned slightly. He glanced at the old man. "You are the shopkeeper?" The old man bowed even lower and said even more respectfully, I don't dare. Young master, this wine shop is yours. Whoever you want to be the shopkeeper will be the shopkeeper." Feng Yuan nodded and glanced at the other workers. They all seemed to be smart and capable. If they were on Earth. He was worried that the shopkeeper and the waiter would collude to deceive him, the master. But in this world, Gu masters were high and mighty. They could kill mortals with just a thought. Even if his uncle and aunt urged him to do so, these mortals would never dare to target Feng Yuan. "All right, go get the account book and pour me a pot of tea." Feng Yuan sat down. "Yes, young master." The shopkeeper and the waiters were all flustered. There were a total of 16 account books, and each book was made of bamboo paper that exuded a faint green hue. Holding it in his hand, it was much more brittle and hard than rice paper, suitable for the humid climate of the southern border. Feng Yuan casually took out a few books, browsed through them and asked a few questions. The shopkeeper hurriedly answered. Not long later, his head was covered in sweat. Feng Yuan had founded the Bloodwing Demon sect in his previous life and had hundreds of thousands of followers. He was naturally experienced and had sharp eyes. Others might be confused and dazzled by a mere account book. But in his eyes, all doubts were clear to him, and he could see through them as clearly as looking at a fire. This wine shop was the second biggest source of income, after the 9-leaf vitality grass. Feng Yuan naturally had to hold on to it tightly. The problems in this account book were not big, just some mistakes and omissions. These mortals did not dare to be presumptuous. But when Feng Yuan flipped to the last page, he found that this month's income had been taken away by Guiyue and Dong Tuesday young master. The previous master personally came to make this request. "We don't dare to disobey," the shopkeeper replied while wiping his sweat. His aged body was already trembling slightly, and his face was very pale. Feng Yuan was silent. He gently placed the account book on the table and glanced at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately felt an enormous pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him. He was frightened and knelt on the ground with a thud. Seeing the shopkeeper kneel, the other waiters were also smart and immediately knelt down one by one. Feng Yuan sat calmly and turned his gaze to sweep across them. The waiters instantly felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. They could not resist Feng Yuan's aura and all kept quiet out of fear. To mortals like them, Working in the wine shop was not only stable but also safe. It was the most ideal job, so they did not want to lose this job. Feng Yuan saw that the effect of establishing his authority had been achieved. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he slowly said, "Let bygones be bygones." I looked at the account book. Your wages are a little low. In the future, the waiter's wages will be increased by 20%, and the shopkeeper's wages will be increased by 40%. Do your work well, and you will all be rewarded. With that, Feng Yuan stood up and walked towards the door. Everyone knelt on the ground and was stunned for a while before they understood. Tears flowed down their faces. Thank you, young master, for your great kindness. Young master is kind and generous. We will definitely do our best to work. Young master, you are like our second parent. Please take care. Behind him came the grateful voices of the people, as well as the sound of kowtowing and forehead hitting the bricks. Using kindness and power was the only way for the superior to control their subordinates, no matter which world it was. Among them, power was the foundation. Under power, any small favor would be magnified 1,000,000 times. Kindness without prestige would only be rewarded with the title of a good person, who was too much of a good person. Over time, such kindness would not only not attract gratitude, but it would also attract greed and disaster. However, these methods of controlling people, they are all small tricks. On earth, they would be respected by the people, but here the only way is to increase one's own strength. No, even on earth, strength is the number one. Feng Yuan could not help but think of the Red Dynasty's ancestor Qi back then. Ancestor Qi had experienced a lot of hardships and came to a conclusion. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun. This was the naked truth. The foundation of any political power was power. The so-called power. It was just a byproduct of power. In fact, not only power, wealth and beauty were all derived from power. After leaving the tavern, Feng Yuan went to the 3 bamboo buildings. These 3 bamboo buildings were rented out by his uncle and aunt, and were almost full. This world was particular about having more children and more children. As for the growing population, the space in the village was very small. In the family, it was the eldest son's inheritance system. The other children had to rely on themselves. Many people relied on the family's policies. They received some meager family assets and worked hard outside. But in their entire lives, their savings were not enough to buy a bamboo building. Firstly, raising gu consumed a lot of resources. Secondly, the village had limited space and housing was expensive. Of course, outside the village. Naturally, they could build houses, but it was not safe. There would always be wild beasts and poisonous snakes intruding into homes, especially after every beast died. No matter what houses were outside the village, they would all be destroyed. Expanding the village was the only solution. But once it was expanded, there would be more places to defend. When the beast tide came, the village's strength would not be enough to defend. Moreover, if the place was big, if gu masters from other villages sneaked in, it would be hard to search. In history, Guyue village had expanded several times, but they were all destroyed by the beast tide. After learning from the experience, the current village was at its largest scale. Feng Yuan browsed through it, and after understanding the situation, he had an idea. These 3 bamboo buildings were well managed by his uncle and aunt, and the rent was also set to a good price, so he decided to develop it like this. He calculated these 3 bamboo buildings brought him profits, although not as much as the tavern, it was about the same. The overall situation was much more optimistic than what Feng Yuan had expected. Just the day before yesterday, he was an empty-handed poor kid with less than 5 yuan stone on him. But now, he had become one of the wealthiest people in the clan. Those female tenants were all ranked 2 gu masters who had been through many hardships. After knowing Feng Yuan's identity, they looked at him with seductive gazes. As long as they could get close to Feng Yuan and marry Feng Yuan, these female gu masters would no longer have to run around and risk death, and would be able to live a stable life. This kind of life was what they had been striving for. That is to say, as long as Feng Yuan was willing, he could immediately retire and live the rich life his uncle once enjoyed. He just needed to hook his finger, and many female gu masters would flock to him. But none of this is what I want. Feng Yuan stood on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, letting the burning gazes of the female gu masters fall on him. His brows were tightly furrowed, his hands on the railing as he gazed into the distance. Far away there was a continuous stretch of green mountains, like a sleeping giant, using the gray-blue sky as a blanket and sleeping soundly. Thousands of miles of rivers, boundless land. When will I be able to roam freely? The winds and clouds change, dragons and snakes rise from the land. When will I be able to look down on all living beings? Since rebirth I have been like a rootless duckweed, drifting along with the waves. Now that I have worked hard and obtained this property, it can be called a foundation, and I can be considered to have succeeded in standing on my own feet. Next, I will dig out the flower wine inheritance, work hard, cultivate to rank 3, and roam the world. Fang Yuan's deep black eyes burned with fire. Qingmao Mountain was just one of the 100,000 mountains in the southern border. And the southern border was just a corner of the world. Too small, too small. How could such a place support his wild ambitions? Compared to his ambitions, this small property, which others fought for until their heads bled, what they yearned for day and night, was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Brother, come down. I have something to say to you. Unknowingly, Guyue Fangzheng arrived at the bottom of the bamboo building, raising his head and shouting at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts were interrupted, his expression cold as he looked at Fangzheng downstairs. The four brothers looked at each other speechless. His younger brother Fangzheng was standing downstairs, shrouded by the shadow of another building. He looked up and frowned, his eyes shimmering with light. Big brother Fang Yuan stood upstairs, the sunlight shining on him. His slightly lowered eyelids, his pupils were as dark as the night. Their similar faces were reflected in each other's eyes. With regards to his younger brother's appearance, Fang Yuan was not surprised at all. Fangzheng was a weapon used by his uncle and aunt to fight for the family property. But what could he do? Fang Yuan looked down at Fangzheng from above, his heart letting out a soft sigh. So what if you have a great aptitude? You are just a chess piece. Really insignificant. Chapter 106. In the end, Fang Yuan did not go downstairs, and his younger brother did not take the initiative to go up. Their persistence and the distance between them seemed to indicate that the gap between the two brothers was getting bigger and bigger. The conversation was not pleasant. Brother, you're too much. I can't believe you're this kind of person. Downstairs, Fangzheng stood with a frown, loudly reprimanding. Fang Yuan was not angry, instead he chuckled. Oh, what kind of person am I? Brother. Fangzheng let out a long sigh. After our parents died, it was uncle and aunt who took us in. We're indebted to them for bringing us up. I can't believe you're so heartless, repaying kindness with enmity. Brother, is your heart made of stone? At this point, Fangzheng's tone was slightly trembling. That's strange, these family assets were originally mine. What kind of saying is repaying kindness with enmity? Fang Yuan retorted lightly. Fangzheng gritted his teeth, nodding to admit, yes. I know these assets were left behind by our parents, but you can't take it all away. But you can't take them all. You have to leave some for uncle and aunt when they're old. What you're doing is really disappointing. It makes me look down on you. After a pause he continued, have you ever gone home to take a look, just to see how the two of them are living now? Half of the servants in the house have been dismissed. We can't afford to keep them. Brother, how can you be so heartless? Fangzheng's eyes were bloodshot, clenching his fists, loudly questioning Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. He knew that uncle and aunt had been managing the family assets for years. They must have accumulated a lot of money. Even if they did not, just based on the wine tavern's income at the end of the month, they could certainly afford to keep those servants. The reason why they were so poor was because they wanted Fangzheng to come here and cause trouble. Fang Yuan looked at Fangzheng directly, saying, my cute brother, if I insist on not returning it, what can you do? Although you're also 16, don't forget, you've already recognized them as your parents. You have already lost the right to inherit the family property. I know. Fangzheng's eyes shone brightly. That's why I invited you here for a gu battle. I want to challenge you. Let's fight it out in the arena. If I win, please return a portion of your family's assets to them. The gu battle in this world was similar to the martial arts competition on Earth. If there was an irreconcilable conflict between the clansmen, this was the way to solve the problem. Gu fights were also divided into many types. There were one-on-one fights and two-on-two fights. There were battles of wills and battles of wills. There was also a death match. Of course, if there was a Gu battle between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, it would not reach the level of a life and death battle. Looking at his younger brother's determined expression downstairs, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. It seems that uncle and aunt have specifically instructed you before this trip. However, as someone who lost to me, I will not be able to defeat him. Are you that confident that you can defeat me? Fang Zheng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but think of the recent incident. That humiliating scene on the arena. Since then, every time he thought about it, he would feel a surge of anger in his heart. This anger was directed at both Fang Yuan and himself. He hated himself for not living up to expectations and panicking before the battle. In fact, he had performed poorly in that battle. His aura was seized by Fang Yuan, and he only thought of using the jade skin Gu at the last moment. In the end, he lost very suddenly and was very sullen. Fang Zheng's anger towards himself gave rise to an intense unwillingness. Thus, he couldn't help but have this thought. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely perform better and defeat brother. Thus, when uncle and aunt complained to him, Fang Zheng not only wanted to get back a portion of his family's assets for them, he also wanted to compete with Fang Yuan in public to prove himself. Things are different now, brother. Fang Zheng looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Last time, I performed poorly and let you win. This time, I have successfully refined the rank 2 Moon Raiment Gu. You can no longer break through my defense. As soon as he finished speaking, a hazy light blue mist appeared around his body. The mist enveloped him, and within the mist, it gradually condensed into a long fluttering ribbon. The ribbon went around his waist and coiled around his arms. The middle section of the ribbon fluttered high behind his head, causing Fang Zheng to involuntarily emit an elegant and mysterious immortal aura. It really is the moon raiment, so stupid, actually exposing his trump card. Fang Yuan stood on the second floor, his gaze flickering as he saw this scene. Moon Raiment Gu was a rank 2 Gu, a defensive type. Although in terms of defense, Moon Raiment Gu was inferior to the White Jade Gu, it had the ability to help others defend, and when fighting in small groups it contributed greatly to the whole team. With this Gu in Fang Zheng's possession, Fang Yuan could no longer use his fists to break through his defense. When the fists hit, it was like hitting a thick layer of cotton, completely losing its explosive power. Even if he used the Moonlight Gu, it would not work unless it was the Moonglow Gu. Thus, if Fang Zheng really came up with a strategy and challenged Fang Yuan to a Gu duel, according to the clan rules, Fang Yuan had to accept. Under the situation where he could not expose the White Jade Gu, Fang Yuan might really lose. A great aptitude was after all, and with the clan leader's meticulous nurturing, Fang Zheng grew very quickly. If it was said that in the academy, Fang Yuan was suppressing Fang Zheng, but now he had to admit that Fang Zheng was gradually showing the brilliance of a genius, and was gradually becoming a threat to Fang Yuan. But, do you think I didn't expect this? Fang Yuan looked at his younger brother downstairs, the corners of his lips curling up. He said to Fang Zheng, "My stubborn younger brother, of course you can challenge me. But have you asked for your team members' permission? If during the duel your team has to go out for a mission, how would you choose?" Fang Zheng was stunned. He had not thought about this aspect. He had to admit that his brother Fang Yuan's words made sense. The team naturally had to move together, and if the team members wanted to move alone, they had to report in advance. So why don't you go back and find your team leader, Guyue Qingshu, and tell him about this situation? I will wait for you at the East Gates Wine Tavern, Fang Yuan said. Fang Zheng hesitated for a moment, and finally clenched his teeth. "Brother, I will go now. But I have to tell you, delaying tactics are useless." He arrived at Guyue Qingshu's residence, and a servant led him in. Guyue Qingshu was practicing using Gu. His figure jumped and moved on the martial arts field in his courtyard. Extremely vigorous and vigorous. "Green vine Gu." He shouted lightly, and with a whoosh, a dark green vine appeared in his right palm. The vine was 15 meters long, and Qingshu grabbed it in his hand, using it as a whip to swing, chop, lift and sweep. Crack, crack, crack. Whip shadows crisscrossed. It swept across the ground, cracking the bluestone tiles. Pine Needle Gu. He suddenly kept his vine whip and swung his long green hair. Immediately, a dense rain of pine needles shot out from his long hair. A fluffy needle hit a wooden puppet not far away, instantly piercing through its entire body, creating a dense number of needle holes. Moonwhirl goo. Next he stretched out his left hand. There was a green crescent moon imprint on his palm, suddenly emitting a green glow. Qingshu swung his hand. A green crescent blade was flung away. Different from normal moonblades, this was a straight line attack. This green moonblade's arc was even more curved, and as it flew in the air, it drew a curved line, making it harder for the enemy to defend against it. Senior Qingshu is indeed the #1 ranked 2 Gu master in our village. Under such an attack I can't even last 10 breaths. He's really too strong. Fangjing was dumbstruck. For a moment he forgot his reason for coming here. Oh, Fangjing, why are you here? The last mission just ended. You need to rest more, and strike a balance between work and rest. Guyue Qingshu noticed Fangjing. He retracted his stance and smiled warmly. Senior Qingshu. Fangjing bowed respectfully towards him. This respect came from Fangjing's heart. Since joining the group, Fangjing had received Qingshu's careful care. In Fangjing's eyes, Qingshu was his older brother. Fangjing, it seems you have something to discuss with me? Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead, smiling as he walked over. It's like this. Fangjing explained his reason for coming here, as well as the entire situation. Qingshu's eyebrows rose slightly when he heard this. In fact, he knew a lot about Fang Yuan. Compared to Fangjing, he was more interested in Fang Yuan. I might as well meet him. Thinking so, Guyue Qingshu nodded. I also have something to discuss with your brother. Since that's the case, let's go together. Fangjing was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. No need to thank me, we are in the same group. Qingshu patted Fangjing's shoulder. Fangjing immediately felt a warm feeling in his heart, and his eyes reddened uncontrollably. The two arrived at the entrance of the tavern, and a waiter was already waiting for them, leading them into the tavern. On a square table by the window, there were a few dishes, 2 wine cups and a jar of wine. Fang Yuan sat at the side, and when he saw Guyue Qingshu, he smiled and gestured, please sit. Guyue Qingshu nodded at Fang Yuan, sat down and said to Fangjing, Fangjing, just stroll around. I want to have a talk with your brother. He was a smart man, seeing that there were only 2 wine cups. He knew that Fang Yuan wanted to talk to him alone. In fact, he had the same intention. Fangjing responded with an "oh," and reluctantly left. I know you, Fang Yuan. Qingshu smiled, opened the jar of wine, and poured a cup for Fang Yuan, and another for himself. You're very interesting, a smart man. Then he raised his wine cup and pointed it at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed and raised his cup in return. The two drank it at the same time. Qingshu poured another cup for Fang Yuan, and another for himself. As he poured the wine, he said, there's no point in beating around the bush when talking to smart people. I'll just say it directly, I want to buy your liquor worm. I wonder how much you want to sell it for? He did not ask Fang Yuan if he would sell the liquor worm. Instead, he asked directly, I wonder how much you want to sell it for? This showed his strong confidence. He was the #1 rank 2 Gu master, and at such a young age, his cultivation had reached rank 2 peak stage. He was able to suppress the rank 2 upper stage Qishan and Mo Yen. Once he appeared, he took the initiative, pouring wine for Fang Yuan, toasting and taking the initiative. His confidence, coupled with his gentle smile, formed a unique temperament. It was not overbearing and made people feel disgusted, but it made people feel his persistence. He had a head of long green hair, and the winter sun shone through the window, shining on his fair skin and gentle face. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the beautiful spring scenery. He is an outstanding person, but it's a pity, Fang Yuan thought. He didn't care about Qingshu's sudden change of position. He sighed softly with some admiration. Chapter 107. Like Fang Yuan and Fangjing, Guyue Qingshu was also an orphan. His parents, when he was a child, were sacrificed in the Wolf War. He was personally raised by the clan leader Guyue Bo. After he was tested to have great aptitude, he was personally taught by Guyue Bo. His aptitude was excellent, and could be considered outstanding among the B grade, almost being called a pseudo-A grade. Guyue Bo had always nurtured him as a clan leader candidate. Guyue Qingshu had a gentle temperament, and was very amiable, and was well received by the surrounding clansmen. He was very loyal to the clan, and Fangzheng's appearance cut off his hopes of inheriting the clan leader position. But he was instead happy, and wholeheartedly took care of Fangzheng. Such a person if placed on earth would be Yufei, Weizheng, Baozheng and the like. Unfortunately, a year later during the Wolf War the northern gate fell. To block this gap, and protect the clansmen from harm, he stepped forward bravely. In the end, he used his rank 2 cultivation to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies, and successfully defended the village. But he himself, because of this, his aperture was destroyed, and he eventually turned into a tree man and died. Because of this, Guyue Qingshu left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Guyue Qingshu saw Fang Yuan sigh. Of course he did not know that Fang Yuan was recalling his own death, and thought that Fang Yuan was also troubled by the liquor worm. He smiled. Fang Yuan, I think you already know the limitations of the liquor worm. That's right, the liquor worm is only a rank 1 Gu worm, and can only refine rank 1 green copper primeval essence. And you are already a rank 2 Gu master, and have no way to refine the red steel primeval essence liquor worm. Although you have a wine tavern now, it can be more convenient to feed the liquor worm. But if it's useless to me, what's the point of raising it? Then he changed the topic. But the liquor worm is useless to you, but it is effective to other rank 1 Gu masters. Especially after the awakening ceremony next year, there would be a new batch of students emerging from the family. The liquor worm would be of great help to them. Therefore, it is better to sell the liquor worm to the family and contribute to the family. Fang Yuan remained silent. Qingshu pondered for a moment. Guessing Fang Yuan's thoughts, he said, I understand. You are reluctant to part with the liquor worm and want to refine it. If I'm not wrong, you should be thinking of refining the rank 2 white worm cocoon, then the rank 3 monstrous sweat butterfly. This secret formula is the most widely circulated and also the most practical one. The Miss Sweat butterfly was also a good Gu worm, but the white cocoon was powerless. To you, this fusion route isn't worth much. You have C-grade aptitude. Right now, he was at rank 2. As for the white cocoons, they don't have any abilities and only consume food to feed, so they are of no help to you. What are the chances of you advancing to rank 3? Even if you successfully advance to rank 3, you would already be middle-aged. Are you going to feed the useless white cocoons for tens of years? Using the cost of feeding the white cocoons, you might as well feed other Gu worms. It is more practical and helpful to you, isn't it? The true value of the liquor worm. It is to refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. If you refine it like this, don't you think it is a pity to use the liquor worm as a material? Any Gu worm, they only have one ability. For example, the spring-autumn cicada, although it is rank 6, it only has the ability of rebirth. A new Gu worm after fusion can only retain one Gu worm's ability and strengthen it. For example, the white jade Gu, it retains the jade skin Gu's defensive ability and strengthens it, at the same time losing the white boar Gu's strengthening effect. That is to say, if someone obtains the white jade Gu, the white jade Gu will only help in defense and not raise the Gu master's strength. Qingshu was right. The liquor worm's most valuable aspect was to refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. To a Gu master, this was another form of increasing their primeval essence reserves. At the same time, it was a great help in nurturing the aperture and advancing cultivation. If one followed the route of white worm cocoon, Miss Sweat butterfly, the Gu worms obtained would not have the ability to refine primeval essence. It was indeed a pity. In fact, the flower wine monk used this route. After he promoted the liquor worm to Miss Sweat butterfly, he carried it with him. Many times he bewitched women and committed evil acts. But after he died, the Miss Sweat butterfly did not have enough food and continued to degenerate, finally reverting to the liquor worm. Seeing Fang Yuan not speaking, Qingshu's eyes flashed and he continued, actually my clan has a secret recipe. According to this recipe, the liquor worm can be promoted to rank 2 Moon Invitation Gu and rank 3 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm. The 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm also has the ability to refine primeval essence. Fang Yuan, if you don't want to sell the liquor worm, then we can change to another method of transaction. You sell the liquor worm to the clan, and if the clan successfully refines the 7 fragrances liquor worm, then you will have 5 years of usage rights. If you fail, the clan will give you another sum of compensation. What do you think? According to this method, the risk of the fusion would be completely transferred to the clan. Such superior conditions, if it was anyone else, they would probably be moved and agree. But Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He knew his limits. With his 44% C-grade talent, advancing to rank 3 was almost impossible. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was stuck at this level for over 100 years. Finally, by chance, he obtained a talent-raising goo worm and became a rank 3 goo master. 5 years of usage rights seemed wonderful, but to Fang Yuan it was like a flower in the mist or the moon in the water. The reason why Guiyue Qingshu said this was because he saw that Fang Yuan had the ambition to break through to rank 3. He purposely threw out this sweet offer, wanting Fang Yuan to take the bait. But from the start he had miscalculated. The recipe to fuse the liquor worm, Fang Yuan had the best one in his memories. First to advance to rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm, then to rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm. Whether it was the 4 flavors liquor worm or the 7 fragrances liquor worm, they both had the ability to refine primeval essence. But to fuse the 4 flavors liquor worm, it was not easy. First, it needed 2 liquor worms to fuse, and Fang Yuan only had 1 now. Secondly, there must be 4 types of wine in the fusion. These 4 types of wine must have the 4 tastes of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy. Not to mention that the liquor worm was priceless and hard to buy. Just these 4 types of wine. Spicy wine was the most common, and most white wine was spicy wine. Sour wine could be red bayberry wine. Wine was sour. Sweet wine could be glutinous rice wine. But bitter wine, it would take a lot of thought. As far as Fang Yuan knew, there was only one kind of green bitter wine, brewed from mugwort in AI Family Village. Unfortunately, this AI Family Village was thousands of miles away. How could it be? The liquor worm had been kept in Fang Yuan's hands, not because he was waiting for a good price and wanted to sell it for a high price. But Fang Yuan had wanted to take this fusion route from the start. If it was any other route, the liquor worm would be wasted. How could Guiyue Qingshu know what Fang Yuan was thinking? He saw that Fang Yuan did not nod, and finally threw out his trump card. Fang Yuan, if you sell the liquor worm, then I can mediate your relationship with Fang Zheng. At least I won't let him use the family fortune to have a goo battle with you. You know it too. According to the rules of the clan, once a challenge is issued, it must be accepted. Even if it is a goo battle request, if the higher-ups do not approve it, it must be accepted. Even if you know you will lose if you don't go up the stage, just admit defeat. You have to accept the challenge first. This world revered martial arts, and the clan did not need cowards. Once a challenge was issued, the goo master had to accept it. Accepting it proved that you were not a coward. Even if you admit defeat in public, that was a courageous act. This was a value formed naturally under the pressure of the cruel natural environment. And the clan's higher-ups would act as an arbitrator according to the results of the goo battle, resolving problems and disputes. Of course, the prerequisite for a goo battle was that there must be a reason for it. The challenger must be confident and reasonable, or both sides must reach an agreement similar to a bet. Only then would the goo battle be approved. Fang Zheng's request for a goo battle is reasonable and should be approved. This way, no matter the result, win or lose, it will be decided by the clan elders. Between you and Fang Zheng, who do you think the clan elders will favor? Qingshu's smile became wider, his eyes shining as he stared at Fang Yuan. Continuing to exert pressure, Fang Yuan, if you win, you will only have to return less family fortune. But if you sell the liquor worm to the clan, it will be a contribution to the clan. The clan will remember you. I guarantee here, Fang Zheng will not use the family fortune as a reason to challenge you. In other words, Fang Zheng would still look for Fang Yuan for a goo battle, but with a different reason. This was something that Guiyue Qingshu and Guiyue Bo were happy to see. They naturally hoped that Fang Zheng could defeat Fang Yuan, dispelling the shadow in his heart and establishing his self-confidence. Fang Yuan smiled. He had been listening to Guiyue Qingshu's incessant persuasion from the start. Only now did he speak. If we fight, do you think I will lose? Fang Yuan asked Qingshu. Qing Shu also smiled, replying, "It's a battle, it is full of variables. No one can predict it. But I need to remind you, Fangjing has already refined the rank 2 moon raiment. I'm afraid you won't have much of an advantage." Fang Yuan shook his head, the smile on his face widening. "I will lose, I will definitely lose." Qing Shu was stunned. Fang Yuan stared at his eyes, continuing, "Not only will I will lose miserably. I will hand over all of my parents' inheritance and live on the streets from now on, begging in the village." Guyue Qing Shu was a smart person. He could tell what Fang Yuan was really trying to express. His expression immediately changed, no longer maintaining the confident demeanor he had since they met, his expression turning grave. Fang Yuan's words were a naked threat. Fang Zheng was being nurtured as the next clan leader. If it was revealed that he had acknowledged someone else as his parents again, and used his cultivation and aptitude to bully his own brother and steal the inheritance, it would be a devastating blow to Fang Zheng's reputation. Even on Earth, people who did such actions would be looked down upon and disgraced by the world. Moreover, in this world, the value of family was raised to a whole new level. Fang Zheng was a demon, then so be it. If he was to be the clan leader, the leader of the righteous path, then he had to uphold morality and cherish his own wings. For a moment, Guyue Qing Shu stared blankly at Fang Yuan. He realized that even though he already understood Fang Yuan very well, he had still underestimated him. Since they met, the advantage he had accumulated with every sentence had collapsed at this moment. Fang Yuan's words had hit the nail on the head, directly pointing at Guyue Qing Shu's weakness. If it was someone else, Fang Yuan would naturally have said something else. But he, Guyue Qing Shu, was incomparably loyal to the clan. He was willing to sacrifice himself in his previous life to preserve the clan. Therefore, Fang Yuan's threat made him have no choice but to be cautious. But he quickly calmed down, his eyes staring intently at Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and said, "But you won't do that. Because the inheritance has always been your goal. If you give it up, how will you cultivate?" Fang Yuan was not afraid. He met Qing Shu's gaze, the corner of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "Therefore, I believe that you will also give up the idea of buying the liquor worm, and at the same time persuade Fang Jing not to challenge me, right?" If it were anyone else, they would not be able to convince Fang Jing. But he, Guyue Qing Shu, had the ability to do so. Fang Yuan had no doubt about this. The scene was in a stalemate. After a moment, Guyue Qing Shu turned his gaze away, his eyelids drooping. He stared at the wine glass in his hand for a while, then suddenly laughed. "Interesting, then let's do it this way." There was a hint of melancholy in his words. Chapter 108. A day later. On the bed, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged. A huge ball of white light floated an arm's length away from his face, quietly floating in midair. Fang Yuan took out pieces of yuan stone from his money bag and threw them into the ball of light. The white light slowly shrunk, but became more and more dazzling. When it shrunk to the size of a fist, the white light became blinding, causing Fang Yuan to squint his eyes to observe. This should be the last one. Fang Yuan held the yuan stone in his hand, knowing it was a crucial moment. He threw the yuan stone into the ball of light. Vaguely, the yuan stone could be seen floating in the ball of light, like ice falling into boiling water, continuously melting. Large amounts of stone powder fell down. The yuan stone completely disappeared, and the ball of light suddenly exploded. With a soft sound, the 3 goo worms shot out in 3 different directions. One fell on the bed while the other 2 hit the wall and fell to the floor. The fusion of the moonlight goo failed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly hooked his finger and recalled the goo worms. The moonlight goo and the little light goo swayed and floated up, slowly flying into his hand. But the remaining little light goo did not respond. It lay quietly on the floor, its milky white star-shaped body beginning to gradually dissipate into the air. In a few breaths' time, it completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. This was the price of a fusion failure. Depending on the fusion recipe, the goo worm would be injured. When luck was bad, the goo worm would die immediately. Even with Fang Yuan's rich experience, single-mindedness, and the correct recipe, there was still a chance of failure. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. He had seen this kind of thing many times. He had done his best but still failed. That could only be attributed to luck. But fortunately, if it wasn't for the moonlight goo dying, the little light goo dying, I could still buy it from the shop. It's easy to replenish. If the moonlight goo dies, I can't easily replenish it. He was quite rich now, losing a little light goo. He could just buy it again. Next, Feng Yuan checked the moonlight goo and the remaining little light goo. On the surface of the two goo there was no light. This was a sign that the refinement had failed and the goo worm itself was damaged. Once the goo worm is injured, the success rate of the fusion will decrease. It's better to wait for these two goo worms to recover before continuing the fusion. Feng Yuan knew that haste makes waste, so he kept the two goo worms. He estimated that it would take at least 3 days before he could start the fusion again. The cultivation was not over yet. Feng Yuan opened his right hand. His left hand was fair and his palm was white. There was a green imprint of a blade of grass, which looked like a dark green tattoo. With a thought, the primeval essence in Feng Yuan's aperture flowed out like a faint red mist into the imprint along his arm. The green mark immediately came to life. The tip of the grass emerged from Feng Yuan's palm, followed by 9 jade green round leaves, and finally the translucent stem of the grass. As for the roots that looked like ginseng roots, they were not exposed. On his palm, the dark green tattoo had already disappeared. Only traces of dark green lines were left. It represented the grass root, intersecting with Feng Yuan's palm lines. It was the rank 2 grass goo 9-leaf vitality grass. At this moment, Feng Yuan's palm was like a piece of land, and the 9-leaf vitality grass was growing on it, like an exquisite piece of art carved from jade. Feng Yuan stretched out his right hand and plucked the blades of grass. Every time he plucked a blade of grass, Feng Yuan would feel a slight pain, like a strand of hair being plucked. After the 9 leaves were plucked, Feng Yuan placed them on the bed, and the 9-leaf vitality grass in his palm was left with a bare stem. Feng Yuan continued to activate his primeval essence. Faint red rank 2 primeval essence continuously rose from his palm, like a mist, wrapping around the green stem. The stem continued to absorb the primeval essence, and gradually, a tender sprout emerged from the bottom of the stem. This tender sprout was pinkish-green in color, delicate and small, and extremely fragile, breaking with a pinch. Feng Yuan continued to activate his primeval essence, and the tender sprout gradually grew bigger, its color also becoming darker. Finally, it grew into a dark green, fully matured leaf. 20% primeval essence was consumed. Feng Yuan inspected his aperture and concluded he only had 44% primeval essence, which meant that he could only grow 2 vitality grass leaves in one go. After growing one more, Feng Yuan held a yuan stone and quickly recovered the primeval essence in his aperture. When his primeval essence C rose to 40%, he continued to grow vitality grass leaves. Repeating this cycle for half a day, the 9-leaf vitality grass was once again filled with 9 blades of grass. He no longer plucked the leaves, and with a thought, the 9-leaf vitality grass returned to his left palm, turning into a green mark. He stored the 9 vitality leaves in a small bag and kept it close to his body. 1 vitality leaf was a rank 1 goo worm, and each leaf could be sold for 50 yuan stone. That is to say, just these 9 leaves goo could allow Feng Yuan to earn 450 yuan stone. Of course, Feng Yuan had a cost to grow them. But even if he did not count these costs, Feng Yuan had earned over 400 yuan stone. Among all the family properties, the most valuable one was the 9 leaves vitality grass. Controlling it was equivalent to controlling a gold mine. Moreover, this 9-leaf vitality grass had an advantage: it was easy to feed. It only needed water and sunlight to survive, thus there was almost no cost to feed it. To Feng Yuan, he could give up all the family assets, but this 9-leaf vitality grass, he had to hold it firmly in his hands. Of course, this 9-leaf vitality grass goo was not just owned by Feng Yuan alone. In the village, there were also several people who had this grass goo. There were even 5 9-leaf vitality grass, which were the family's collective assets. Every day, there were specialized logistics goo masters carrying out production tasks, taking turns to grow large amounts of vitality leaves. To Feng Yuan, this was a good thing. If he was the only one with the 9-leaf vitality grass, then the clan would definitely act and purchase this grass goo. Just like how Guyue Qing Shu represented the clan to purchase his liquor worm. Rare goo worms like the liquor worm, black and white boar goo, 9-leaf vitality grass, the higher-ups of the clan hoped to control them, to serve the entire clan. 3 days later, a ball of light suddenly exploded under Feng Yuan's gaze, and a brand new goo worm floated in the air. It was crystal clear. It was curved like a moon, like a blue crystal. In short, it was the moonlight goo. The form after its body was enlarged by 1 fold. But it was not the moonlight goo but a higher grade, the rank 2 moonglow goo. This time, Feng Yuan succeeded in the fusion. The moonglow goo was refined from a moonlight goo and 2 little light goo. 1 little light goo could increase the moonblade's attack power by 1 fold. 2 little light goo would still increase it by 1 fold, and this increase could not be stacked. But the rank 2 moonglow goo's attack power was 3 times that of the moonlight goo. Actually, there were many fusion recipes for the moonlight goo, and there were also many advancement routes. The route that Feng Yuan took was to increase the moonblade's attack power to the maximum. The moonblade's attack range was still 10 meters, and did not increase. There was one route. It was to use the moonlight goo and scar stone goo to fuse. The fused moonlight scar goo's attack power did not change, but the attack range would double, reaching 20 meters. There was another common route, and that was to use the moonlight goo and whirlwind goo to fuse. To refine the moonwhirl goo. Once used, the moonblade would turn from blue to green, and at the same time the attack would change from a straight line to a curved line. Guyue Qingshu took this route. As for Guyue Fengzheng, he used the moonlight goo and jade skin goo to fuse to refine the moon raiment. This was a relatively rare route, and the highest it could reach was rank 5. Complete the treasure moonlight king goo. However, having a rank 5 recipe did not mean that one would definitely be able to refine a rank 5 goo. Many rank 5 goo masters did not even have a single rank 5 goo on them. The biggest reason for this awkward situation was not the lack of materials, but the success rate. Fusing goo was not 100% success rate. The higher the level of the goo, the lower the success rate. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when he refined the spring-autumn cicada, the success rate was less than 1%, and he failed countless times. Sometimes he was lucky and fewer goo died. Sometimes he was unlucky and all his goo died. To refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, he needed rank 5 goo. Once these goo died, it was as if all the hard work that Feng Yuan had put in would be for naught, turning into bubbles and vanishing. Feng Yuan failed again and again, and had to start all over again, refine again and again, collecting goo worms and special materials. In the end, he caused a huge commotion, causing the heavens to be angry and the people to be disheartened, and corpses floated in the sea of blood. His luck was good, and he succeeded in the refinement, obtaining the spring-autumn cicada. But once he got this rank 6 goo, he was attacked by the righteous people who had been coveting it, and before he could even warm up the treasure, he self-destructed. For thousands of years, it was this terrible failure rate that caused countless high-ranked goo masters to fail at the last moment, and return to their original state. There was only one way to slightly restrain this failure rate. That was vital goo. No matter if the fusion result was a success or failure, a goo master's vital goo would not die. At most it would be injured. Why was it like this? Many people guessed that it was because the vital goo was a goo master's first goo worm, and was intertwined with the goo master's life, forming a mysterious life connection. As long as the goo master was still alive after the vital goo failed the fusion, it would at most be in a dying state. Of course, the other goo worms that were fused with the vital goo still had the possibility of dying. But even so, a portion of the goo master's results could be preserved and accumulated. The vital goo was a goo master's greatest wealth and reliance. What the vital goo was, would greatly affect the goo master's development. Conversely, the goo master would also actively search for, and discover recipes to raise the level of the vital goo. Some rank 2, rank 3 low-level recipes to the goo master would instead reduce their development prospects. When Feng Yuan found out that the spring-autumn cicada had become his vital goo, why was he so happy? The reason was this. The spring-autumn cicada was a rare and precious goo worm, able to revive people, and its ability was heaven-defying. No matter how it was refined, it would not die. If it was in Feng Yuan's previous life, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital goo, and if he continued to refine it, there would be the danger of dying. The spring-autumn cicada reaching rank 6 was already an achievement that most goo masters could not reach in their lifetime. Many Gu masters did not even have a rank 6 recipe, and were bitterly searching for it. Although the spring-autumn cicada could not be used to its full potential, it was his greatest treasure. The flower wine monk's strength inheritance compared to it was like the difference between heaven and earth.